In the beginning, a young boy appeared, standing quietly as a mysterious woman approached him. She gently placed her hand on his cheek, calling him Nori Inori in a soft, emotional voice. The boy looked at her with confusion, his thoughts racing. He had no idea who she was or why she felt so familiar. Before he could react, the woman suddenly broke down in tears, her sobs echoing in the silence. And then, without warning, she plunged a knife into his chest. The boy's mind froze. Had she really stabbed him? He felt the sharp pain, the warmth of blood. Yet, even more puzzling to him was her sorrow. Why was she crying while hurting him? And how does she know his name? In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. Now that same boy was seen in a classroom, his head resting on his desk. His name was Inori Takafuji, a 17-year-old student. What had just happened was, in truth, a dream. Jolting awake, Inori sat up, his mind lingering on the vivid images. Was that just a dream? It was just another regular day at school. Crybaby teacher's otherworld war. Everything seemed normal. The classroom buzzed with usual chatter, students settling in. Nothing out of the ordinary, or so it seemed. Suddenly, a strange, powerful aura erupted from nowhere, flooding the room with radiant, pulsating light. The sheer force of it made every student freeze in shock. Before they could even process what was happening, the light engulfed everything. When it faded, the classroom had vanished. They now stood in a vast, glowing white space, blank and endless. Confusion and fear spread quickly. None of them understood where they were or what had just happened. A woman appeared, floating gracefully in the air, her presence divine. She urged the students to remain calm and reassured them. This place, she explained, was the world's rift, the crossing of souls. She revealed herself as a goddess. They had been summoned from their world, chosen to become heroes destined to defeat the demon lord threatening her realm. The students were stunned. Words like goddess, summoning, heroes, and teleportation bounced around as they tried to grasp the situation. The goddess went on to say they would now be transported to the kingdom of Hygen, a nation in Verze, a world of sword and sorcery. As she spoke, Inori quietly processed everything. This is just like the stories I've read, he thought. Magic, kingdoms, demon lords. It was all too familiar. The goddess explained their time together was short. Soon, they would no longer be in this place. But before they left, she bestowed each of them with a special power tailored to their path. These gifts were meant to help them survive and find their purpose. She urged them to resist the allure of power and walk the righteous path, blessed by light and fortune. Moments later, they found themselves standing inside a majestic palace, ornate and filled with nobility. A grand throne loomed ahead, occupied by a dignified king. The goddess proudly announced the arrival of the summoned heroes. The hall erupted in applause. The king stood and called for silence. He welcomed the students with grace and respect, introducing himself as Ryzen Hygen, sovereign of the kingdom of Hygen. With a solemn tone, he pleaded with them to defeat the demon lord, who threatened to destroy their world. In his honor, everyone in the hall bowed deeply to the students. Inori observed the ceremony, surprised at the grandeur and respect they were receiving. What a grand welcome, he thought. One student, overwhelmed, politely asked the king if they could return to their world, and if there was a way back. The goddess, now known as Saintess Isia, responded. She confirmed that when the full moon rose in a month, they would have the chance to return. Those who wished not to fight could stay in the palace safely until then. Relief spread across the group. They were grateful to know they had a choice. Inori quietly mused that it felt more like a tourist experience than a deadly mission. Some girls asked whether time would pass in their world while they were here. The saintess answered that no time would pass back home. Their disappearance would go unnoticed. It would be as if they had never left. The offer seemed too good to be true. Whispers of doubt spread. What's the catch? Some wondered. Yet, the saintess spoke again, her voice sincere. She begged them to reconsider leaving. Her world was in grave danger. They needed help. Desperately, she asked them to fight back against the dark forces. Inori, listening, thought this was the moment where a strong-willed hero would step forward and inspire the others to take the quest. But no one did. His class was full of ordinary students. There was no clear leader among them. One student hesitantly asked for time to think. The request was understandable. This was all too sudden. The king granted them 1 month to decide whether they would stay and become heroes or return home. For now, he encouraged them to enjoy the feast prepared in their honor. Excitement returned to the students. Did he just say feast? Someone whispered. Inori smiled to himself. The hospitality was far beyond what he expected. He was eager to taste the food of this fantasy world. He wondered what kind of magical ingredients and exotic flavors awaited them. Then, unexpectedly, glowing magic symbols formed beneath Inori's feet. He recognized the same aura that had transported them earlier. He assumed they were being moved to a new room, the ballroom maybe. He wished Earth had such convenient transportation. He even imagined these spells being used to gather food from around the world. His mind returned to the feast. I can't wait to eat. But before he could move, someone noticed him. Inori, why are you the only one? The student began. Inori looked down and realized the magic aura had surrounded only him. No one else was being teleported. Suddenly, everything vanished once more. He was back in the vast white space, the same as before. A sense of déjà vu hit him. And then, the goddess reappeared. She began speaking again. Just like the first time, Inori looked at her and spoke, recognizing her. The goddess paused, surprised. She recognized him too. She asked why he was back, reminding him that he had just left with his classmates not long ago. Inori replied simply, yes, he had. The goddess stood there in stunned silence, her expression frozen in disbelief. She muttered under her breath, clearly baffled by the strange phenomenon unfolding before her. None of this made any sense to her. Inori, still confused, asked if he was about to be summoned to yet another place. The goddess responded, albeit vaguely, that he probably would. With a weary sigh, she reminded him that, as per the cosmic rules, she had to give him another gift. She admitted she had no clue what was really going on and simply wished him good luck with a tone of helplessness. Inori couldn't help but think how irresponsible she was being in such a serious situation. Looking down, he noticed something odd. The magic circle beneath him was different from before. This one glowed yellow instead of purple, and the symbols etched within it followed an entirely different pattern. Something was definitely changing. Suddenly, his surroundings shifted. He regained consciousness only to find himself bound tightly inside what looked like a cold, clinical research facility. Around him stood two unfamiliar doctors, both wearing white coats and a motionless expression. Inori pushed his thoughts aside, deciding it wasn't the time to panic. Yet, the older doctor glanced at him and announced that the summoning was complete. The second doctor agreed and casually suggested naming the new arrival Subject 12. There was a disturbing excitement in their voices. The first doctor nodded, saying he had a good feeling about this one. Inori's heart sank. These people didn't see him as a person. They saw him as an object. His gut churned with dread. The two doctors exchanged twisted smiles, then declared the experiment would now begin. They would proceed slowly and carefully, savoring every step. It was at that moment Inori realized he might be dealing with a real-life version of Dr. Frankenstein and his eerie assistant, Igor. The whole scene felt like a nightmare wrapped in madness. As Frankenstein stepped forward, he raised a surgical knife, aiming it toward Inori's face. He mused aloud about the legendary demon eye, said to be granted to those summoned from other worlds, and their mission to prove it was no myth. Inori's mind clicked. So that was the mysterious gift he had received, the demon eye. Dr. Frankenstein then tried to put him to sleep using an advanced form of magical hypnosis, ensuring Inori wouldn't resist. But the spell failed. Inori remained fully awake. The doctor gasped in disbelief. How was the spell not working? Igor stammered, trembling slightly. He revealed something astonishing. Inori's right eye was the demon eye of vision, while his left eye was the demon eye of magic circles. Frankenstein was shocked. A subject possessing not one, but two powerful demon eyes was unheard of. They had struck gold. Without hesitation, Frankenstein decided they would continue the experiment without any sedation. Igor obediently agreed. Inori's panic escalated. Were they seriously going to cut him open while he was fully conscious? This wasn't science. It was pure, sadistic torture. He had to act fast. Maybe he could use his demon eyes to escape. He struggled against his restraints, and suddenly, a powerful aura surged beneath his feet. The familiar glow hinted at a spatial shift. Realization struck. He was being summoned again, returning to the place where he first met the goddess. He reappeared in that ethereal realm. The goddess looked at him, more amused than surprised, asking sarcastically if he liked her. Inori dismissed her teasing, explaining that he had no idea why this kept happening. The goddess admitted he was the first person ever to experience such repeated summonings. She promised to investigate and let him know if he ever came back again. Inori observed her demeanor. So this was how she really talked, casual, even playful. He also noticed that she nearly said when he returned, not if. That tiny slip gave him pause. Soon he found himself in another strange world. There he encountered a noblewoman and a tall, graceful woman who seemed to be an elf. They immediately misjudged him as some kind of summoned beast and tried to bind him to a pact of servitude. Before they could complete the ritual, Inori vanished again, reappearing before the goddess. Laughing, he greeted her once more. The goddess was both exasperated and fascinated, struggling to understand how this kept happening. She decided to cut to the chase. She explained that humans with unusually strong souls were the only ones capable of surviving dimensional summoning. Inori, it seemed, possessed one of the strongest souls she had ever seen. That made him extremely rare and valuable across worlds. Still baffled, Inori insisted that he was just a normal high school student, nothing special. The goddess clarified that a soul's strength wasn't determined by virtue or kindness, but by the strength of one's ego, one's unshakable sense of self. She told him that the endless summoning would only stop once his soul was properly anchored to a world, perhaps through a hero's pact. But that didn't happen. On his fourth summoning, he received yet another mysterious gift. He attempted to form a hero's pact in that world, hoping to bind his soul and finally stop the cycle. But just as he was about to complete the ritual, the summoning circle activated once again. The fifth time, he was called forth through black magic. This time, the gift he received was darker in nature, and then came the sixth summoning, where he became a demon. After seeing the path his journey had taken, the goddess looked at him with a mixture of awe and disbelief. He had become absurdly powerful. Inori agreed, though a little wearily. He confessed that he felt the next summoning would finally be the last. Hearing that, the goddess decided to combine all his abilities into one form before sending him off again. She instructed him to check his status in the next world using his right eye. It would show him everything he needed to know. Once again, Inori was summoned. This time, he found himself inside a majestic castle. 3 other high school students stood nearby: Ryuto Shinzaki, Tamaki Karasawa, and Aoi Isekai'd. They appeared to be around his age and were talking amongst themselves as if they had known each other for a long time. In another part of the castle, the king expressed confusion. Only 3 students were supposed to arrive, yet somehow 4 had shown up. Watching it all unfold, Inori realized they had all been summoned at the same time. Since the other 3 students called each other by name, it was obvious they were already acquainted. That meant only one thing: he was the outsider, the unwanted fourth wheel. The king leaned forward, his expression filled with disbelief. It seemed clear. 3 of the summoned were confirmed heroes, but the 4th, Inori, appeared to be nothing more than a regular person who had been accidentally caught up in the ritual. Inori confirmed the suspicion with quiet resignation. The king struggled to accept it. Something like this had never happened in their kingdom's history. Just then, a commanding voice cut through the air. The kingdom's princess approached, her posture proud and eyes gleaming with authority. She introduced herself as the first princess, the one who had summoned the heroes herself. With a smug smile, she reminded them to thank her for their newfound status. Inori looked at her and sighed internally. She was exactly what every cliché fantasy needed: the pompous princess archetype. With theatrical flair, she welcomed them to the kingdom of the rising sun. She explained the structure of the world around them: humans, demi-humans, and demons. The humans had been engaged in a long-standing conflict with the demon race. Recently, the demon lord had united the demons under a single banner, creating a nation of his own and launching invasions into human territories. In response, the human empire of Makard, an allied kingdom, requested urgent aid. The only way to summon heroes was through women of royal blood, and that made her the sole candidate to carry out the ritual. Her grand plan was to form an elite army composed entirely of summoned heroes, each trained in separate kingdoms, before reuniting to fight under one banner. She found it brilliant. Inori, however, couldn't shake the unease in his chest. How many heroes did she intend to summon? He feared they might just become disposable soldiers in her grand strategy. She proudly proclaimed that these 4 would represent the kingdom of the rising sun. She expected them to train harder than anyone else, become the strongest, and ultimately defeat the demon lord. Inori couldn't help but scoff internally. Even the name of the kingdom felt absurdly cheesy. Ryuto raised a serious question. Was there any way for them to return to their own world? The princess's answer was curt and final. No, there wasn't. The weight of those words hit them hard. The 3 heroes looked shaken, realizing the permanence of their situation. The princess, however, remained unfazed, suggesting they should be grateful. Not everyone got the chance to become a hero. Inori's heart sank. No way to return? He already missed the familiarity of the kingdom of Hygen. He swallowed his discomfort as the king stepped forward and instructed them to proceed to the next step. Each of them approached the ancient stele and placed their hand upon it. A brilliant light erupted with each blessing revealed. Ryuto Shinzaki received Limit Break, a power that hinted at untapped potential. Aoi Isekai'd's blessing was Barrier Conjuration, shimmering with protective magic. Tamaki Karasawa's was Mana Affinity, suggesting an innate connection to the magical forces of the world. Nori stepped forward, hesitant but curious. The stele lit up with a more subtle glow. His blessing. Detection. The king made a note of it silently, so the boy did have a blessing after all. Inori stood back, observing the others. Their powers screamed offense and defense, perfect for combat. His? It sounded like a utility skill, something you'd give a rogue or scout, not a warrior, not a hero. Days passed in a blur of training and tests. Physical and magical aptitude were measured with ruthless precision. Ryuto dominated the physical trials with sheer brute strength, smashing every obstacle in his path. Aoi and Tamaki dazzled in the magical tests, their control and potential unmatched. Inori discovered he did have some magical ability, but the moment he tried to use it, it fizzled out or spiraled uncontrollably. His control was poor. Worse, the examiner saw no potential for growth. Physically, he was average at best. Actually, he felt weaker than he had been on Earth. Breathing hard, body aching, he sat quietly, ashamed of being outclassed, especially by the girls. But eventually, he came to terms with it. After all, they were heroes. That night, he found himself invited to Ryuto's room, along with the others. The room was spacious, far larger than his own. The group began discussing their next step, but Inori sat alone in the corner, silent and distant. Aoi looked over and asked why he had even been invited. To her, Inori was just a regular guy. The words stung. Was that really how they saw him? Tamaki replied casually. They were heroes. He was not. He didn't belong in the conversation. Inori sat quietly, his embarrassment growing. She was speaking as if he weren't even in the room. Still, he saw through her cold exterior. She was the kind of person who cared, but masked it behind sharp words. Ryuto agreed. It was true. Inori lacked the skills and strength they possessed. He'd need protection just to survive, especially from someone like Aoi, the barrier mancer. Aoi nodded softly, her gentle tone a contrast to Tamaki's. Inori watched them. Unlike Tamaki, Aoi and Ryuto were calm and considerate. Aoi especially, her facial expressions were subtle and kind, and all of them strong, capable, good-looking. What a life, he thought with a mix of awe and envy. Tamaki posed a question. Should they stay here? Inori was quick to answer. Absolutely. The kingdom had treated them well so far, there was no reason to leave. Later, he quietly scribbled into his notebook. They're spying. Don't say anything that'll draw suspicion. He then added with a hint of pride that they could thank his blessing for that. The others looked at him, eyes wide in surprise. Inori smirked silently to himself. It looked like he had just scored his first win. Inori's mind was racing. His unique blessing, detection, was proving to be far more useful than he had ever anticipated. It allowed him to sense life around him, detecting even the faintest traces of movement and presence. Right now, he could feel it clearly. Someone was standing just outside their door, listening. He narrowed his eyes. That wasn't right. They had already dismissed all the maids who were assigned to this corridor, which meant whoever was outside wasn't supposed to be there. It could either be a maid who had returned without permission, or someone else, someone who meant to eavesdrop. Without wasting time, Inori quickly scribbled a message into his notebook, unsure if anyone would read or understand. But there was no time to hesitate. He requested Kurt, through the note, to create a soundproof barrier around them. Aoi responded without hesitation. She stepped forward, focusing her energy, and summoned a magical soundproof field around the room. A soft glow shimmered for a moment, and the outside world was instantly muted. She informed the group that it was working, but urged them to be quick. Her magic was still unstable. She was new to this kind of spell and couldn't maintain it for long. Ryuto was visibly impressed. His eyes lit up with admiration as he praised her, calling her incredible and the best among them. Aoi blushed slightly, smiling at the compliment, grateful for the recognition. Watching the exchange, Inori could only sigh inwardly. Really, Ryuto was flirting at a time like this? Tamaki crossed her arms and voiced the question that had been lingering in the air. Why was someone spying on them? What did the kingdom have to gain from monitoring a bunch of summoned heroes? Ryuto's expression turned serious. He reminded them that the blessings given to heroes, like theirs, could be incredibly powerful. If such abilities fell into the wrong hands, they could endanger the kingdom, even the world. So it wasn't surprising that someone was keeping a close eye on them. Tamaki's frustration boiled over. She shouted that the kingdom didn't even ask for their consent before summoning them. They were just dragged here, with no explanation, no choice. Inori, still calm but thoughtful, added that the kingdom seemed desperate. He admitted he couldn't say anything with certainty. He barely understood this world. But signs of decline were everywhere. The king made far too many public appearances. It shouldn't have been this easy to meet a monarch. Even the guards and servants in the palace were too few. It all pointed to a fragile kingdom struggling to maintain its image. Tamaki nodded slowly. She had noticed it too, but the food they were served had seemed rich, expensive, and flavorful. Maybe things weren't as bad as they seemed. She remembered the taste clearly. It wasn't extravagant, but it had been seasoned generously with garlic and spices. Inori almost gagged at the memory. Delicious? That food had been horrible to him. Ryuto brought up another point. The room they were staying in, it didn't resemble a hero's chamber at all. It looked more like a servant's quarters. Plain, simple, and unimpressive. Inori admitted inwardly that it was still bigger than his room back in Japan. That said a lot. Maybe the kingdom was observing how they reacted to their accommodations, to see how well they adapted. If anything, the poor standards of the kingdom of Hygen, where he had been summoned previously, gave him a better sense of comparison. Speaking aloud now, Inori said that, depending on how things unfolded, they might be forced to leave this kingdom. If it came to that, he could use his detection ability to avoid guards and sneak out. But escape was only half the problem. They would still need to find a way to return to their own world. He recalled the first princess's words. There was no way home. But there was a chance she was lying, concealing the truth, or hiding the method. Whatever the case, leaving wouldn't be easy. Ryuto agreed. They were still too weak, still in the dark. For now, they had no choice but to observe and wait patiently for an opportunity. At that moment, Tamaki stepped closer to Inori, her gaze narrowing. She pointed out that his left eye looked strange. Yellow. Why was it that color? The question struck Inori like a lightning bolt. Panic surged through him. How could he forget about that? His odd eye, the one yellow eye. It was far from normal. In Japan, it would be considered strange, suspicious even, a clear giveaway that something was off about him. Ryuto quickly intervened to defend him. He told Tamaki that everyone had secrets, parts of themselves they didn't want to share. Even if she found it odd, she should leave Inori alone. Let him be. She was still adjusting to everything too. Inori could tell what Ryuto was thinking. He probably assumed Inori was just another edgy teenager, someone pretending to be special, wearing a colored contact lens in one eye. A chunibyu, someone caught up in fantasy. Inori decided to go along with it. In his mind, he declared playfully, "Behold, the power of my mystic eye." Later that evening, Inori sat quietly in his room, thinking things over. He remembered something important. What exactly did this so-called evil eye even do? He needed to know. He focused inward, calling forth his status screen mentally. His stats appeared clearly in front of him. His HP is 815 MP, is 8,367 STR, 956. He frowned. These numbers were incredibly high, so why had he performed so poorly during the physical exams earlier? He moved to the Skills tab and began scanning. There they were. Mystic Eye of Poetry, True Mystic Eye, Skill Steal, Large, Dark Magic, Detection. He stared at the list in surprise. These were powerful skills that made sense. He had been summoned multiple times. This was his third summoning. He remembered his second summoning. That time, he had been brought into the world not as a human, but as a human-type monster. His full name then had been Takafuji Indri. He belonged to the demon race. More specifically, a vampire of the Baron rank. He was a demon. A vampire. The truth hit him hard. Vampires had a natural hatred for sunlight. During the daytime, all their stats dropped to just a tenth of their full potential. Their ability to use skills became restricted. That explained everything. That's why he had collapsed during the physical exam. It was held during the day. And the food? He gagged again. The garlic had made it taste disgusting. That wasn't just personal preference. It was a biological reaction. Thinking back even more, he recalled something else. When he looked at Tamaki and Ryuto earlier that day, he had felt an unnatural pull. His eyes were drawn to the blood flowing under their skin, especially around the neck. A vampire's instinct. He had been so focused on using detection to scan for threats outside that he hadn't realized what was going on inside himself. This odd yellow eye, this vampire identity. He was missing important pieces of who he was. He needed to know more. No more assumptions, no more missing clues. He decided he would carefully go through each and every skill he had and uncover the truth about himself. Inori opened his status screen and began examining his intelligence-based skills. As he reviewed them, thoughts swirled in his mind. He had gained several abilities from being summoned repeatedly, and now he understood their scope better. One of the abilities allowed him to sense all living beings within his range, detection. It was as though he could feel the very presence and movement of others around him, even through obstacles. Another skill allowed him to extract magical energy from surrounding materials and convert it into usable forms, specifically into weapons. This was weapon creation. To test this newfound ability, Inori reached for a candle lying nearby. Concentrating for a moment, he activated the skill, and the candle shimmered before solidifying into a sleek, sharpened knife in his hand. The transformation was instant, clean, efficient, and powerful. He observed it with intrigue, impressed by the utility and potential. Next, his gaze shifted to the red eye embedded in his vision. He triggered its analysis mode. The screen projected an elaborate list of its features. Poet's mystic eyes, absolute motion detection, absolute measurement, long-distance vision, microscopic vision, night vision, analysis, clairvoyance, illusion discernment, eye-ray vision, photographic memory, perception of external gazes. These eyes were finally attuned to see beyond normal perception. He could track movement, see through lies, and even perceive magical auras from miles away. It wasn't just vision, it was insight. Shifting his focus to his yellow eye, he saw a new list of abilities under Det's mystic eyes. It claimed to offer near-total perception, capable of seeing nearly anything that eluded his red eye. The left eye, titled the True Mystic Eye, held an even deeper power. It could see arcane patterns, magical circles, and those circles could be copied directly into his pupils and activated at will. The implications of such a feature were immense. Inori blinked slowly, overwhelmed but intrigued. He decided he would take his time understanding the magical structure of this world later. For now, his focus would be on survival and adaptation. His eyes scanned the rest of his skills displayed on the interface. Eye of the Poet, Eye of Truth, Weapon Transmutation, Sun God's Disdain, Skill Theft, Baron Class Authority, and again, Detection. Smirking slightly, Inori acknowledged to himself that many of these skills were still a mystery. He couldn't fully grasp their effects or conditions. But one area was clearer now: vampirism. He understood that if he drained more blood than what a human could survive, the victim would turn into a ghoul. If that victim was a virgin and consumed his blood after being bitten, they would be reborn as a vampire under his control. If he chose to do nothing, they remained as ghouls. But if he killed the target and dyed their body with his blood, they'd become his servant, obedient, and bound to him. If he drained their blood completely, he could absorb their memories, gaining knowledge, experiences, and even skills. A chilling realization settled in. He wasn't just powerful, he was a monster. By completely draining a being of their life essence, he could inherit their abilities and even use them as his own. His strength grew exponentially at night. That was when his full potential would bloom. With all this in mind, he acknowledged one truth: he would be incredibly strong. But before reaching that point, he needed to acclimate to this world, and more importantly, to this new body of his. The scene shifted to the next morning. A training ground within the Rising Sun Kingdom came into view. The 4 summoned heroes stood in a line, ready to begin their training. Standing before them was a composed and intimidating woman in armor, Isekai'd. She introduced herself as the Knight Commander of the Rising Sun Kingdom and informed them that she would personally be teaching them martial arts. Her presence radiated authority and confidence. Inori looked at her thoughtfully. A female Knight Commander of an entire kingdom. Such a role was rare in his old world, but not impossible in fantasy. He mused whether her position was born from merit, political image-making, or financial troubles within the kingdom. Isekai'd turned to Tamaki and Oi. She acknowledged that both had strong magical potential, but emphasized that even magic users needed basic martial arts knowledge. Normally, they would start with strength training, but she determined it wasn't necessary in their case. Their stats had already exceeded human norms. Inori silently agreed. Of course, strength training was pointless for them. They were already exceptional. She then introduced the heroes formally. Ryuto Shinzaki, 17, human hero from another world, now allied with the Rising Sun Kingdom. His stats: HP 1023, Blessing, Limit, Title, None. Tamaki Karasawa, 17, human scholar. Stats: HP 895. Blessing, Mana Affinity, Title, None. Aoi Isogai, 16, also a human scholar. Stats: HP 562. Blessing, Boundary Arts. Title, None. Each of them had clearly surpassed the natural human limit. Isekai'd then pointed out that unlike the others, Inori was different. He had to build his physical strength from scratch, to at least the level of a regular foot soldier. The next sequence showed Inori pushing himself through physical training. Sweat poured down his face as he did push-ups. Exhaustion weighed on his limbs, but the training continued. He had no choice. Isekai'd promised to train him personally and urged him to take it seriously. The fatigue built up in his mind. His thoughts became foggy. Escape wasn't an option. Just then, 2 more figures arrived. The first was the familiar pigtail princess from the other day, haughty and full of self-importance. Beside her stood another elegant young woman, whose beauty was striking. Inori immediately recognized the first princess with annoyance. He noticed the new girl was accompanied by a maid, and concluded she must also be a princess. She was stunning, but her face lacked emotion. Her expression was stiff, like a perfectly carved doll with a practiced, fake smile. Something about her seemed fragile, calculated. Isekai'd respectfully greeted both princesses and asked what had brought them to the training field. The answer became clear. Both were royalty. The second princess stated she had come to observe the heroes' training. The first princess, in her usual tone, declared that her presence was a gift. Her condescending gratitude echoed once again. Inori groaned internally. There she went again with her self-important speeches. The second princess approached Inori calmly and introduced herself. Her manners were polished and her gaze was steady. She expressed that it was a pleasure to meet him. She would be interacting with him more directly moving forward. Later that day, Inori found himself inside the royal castle of the Rising Sun Kingdom. In a chamber lit by afternoon sunlight, he sat across from the second princess. She explained that this room would be where his lessons took place. Inori couldn't help but feel awkward. He was the only one having a separate class. The 3 other heroes were learning together in a different room under the first princess's guidance. The reason, however, wasn't hidden. The first princess had refused to teach someone who wasn't an official hero. She had called the idea absurd. Inori quietly accepted it for now, but deep down, a promise stirred in his heart. He would have his revenge one day. The second princess stood with regal grace, her presence commanding attention as she lifted her hand gently and declared the beginning of the lesson. Her voice carried a calm authority as she said they would now commence. But just as the first words of instruction were about to be spoken, Inori, still filled with curiosity and uncertainty about the royal world he had entered, hesitantly raised his hand and requested to ask a question before they began. She looked at him with composed patience, acknowledging his interruption without any sign of annoyance, and simply asked what it was that he wanted to know. Inori, choosing his words carefully, asked whether being the second princess meant she was the younger sister of the first princess. The second princess gave a small smile and explained that, despite her title, she was actually the elder sister. However, due to certain complicated and sensitive circumstances within the royal household, the title of heir had not been granted to her. Instead, the throne had been passed to her younger sister, the first princess. The matter, as she implied, was not one that could be easily summarized. Inori processed this revelation quietly. The situation was clearly complicated, just like most royal successions throughout history. Intrigues, politics, family dynamics, it was always difficult to unravel. He decided not to press the issue further and mentally set it aside. With that brief exchange concluded, the second princess resumed the lesson. Inori listened carefully as she began explaining the historical foundation of the kingdom. According to her, the Rising Sun Kingdom had been founded long ago by one of the legendary heroes who had helped bring down the previous Demon King. What made this unique was that this hero had not been a sword-wielding knight or a kingly ruler. It had been a woman, a magician, a witch. This historical origin had shaped the kingdom's entire culture and societal structure. Witch worship and respect for magical women had become deeply ingrained in their traditions. As a result, women played central roles in government, military, and magical education. In this kingdom, the throne was passed through the women of the royal family, not the men. The king, unlike in most other kingdoms, did not inherit power. Instead, he would marry into the royal family and serve as a regent, managing the state's affairs without absolute authority. Moreover, the queen held ultimate control. She even had the power to strip the king of his authority through divorce, should she deem it necessary. It was a matriarchal structure unlike anything Inori had encountered before. From the second princess, Inori gained insight into this nation's deep and unique history. He also learned the basic principles of the kingdom's magical practices, how they were intertwined with culture and power. But as the lesson continued, exhaustion crept in. Despite his efforts to stay alert, Inori found himself dozing off in the middle of class. The world around him blurred, and he slipped into an unplanned sleep. Later that night, under the soft glow of his chamber's lantern, Inori sat upright in bed. He reflected on the day's events and prepared himself mentally for what was to come. Tomorrow's topic would be magical ideologies, and the following day would bring practical magic training. He had borrowed an introductory magic book from the second princess, a gesture he now felt guilty about, considering he had fallen asleep during her lesson. Still, she had not shown any irritation. Instead, she had simply smiled at him, her expression as serene and doll-like as ever, betraying no frustration. Now was the time to attempt an experiment, one he had postponed the day before. Activating his true mystic eye, he focused on its unique ability, the power to store any magic circle he saw and activate it later at will. But no matter how hard he concentrated, nothing happened. He didn't even feel the faintest impression of a magic circle being stored. He tried again with other magic circles, testing the limits of his ability. Still, there was no response. It was exactly as he feared, a total failure. No magic was stored, no activation occurred. Then it struck him. He remembered something important. He possessed another eye, and in that other world where he obtained both eyes, the situation had been dangerous. If he were to lose control or fall into madness, it would be a serious problem. To prevent such an outcome, he resolved to hypnotize himself. He recalled an advanced hypnotic magic technique taught by an eccentric doctor from that world. Normally, it would have been impossible to memorize such a complex technique instantly. But thanks to the photographic memory granted by his mystic eye of poetry, he remembered every detail of it. The hypnosis magic circle was from the same world as the magical eye. He carefully drew the intricate circle and felt a strange sensation, one he had never experienced before. Something was shifting inside him. Had he succeeded? He needed to verify if the spell had truly activated. He rang the bell in his room, calling for Ms. Nala. She arrived promptly and asked whether he had summoned her. Without hesitation, Inori used the hypnotic spell on her, activating it through the power of his eye. To test whether it had worked, he asked a completely random question, one that would surely confirm whether she was under his control. He asked what color underwear she was wearing that day. Without blinking or hesitation, the hypnotized Ms. Nala responded, it was black. Inori nodded silently to himself. Her answer was correct. His HK ray vision confirmed it. But another realization surfaced. Could it be that the true mystic eye could only store magic circles originating from the world where he had obtained the magical eye? This discovery raised even more questions, and the mystery of his eyes grew deeper still. Inori stood deep in thought, trying to understand the true limitations of Jin's mystic eyes. Was it really possible that they could only store magic circles from the world they originally belonged to? If so, then the only magic he could store would be the advanced hypnosis spell. But that answer felt incomplete. Something was missing. There had been too many summoning incidents, too many unexplained phenomena. It couldn't just end there. Once again, the realization struck him. Those who possessed Jin's mystic eyes had been granted a special gift, one bound to a specific type of magic. Inori's thoughts went back to the moment of his own summoning. He had seen the magic circle with his own eyes. The intricate symbols and the glowing light had burned themselves into his memory. If it was the same one, he could recall every detail. With firm resolve, he focused his energy and stored the summoning magic circle within the mystic eyes. Determined, Inori stepped outside. He recreated the magic circle exactly as he had remembered. Power surged through his body. It was overwhelming. A rush of new abilities flooded into him, and in that moment, he realized he had done it. He had successfully teleported to the forest near the capital city. This was no ordinary movement. It was the result of a powerful combination technique, Commention Sol. It merged the long-distance vision granted by the port's mystic eyes with the perspective-shifting ability of the god's mystic eyes. The moment he unlocked this fusion, he gained a new freedom. He could now leave and return at will. With the darkness of night as his cover, Inori decided to experiment with his skills. The Veil of Night allowed him to unleash his full power without restraint. Harnessing the energy of black magic Jin, he discovered a fascinating ability. If the target was a non-living object, it could be completely dominated using the power of darkness. Once dominated, these objects could be freely manipulated and even stored in his shadow, making them vanish from the physical world. However, there was a limitation. While he couldn't use dominated objects to control other non-dominated ones directly, there was a loophole. By stopping the domination at the right moment, he could affect his surroundings in indirect but clever ways. He couldn't decide whether this made his power more convenient or more complicated. What surprised him even more was how versatile his black magic truly was. He could now move into hidden inner spaces, inside hollow trees, beneath the earth, through tight crevices. His powers allowed him to exist in places others couldn't reach. With this, he began crafting weapons using any material he could dominate, shaped by his will and objective. During the daylight, he took a different approach. Using his poet's mystic eyes, Inori began carefully observing the training sessions of the Knight Commander. The commander's movements as he guided the heroes were sharp, disciplined, and powerful. Inori memorized every stance, every step, every swing. He trained tirelessly, repeating those movements over and over. His body began to respond instinctively, mirroring the commander's technique. Inori felt the progress in his muscles and mind. He promised himself that from now on, whenever he had spare time, he would devote it to practicing these combat skills. Then, a sudden notification appeared in his status window. He had acquired the skill, Swordsmanship Level 1. Inori paused. A sense of accomplishment filled him. So this was how skill acquisition worked. It wasn't instant. It required focus, repetition, and patience. But it was possible. He smiled. His next goal became clear, to unlock the skill that would allow him to level up. Just then, an unfamiliar sound echoed through the forest. Curious and alert, Inori followed it. As he approached the source, he encountered a strange creature. It stood before him, unidentifiable at first. Was it a bird or a monster? His system quickly responded, displaying detailed information. Bird-type monster, KECHO, HP, 765. Blessing, none. Title, none. Inori's eyes widened. This creature was absurdly powerful. A monster like this wasn't ordinary. It was a specialty of the Rising Sun Kingdom. He had even heard rumors that the luxurious bed in his room had been made from this monster's feathers. Could the people of this kingdom really hunt such deadly beasts? He continued through the forest, scanning for more monsters. Surprisingly, even the ones that looked weaker had average stats between 500 and 600, not counting intelligence. Some even exceeded his own current stats. It quickly became clear. Either the monsters in this forest were unusually high level, or he himself was still far too weak. And with that realization, Inori tightened his fists, more determined than ever to grow stronger. The scene shifted quiet, moonlit night at the royal castle. Its vast corridors lie in silence, save for the distant rustling of leaves in the cold breeze. Suddenly, the stillness is broken as the second princess steps into the castle's training grounds, where the kingdom's knight, Aegiana, stands on alert. The unexpected visit catches Aegiana by surprise. She bows respectfully, addressing the princess by her royal title, but can't help expressing concern at her late-night appearance. The castle, though a place of safety, is still bound by protocols, and the princess wandering alone without her guards is far from ordinary. The second princess, calm and composed, formally addresses Ijeana and requests a private moment to speak. Her expression is unreadable, but her voice carries a weight of curiosity. She brings up a subject of recent interest. She's heard that Inori and his group refrain from using any magic tools during training. Ijeana, standing tall in her armor, nods and explains, yes, it's true. The three heroes are currently being trained using basic, non-magical weapons. Inori, in particular, is focusing entirely on physical strength training. Ijeana believes that before any warrior can rely on magic, they must first master the fundamentals of martial arts. Relying on external power too early can lead to dependency and weakness. Right now, the most important thing is to build a strong foundation, both physical and mental. The second princess listens silently, her eyes narrowing slightly. After a brief pause, she questions the reasoning. If they're going to use magic tools eventually, wouldn't it be more efficient to introduce and explain them now, rather than later? Ijeana answers carefully but firmly. She acknowledges that magic tools do indeed grant power. However, strength earned without effort is dangerous. If one becomes dependent on artificial power from the beginning, they may never learn the value of their own potential. That's why, she insists, now is the time to train the mind and body, to prepare them for whatever trials await. The second princess lowers her gaze. Her silence speaks louder than words. Then she softly apologizes, acknowledging that she might have overstepped by questioning someone hailed as the strongest warrior in all of humanity. Still, Ijeana sees through the formality. Behind the princess's carefully crafted smile, there is a faint flicker of disappointment, one that wasn't there before. Ijeana points it out quietly, remarking that the princess no longer smiles like she once did, as if the warmth has faded from her expression. Turning her back slightly, the second princess responds in a low voice. She claims she is still smiling, even now, but something about her tone feels distant. Ijeana decides to press further, asking what the second princess truly thinks about the first princess. Without hesitation, the second princess describes her elder sister in glowing terms. Talented, reputable, full of ideals and conviction. She insists that the first princess is someone who naturally belongs on the throne. But Ijeana isn't satisfied. She carefully questions whether those words are truly heartfelt, or simply the response expected of royalty. The second princess stiffens. Her voice grows colder. She reminds Ijeana of the dangers of careless speech. In the palace, walls have ears. Speaking poorly of the first princess could be considered blasphemy, and such things don't go unpunished. Her warning is clear. Some truths are better left unspoken. Ijeana bows slightly, acknowledging the caution. But within, she thinks to herself, Princess Alia is worrying far too much. Her fears are unnecessary. Ijeana silently wishes the princess would be more open, more willing to trust. The scene transitions smoothly to Inori. Time has passed 2 full weeks since he first arrived in this strange, unfamiliar world. His days have been filled with intense martial arts training, and progress is visible. The three heroes are adapting steadily. Ryuto is still learning swordsmanship, testing whether the blade feels natural in his grip. He practices day and night, slowly understanding the art of close combat. Tamaki, on the other hand, has taken up staff training. Though the staff is traditionally a tool used for magic, she is wielding it more like a club, relying on brute strength rather than magical finesse. Nori can't help but wonder if she's simply muscle-brained, relying more on force than strategy. Aoi, the quiet one, is learning the way of the bow. Her archery skills are improving rapidly. Typically, an archer is vulnerable while shooting, needing someone to cover their defense. But Aoi is different. She uses barrier magic, protecting herself with shields while launching arrows from afar. Her abilities eliminate the usual weaknesses of a long-range fighter. Inori mentally evaluates the party dynamics. Ryuto, the close-range fighter. Tamaki, who can handle both long-range magic and physical combat. And Aoi, swift, defensive, and deadly from a distance. Together, they form a well-balanced unit, complementing each other's strengths. As for Inori himself, his path is different. 3 days ago, his formal martial arts training began in earnest. Instead of swords, his focus lies in daggers and throwing techniques. His lessons include stealth, trap detection, and disarming skills, everything a scout would need. It becomes increasingly clear that his role is being shaped from the beginning, a shadow who operates behind enemy lines. This suits him. His detection skill, vital for scouting missions, needs to be sharpened, but unlike others, his progress depends on personal effort. His unique abilities require careful growth and strategic use. Among these skills is remote control by domination, a power he's begun experimenting with. Waiting patiently for the right moment, he finally unleashes it. A dark aura bursts from within him, raw and uncontrolled. He winces, thinking about how difficult it is to use or gain ordinary skills in the daylight. The sun god's hatred still clings to him like a curse. It's a dreadful, overwhelming force. He wonders if leveling up might eventually lift it. For now, he has no choice but to endure. He decides to focus on building his skills. Shadow movement becomes his priority. With swift, silent steps, he races through the forest toward a monster called Kecho. His figure vanishes into the darkness, no longer just a trainee, but a shadow beginning to move with deadly intent. Inori looked at the moon, wondering if getting stronger would change that. Perhaps one day, perhaps never. Either way, he had to focus on what he could manage, now. With that idea, Inori began his shadow movement practice. The ability allowed him to pass through darkness unseen, and the more he practiced it, the more skilled he became. While training, Inori spotted that identical bird monster from earlier. This instance, Inori had a strategy. Using his shadow movement, he moved nearer, ready to attack. Injury had previously improved his skills in shadow movement, mixing several abilities into one deadly assault. This instance, Inori wove weapon creation and dark magic together, forming shadow ropes made strong with pure energy. The moment they attacked, the bird monster never had a possibility. The ropes coiled around its form, securing it there like a hunter, playing with its captured animal. With a flick of Inori's fingers, he made the trap tighter, changing his creation into something more evil. Black death silk. The bird made a sharp, high scream, struggling in great pain as Inori advanced, his eyes fixed on its decreasing power. Power grew in Inori's gaze as he used hypnosis, pushing his strong will into the creature's own mind. The light in its eyes then flickered, just like that. The monster yielded, falling under Inori's control without any struggle. Inori knew dark magic could not ever control the living, but the dead, they were truly his to command. Inori ended the job, one swift move, then lifted the lifeless body high in the air. The shadow under Inori stirred, opening wide like a beast's mouth, swallowing the corpse entirely. A perfect storage place, hidden well in the darkness where nobody could possibly see. But that was not enough. Inori wanted more, moving within the shadows. He tracked another monster, an ugly thing, not even good for eating, but quite perfect for his current purpose. By the time morning finally rolled in, Inori had defeated enough creatures to fuel his ongoing growth. He teleported back to his room, falling onto his bed, just in time for his usual routine. Nala, ever persistent, woke Inori right up without fail, dragging him back towards reality. For the last 2 weeks, Inori had been using hypnosis to get secrets about the Sun Kingdom, and what he found was nothing less than pure madness. The royal bloodline had always been passed down using daughters, but one after the other, the young heirs started dying off young. A strange illness wiped them all out, leaving the royal throne empty. Fearing extinction, the royal family took drastic action, getting a duchess as the king's concubine. The duchess gave birth to a daughter, Aliyah, a young child named to inherit the actual throne. But fate itself had very different plans. 7 years on, the queen gave birth to another girl, Amanda. Then everything changed. Born possessing the queen's magic, Amanda became the beloved girl, Aliyah. Once the future queen was cast aside, just like an old, unwanted toy, education, training, royal tasks stripped away, replaced by cold, hard indifference. The girl who was to be queen became nothing more than a shadow, ignored and forgotten. A doll princess, abandoned inside a castle that had once promised her the entire world. Inori half asleep, and yet another truly dull lesson. He caught himself just staring at Leo with a very strange sense of deep pity. She walked over and tapped the desk before him, snapping him now to attention. If Inori was not willing to properly learn, then these lessons were quite pointless. He only barely stifled a yawn, rolling his eyes at her scolding. But then her tone shifted, different from the usual polite, empty words she always used. Aliyah called Inori out if he was truly learning detection and concealment and also martial arts. Then he really needed to take it all seriously. Magic was not his main strength, but he had something else indeed. A special skill others did not. If he focused hard, if he worked for it, he could surpass all expectations. He scoffed at the idea, thinking how pathetic he must look in this strange world, where even the weakest maid cast simple basic spells. What was he to do? Keep struggling while others flew past him with great ease. But then Aliyah did something quite unexpected. She actually, truly got mad. Not a quiet, hidden frustration. Not her usual fake smile. Real burning anger. Leah snapped at him, saying if even the Knight Commander was willing to waste time training him, then he had no excuse to keep slacking off. If he wanted to stop being a weakling, he had to act like it. Then, not waiting for a reply, she turned on her heel and ordered him to follow. He didn't have time to process what was happening. She led him through a hidden passage deep inside the castle, stopping right before a truly massive white door. A magic spark flickered from her fingers, and the door groaned open. "No, more lessons, no," she said. "From now on, this is our training ground." She stepped inside, then turned to him, an expression he had never seen. Cold, determined, dead serious. She asked how it felt, weakest among heroes, how it felt looked down on, how it felt to be nothing. In awe, he stood there completely dumbfounded. This was not the same princess who smiled through it all, who played the forgotten heir role with grace. This was someone different, someone furious, someone deciding if the world had no place for her, she'd carve one herself. And now she was dragging him into that fight with her. Leah, the second princess, was pushed out of line for the throne, turned into a living doll after her past failures. People started calling her a doll as she stopped showing any emotions but that fake smile. But standing in front of Inori, she was furious. The anger she had for how Inori was treated was impossible to miss. She turned, then walked into the room, where a purple magic circle glowed on the ceiling there. Inori followed her inside, and once they were within, she faced him, warned him if he didn't start working harder, he'd be kicked from the castle very soon. Aaliyah repeated the queen's words, saying the kingdom had no obligation to keep one who didn't even try. Inori thought that idea ridiculous, but tried reasoning his detection blessing was quite useful in certain situations. Aaliyah agreed the blessing was useful, but she made clear it didn't matter if he wasn't doing anything to improve his skills. She asked him why, if he had such a gift, he wasn't trying harder. He thought of all times he'd nodded off in her lessons, but it was not because he was lazy. He'd been hunting through the night, he shrugged it off, said he was already doing his absolute best. Deep down, though, he accepted he was always going to be inferior to the three heroes and the first princess. He tried to walk away, but Aaliyah stopped him. She told him the room was locked with a magic barrier. He couldn't leave. No one would come help, no matter how loud he yelled. Inori acted like he didn't care, just asking how he could get out then. Aaliyah snapped. She was done with his indifference, kicked him towards the main door then, telling him if he got kicked out with his current skills, he would be dead in the forest. She added that, embarrassing as it was, he needed to survive in the castle first. At that very moment, Inori then realized Aaliyah was not the doll princess anymore. She stood there, a proud and noble woman, angry but still firm. She told him he could get stronger if he stopped being so blind to what was going on around him, and he was taken aback by her intensity. For a brief moment, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. He admitted to himself he had underestimated her. He hadn't expected her to be so strong. He told her to relax. His drive to get stronger was much greater than the others, that he was just like her. Aaliyah froze, shocked by his words. She hadn't expected him to be this strong either. Her eyes widened. She finally saw him in a new light. Dark magic swirled around him, and his eyes started to glow. Aaliyah recognized his power then, but it still felt like he was on the edge of being thrown out. In all, he promised he would find a way to stay in the castle no matter what. From that point on, Inori started taking all things more seriously. He worked hard, gathering information about the kingdom, showed his detection blessing was more useful than people realized. After his training with Aegina, he planned to ask her to speak to the queen on his behalf, to help him stay in the castle. When he made his request, though, Aegina told him it might be hard to get her approval. In order, he felt embarrassed, admitting he might not have shown enough enthusiasm, but he promised he would work harder to improve. To his surprise, Aegina disagreed with him. She wasn't underestimating him. She saw his skills as invaluable. She told him if he joined the Knights, he could be a huge asset in dungeons, or when fighting the powerful Demon King. She motivated him, saying if he kept working hard, he might be able to avoid being kicked from the kingdom after all. After being offered a spot in the Knights, then he started weighing his many options. He wasn't sure what trouble he would be getting into if he accepted the offer, and what it'd mean for his future. He needed some time to think it over, so he politely asked for a break to consider it. Aegina, taken aback by his response, was quiet for a moment, but then told him he could come back to her when he had nowhere else to go. Inori raised an eyebrow, asking if she meant after he got kicked from the kingdom. She nodded, then turned to stare out of the large window. Her gaze lingered on the kingdom's flag as she took a deep breath. Some few days later, Inori learned that heroes from a neighboring country were coming for a visit. Aaliyah would be attending the meeting, but Inori was excluded from the coming party. He couldn't help but complain then, while Aaliyah sipped her own tea. She didn't hold back, telling him it was his fault for sleeping through lessons, which was why he wasn't invited. Inori grumbled to himself, suspecting he was being deliberately left out of the whole party. The heroes from the neighboring land were welcomed with very grand festivities, while Inori was left alone within his room. He couldn't help but mutter to himself that despite the kingdom's financial struggles, they were spending a fortune on this event. He wondered if anyone would notice him if he showed up at the party in awe. He began thinking what could go wrong if he did decide to show up. He imagined having to explain to foreign dignitaries how he got dragged into the summoning, how he was an ordinary hero, different from the others. His mind raced, worried an investigation team might arrive with foreign guests and decide to study him. That would lead to endless trouble, and he would get caught up in all of it. He let out a heavy sigh, collapsing back on the bed, but then quickly sat up again. Watching people enjoy the party from sidelines didn't appeal, but he realized it was his only option if he wanted to gather more information on the heroes. With a decision made, he activated his poet's mystic eye, its red glow lighting up as it extended beyond usual limits of sight. His vision zoomed in on the hall, where he saw both princesses were hosting the event. He wasn't impressed by the extravagant display, rolled his eyes at the sight of Aaliyah, who was dressed like a doll again, her smile so fake as always. His gaze wandered to the food tables. He couldn't help but get lost in the sheer number of delicacies laid out there. He remembered hearing from Nala that the queen loved to show off her wealth to foreign countries. This lavish banquet was a perfect example of that obsession. The country's financial crisis was not just because of bad internal management. It was a direct result of the queen's obsession with flaunting their wealth, disregarding the king's own warnings. In all, his eyes scanned the room, and as they passed over the other guests, they then landed on the heroes. He noticed 3 heroes standing off to the side there, chatting among themselves. One was a cheerful girl with pigtails. She reminded him of Tamaki, while another, a gloomy boy, seemed like one Inori could easily befriend indeed. He smirked to himself, confident the gloomy kid would be his ally, but then his eyes fell on the last hero. A blonde guy caught his attention for a different reason, and Inori immediately thought this guy was Japanese, like him. Using his poet's mystic eye, he focused on him, wanting to check his stats. The hero's name was Date Masayoshi, an old-fashioned name that seemed to fit perfectly for a hero. Inori observed him closely, noticing that he was shouting loudly at Ryuto. Curious, Inori zoomed in further with his mystic eye and then read the hero's lips. To his surprise, Date was demanding that Ryuto bring Inori right in front of him. Date Masayoshi was challenging Inori. After the party, Aaliyah took Date to meet Inori. She led him into a room, introduced them, the other heroes, and Ryuto's group, and the visiting heroes were curious to see if Inori had any real connection to Date. Inori, standing there, with a bored look, didn't seem fazed by Date's aggressive challenge to a new duel. Everyone in the room, including Aaliyah the princess, Ryuto's group, was stunned by Date's sudden, odd declaration. The rest of Date's group only looked at him with pity, clearly used to his dramatic outbursts. After a moment of thinking, Inori asked Date why he wanted to fight him. It was confusing. Inori genuinely wanted to know how Date knew of him, and why he was so eager for a duel. Date, with too much energy, explained he wanted to prove to the goddess that Inori wasn't worthy at all. Inori frowned, trying to figure which goddess he was talking about. This made Date angrier. He yelled at Inori, demanding he stop pretending to be clueless. Date then mentioned that white space where souls temporarily stay before being guided to the next world by the goddess, who also gives them a gift. He asked if Inori had been there and met the goddess. Inori remembered her, asked what meeting the goddess had to do with their duel. Date, looking away, shyly admitted he had proposed to the goddess while in the white space. It turned out this guy, who looked like a troublemaker, was hopelessly in love with the goddess. Inori was still confused when Date shouted again. Date explained that after his proposal, the goddess set a condition. If he could defeat Inori, she would consider his proposal. And Inori finally got it. Realizing the goddess had tossed this troublesome challenge his way, now, he made a mental note to deal with the goddess the next time he saw her around. Was Ryuto confused? He asked Tamaki if she knew about the white space, but she had no clue. Just like Date's teammates, who were just as confused about which goddess he meant. Inori, looking at the oblivious faces around him, decided explaining the situation would be a huge hassle. So he played dumb for the time being. He agreed to the duel after a quick moment of thought. Date smirked, lowering Inori to the ground, excited to defeat him and win the goddess's favor. Once on the ground, Inori told Date there would be conditions for the duel. He'd be setting the rules. He explained his blessing didn't grant combat skills. Unlike other heroes, He had no physical powers or abilities, so it would be unfair to fight one-on-one. Ryuto and his group seemed pleased hearing Inori speak so openly about his own limitations. In all, Date said he could let him play dirty if that's the kind of hero Date really was. This triggered Date, who snapped back, ready to accept any challenge Inori proposed. By all the other heroes, Inori proposed the dungeon near the capital as the venue for their duel. It was a place where knights trained. Inori suggested they race to defeat the first-level boss of the dungeon to determine the winner. Date, without a second thought, accepted the challenge. Was Ryuto worried about injuries, physical abilities, tried to stop him, thinking Inori was just a weak hero, but Inori assured him that he had a plan. The duel was set for the next day. Inori was much more prepared than anyone realized. The duel's day had arrived then. After the match, Inori was presented in front of the queen herself, who immediately insulted him for his poor performance in the dungeon. She pointed out it was Inori who chose the venue, yet he was defeated and disgraced. Date had indeed proven to be incredibly strong, easily clearing first-level monsters with his impressive swordsmanship, on par with the Knight Commander's skills. He beat the final boss effortlessly. On the other hand, Inori had used his skills to sneak around the dungeon, avoiding all the monsters, including the boss who he could have easily defeated. Inori quietly acknowledged this duel was his loss. The queen, frustrated, complained she had tolerated his increased and lazy behavior, only because the trusted Knight Commander asked her to. But with his disgraceful performance, Inori had brought shame to the country. The queen's words were clearly biased, driven by her favoritism and disdain for Inori. She'd been looking for an excuse to banish him, and this duel gave her the perfect reason. With a raised fan and a shout, the queen declared she would exile Inori from the kingdom. But Inori, from his spot on the floor, smiled up at her. Unknown to the queen, Inori had set up the duel to work in his favor all along. The queen stood in front of Inori and told him he had caused harm to the country, so she was banishing him. The first princess stared at him, while the second princess closed her eyes, accepting the consequences Inori had brought on himself. Inori smirked then, and the queen asked if he had any objections. He looked straight at her and said he did, which surprised the queen, since no one ever spoke back to her. He asked her what harm he had actually caused. The queen tried to blame him for losing the duel against Date, but Inori pointed out that even though he lost, it had nothing to do with the country. It was just two men fighting over who was worthy of being with the goddess. Inori also reminded her the duel was supposed to be kept secret, so her claim he hurt the country's reputation didn't make sense. He wasn't even considered a hero by anyone, and no other nations even knew who he was, so he couldn't have hurt the kingdom. The duel was just a personal challenge between him and Date, with no real stakes for the country. After making his point, Inori told the queen he hadn't been doing nothing in the dungeon. He gestured to the guards who brought in snacks and set them down beside him. The queen was confused, as Inori opened the bags and revealed they were all filled with gold coins. Everyone at the hearing was shocked. Inori told the queen this was a gift he found on the first floor. He brought it to her since he knew he couldn't defeat the hero. He added he used his special ability to find the treasure. The queen, drawn to the gold, was distracted. Inori made sure to use her love for wealth to solidify his position in the castle. And Inori was clever. He used the duel to prove he had value, could bring more treasure in the future. The second princess watched, amazed how Inori turned the situation around, convinced the queen while keeping the hero in good spirits. Later that night, Inori was able to practice again without worrying about being banished. With that problem solved, he focused on his hunting skills. After wiping blood from his face, he decided he was getting bored of just hunting easy catch. Something felt off in the air. He looked around and noticed the forest nearby didn't feel right. With his detection ability, he realized something was wrong. He decided to use his special vision. He activated his mystic eye, revealed an illusionary barrier in front of him. His eye glowed red as he saw through the strange illusion. He touched the barrier. It sent ripples through the strange pink layer, making him wonder if his skill from another world was helping him find this hidden barrier. Curious, Inori reached inside, hoped to find stronger creatures than the crows beyond the barrier. He decided to step in quickly, check it out before sun came up, since his powers wouldn't work once it did. As soon as Inori stepped inside, the air changed deep inside the barrier. A dangerous wolf-like beast waited there for him. Its glowing blue eyes and very sharp fangs were ready to attack. Little did Inori know that a group of powerful beasts was waiting for him to face them all. Inori stepped into the illusion portal and looked all around, intrigued by what actually lay beyond. His attention was quickly captured by a pack of gray wolves that were approaching him. It was the very first time Inori had ever seen a group of beasts attack him like this. Without wasting any precious time, Inori sat on the ground and then activated his dark energy. Inori used his Dark Death Web ability, successfully trapping all the wolves in its tight grasp. They struggled hard, but were stuck hanging there like flies caught in a trap. Inori wiped the blood from his own mouth and then winced in pain. He noticed the great strength of the wolves, realizing that defeating them all together would be tough without taking some damage. Inori pushed them much deeper into the dark shadows, wondering if drinking their blood might help him level up even faster, considering they were indeed stronger beasts. Inori moved into the shadows then, drinking the wolves' blood to gain their power. Afterward, Inori continued to wander all through the area. Inori came across a large tree by a small pond, feeling a little bored. The place looked strangely familiar, much like a den for a big boss monster. Inori couldn't shake the strong feeling that something big was waiting to appear. Ignoring the odd thought, Inori walked right past the tree. Out of nowhere, a truly gigantic gray wolf attacked Inori, ripping off his arm in one single swift motion. Shocked, Inori looked down at the severed limb. Then Inori fell to the ground in great pain as the wolf glared fiercely at him. Struggling hard to get up, Inori sat beside a nearby tree, confused about what had just happened. Inori looked up and then saw the wolf glaring fiercely at him again. His stats clearly showed that this wolf was a phantom-type white Fenrir wolf, a mid-level boss. Inori then realized that defeating this huge beast would not be easy. Inori considered his available options. Escaping into the deep shadows seemed like a good idea, but he then worried that the wolf would be waiting outside, trapping him there. Just as Inori thought this all through, the Fenrir wolf lunged fiercely again. Inori barely managed to quickly dodge, jumping out of the way just in time. Using his own flying ability, he stayed just out of the large wolf's reach. Inori felt a great surge of excitement as he finally got to use his vampire abilities, something he very rarely had the chance to do. With his abilities, he managed to keep a safe distance from the beast. The Fenrir wolf locked its eyes with Inori, and then asked why he had come to its territory. In order, Inori figured the wolf's ability to talk clearly meant it was a phantom beast. Inori clicked his tongue quite casually, saying that he had gotten lost. The wolf, clearly very annoyed, growled at the obvious lie. It then explained that breaking through the illusion barrier to reach this place was not easy. Inori simply shrugged his shoulders, saying that he had seen the illusion in the deep forest and got curious about what was inside, which then led him to step through the portal. He then pointed out that the place must be very important to the wolf, since it had set up such a strong illusion barrier. The wolf glared hard at him, claiming that Inori was an intruder and that, since he had killed its kin, it could not let him live. In awe, Inori looked down at the large wolf. Inori pointed out that this land must be of great importance to the wolf, considering how determined it was to protect it. The wolf narrowed its eyes at Inori and said it would tell him the reason for its protection as a parting gift, a final explanation before Inori's death. Inori looked down, feeling a great sense of relief, glad the wolf was finally going to speak. The wolf began its explanation that it and its pack had made a solemn pact with a witch to guard this land. Inori's own confusion greatly deepened at the mere mention of a witch. The wolf then continued, clarifying that the pact was the main reason they were eliminating all threats, even powerful monsters, from their land. Since Inori had clearly intruded, he too would surely be eliminated. Inori calmly met the large wolf's gaze, ready to face whatever was coming. The wolf threatened that if Inori stayed completely still, his death would be quite painless, but if he resisted, the death would be slow and filled with much pain. As the wolf spoke, it then froze when it noticed Inori's arm had already regenerated, and Inori glanced at his arm. Telling the wolf that the regeneration was thanks to his vampire abilities, he remarked that the healing was far better than he had expected. The wolf now realized Inori was not just any ordinary person. Considering how quickly he had regenerated his arm, the wolf glared at Inori, now even more determined to end his life. It lunged hard at him once more, trying to bite him. However, Inori was already out of the way, avoiding the wolf's sharp teeth as it crashed hard into the dirt. Thanks to his mystic poet's eye, Inori could just about predict the wolf's movements, but he quickly realized avoiding the attacks would be much harder than he had anticipated. Since Inori had not used his flying abilities in a long time, he was still inexperienced with them, making it hard to stay airborne. Inori kept his safe distance, hoping to fly around and escape into the forest. But before Inori could act, the wolf launched blue crystals from its mane, hitting Inori with incredible force. The sharp crystals pierced his body, causing Inori to lose his balance and stumble. Inori struggled hard against the pain, sitting beside a tree as he tried to recover. But the large wolf was not done. It attacked fiercely again, and Inori barely managed to dodge, feeling quite helpless. He could not use his hypnosis on this wolf. Its attacks were too brutal and chaotic. Desperate, Inori scanned his surroundings for an escape route. Ahead, Inori noticed a large waterfall, but Inori knew getting too close would put him in the wolf's attack range. With his wings, Inori flew towards the waterfall, hoping to outrun the wolf. But the wolf was quick, catching up to Inori and striking him once again. This time, the wolf's fierce attack hit directly, and Inori fell hard to the ground. His wings shattered from the blow, leaving him completely vulnerable. The wolf seized the opportunity, preparing to finish him off. But just as the wolf lunged, Inori's expression quickly shifted from fear to a confident smirk. Using his unique ability, Inori summoned stakes from the earth, attacking the large wolf in a sudden, unexpected move. The wolf staggered far back, confused by another surprise counterattack. Inori smirked, much wider as he pulled out even more stakes, hidden in the shadows. His eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the wolf, feeling pleased with himself for having stashed away hidden weapons for just such a moment. The wolf looked at Inori in great confusion as he watched Inori hiding behind the wooden stakes. Inori. He started to devise a clever strategy to escape this illusion space. Inori wanted to use his teleportation skills, but since a hypnosis spell was already stored in his poet's mystic eye, he could not use teleportation. To change the current effect of the magic, Inori had to store another magical circle in his Jin's mystic eye. To store another new magical circle, Inori needed some time. Inori pulled back his hand and took out a lot of sharp daggers from the shadows. After preparing the sharp dagger attack, Inori glared hard at the wolf to find an opening to attack. Increased dark energy then surged out of his body as he looked at the wolf. Inori launched his dagger attack on the wolf, but this time, it did not affect the wolf. Instead of getting injured, the wolf shook off the daggers and rushed towards Inori to attack him. This time, Inori realized that this monster was far stronger than he had expected it to be. The wolf lunged at Inori again, and Inori dodged the fierce attack again. For a counterattack, Inori tried to attack the wolf again, but once again, the daggers did not affect the wolf. The wolf mocked Inori for using such a sloppy and useless attack on him. Fenrir used his long tail and attacked Inori with his needles again, and Inori used his sharp eyes and quickly dodged all the needles coming his way. Inori realized that he did not need to dodge all of the wolf's attacks. The only organs he needed to protect were his heart and legs, so he could escape the wolf. Fenrir got more greatly agitated by Inori's persistence and stubbornness. Inori started to prepare his next attack by using black death silk all around the forest to catch Fenrir. The large wolf got stuck in the black death silk. Inori assumed then that he had been successful in subduing the wolf, but he was proved quite wrong when the wolf easily broke through the black death strings. The wolf broke completely free and rushed towards Inori to attack him again. Inori got quite shocked to see his death silk breaking so easily. Inori gritted his strong teeth and escaped the wolf again. While escaping, Inori then thought that he had no other choice but to use one of his most dangerous methods. The large wolf chased Inori while constantly attacking him. Inori took one quick look at the wolf and wished for his last resort method to work. Inori jumped quickly through the trees and then flew in the air. The wolf looked at Inori and called him foolish for becoming an easy target for himself. Fenrir then attacked Inori, but this time, Inori used his Jin's mystic eye and then activated a long series of golden strings. The strings started brightly glowing and formed a magic circle under Fenrir. Inori smirked and got quite happy that he had been able to restore the Jin's mystic eye again. After the magic circle restoration, Jin's mystic eye had been restored. Inori smirked and activated the teleportation portal. His eyes started glowing, and the teleportation portal behind him opened. Fenrir Wolf got quite shocked when Inori disappeared in the teleportation circle. Fenrir was still trying to figure out if Inori had escaped or not when a portal opened above his head. Inori jumped out of the portal and took out his short sword. Inori exclaimed that his initial plan had been to escape, but after his teleportation portal started working, he changed his plan and decided to say a nice goodbye to the wolf before he left. The wolf looked up above his head and noticed the sharp blade in front of his eye. Inori sat on the large wolf's head and then stabbed its eye. Blood spurted out of its eye as Inori quickly leapt off of the wolf. Inori jumped in front of the wolf and exclaimed that just taking hits from others was not his style. The wolf started to bash around the trees with his tail, hoping that one of his attacks landed on Inori. Inori jumped on top of a tree and looked down at the wolf. He knew that the wolf wanted to kill him because of its injured eye. Inori then noticed that the wolf was looking in his direction. Inori assumed that the wolf was trying to pinpoint his location by locating his scent, the dark energy emitted out of the wolf. And Inori then flinched from the overwhelming killing intent of the wolf. Fenrir lunged hard at Inori's location to attack him, but missed completely when Inori used his teleportation again. Fenrir bit hard on a bark as Inori disappeared again. This time, Inori transported himself out of the illusion world. The wolf got determined that he was going to kill Inori the next time he found him in this world. Meanwhile, Inori transported back to his own room. He lay beside his bed and thought that he had not landed enough hits on the monster. Inori promised himself then that he was going to win next time. From that point onward, Inori started to rework his equipment. Inori started then inflating the fifth armory to obtain much more metal for his weapon creations. Inori also collected some of the Fenrir wolf's fur in case of an emergency situation in battle. Inori looked at the fur, which was a soft bunch of blue hair. The system showed him the stats that this fur had the ability to harden, crystallize, and miniaturize. Inori then picked up some fur and carefully appraised it. The fur quickly hardened and formed a needle-like structure once it reacted to Inori's magic. Inori now understood why his dagger attacks did not affect the wolf, because this fur was covering its body and avoiding any damage to Fenrir's body. Inori used his magic on the fur and got the idea that he could make some weapons out of the fur. He raised the fur in front of him and used his magic to make weapons out of the fur. With the help of his magic, Inori was able to change this fur into Gleidnir. The fur became a bunch of dark colored strings, and Inori held the strings in his hands while reading the stats, which said that this string was a strong element that could not be destroyed or torn, no matter how much force was used on it. Inori remembered his lessons, where he learned that Gleidnir was a string used to shackle the Fenrir wolf in mythology. Inori inspected the string and got excited that the Fenrir wolf would not be able to escape this string, even if he tried his best. Inori then got an idea and built a black glove made from this string. To upgrade his defense, Inori used his abilities to build the glove in a certain way, so that certain points of the glove shone when Inori used his magic. After the magic circle was clearly visible, Inori examined the glove. Inori suddenly got an idea and made a complete outfit using this Gleidnir thread. After he was all geared up with the Gleidnir thread armor, Inori glared and then stated that it was time for him to get revenge. After gearing up, Inori transported to the illusion portal. Fenrir, alerted by the sudden presence in his turf, immediately noticed the disturbance. Inori stood in front of him and greeted the wolf with a smirk. Inori mocked Fenrir, causing the wolf to grow even more agitated. Fenrir snarled, calling Inori shameless for daring to step foot on his ground again. With a loud growl, Fenrir lunged at Inori. Inori mocked him for his damaged eyes, further enraging Fenrir. The wolf's anger intensified as he launched another vicious attack. Inori easily dodged each strike, moving with effortless precision. Despite Fenrir losing his sight, his attacks remained unnervingly accurate. This time, Fenrir was determined to ensure Inori would not leave alive. Inori, surprised by the wolf's resolve, noticed that Fenrir's fury was outweighing the pain from his injury. As Fenrir attacked, Inori leaned far back, preparing for the next move. Placing his hand on a nearby tree, Inori summoned dark shadow creatures. Shadow wolves emerged from the shadows and then attacked Fenrir. Fenrir, confused, demanded an explanation from Inori. Inori smirked and taunted Fenrir, asking if he could recognize the scent of his own kind attacking him. Enraged, Fenrir demanded to know what Inori had done to his kind. Inori simply smiled and revealed that the wolves had been useful, so he made them his servants. Fenrir furiously shook off the shadow creatures and pounced on Inori. Inori dodged, but the wolf's attack landed squarely on his suit, and Inori grinned, realizing that his suit was providing protection, buying him time to regenerate. As Inori then continued dodging, the shadow wolves ran quite rampant throughout the forest. Just when Inori then found himself cornered, Inori smirked and then activated his teleportation skills. Fenrir, gritting its sharp teeth, turned his gaze to Inori, who was now floating above his head. Fenrir leaped high into the air to attack Inori, but Inori stayed quite calm, still smirking. He told Fenrir that he had not planned to escape at all. Instead, it was Fenrir who would soon be trapped. Black Gleidnir threads appeared around the wolf, ensnaring him. Fenrir looked around in shock, realizing he was completely surrounded. He demanded to know what Inori had done, and Inori smirked again, explaining that the threads binding Fenrir were spun from the wolf's own fur. Inori was pleased to see Fenrir now had no chance of escape. In awe, Inori looked down at the furious Fenrir, who roared with frustration. Fenrir demanded an explanation for the trick Inori had used on him. Without hesitation, Inori used his dark magic to command the Gleipnir threads to shrink. As the threads then tightened, Fenrir roared, struggling to break free, but eventually he gave up and then accepted his fate. And Inori explained that the thread was made from Fenrir, his own fur, which had kept the wolf from sensing its presence. Inori revealed that the constant provoking and attacks were just a distraction, allowing the thread to entangle Fenrir unnoticed. And with his final move, Inori had used teleportation to trap Fenrir within the threads with no escape. Inori then grasped the threads and bid farewell to Fenrir. The wolf, realizing his fate, understood that his life and pact with the witch had come to an end. Inori drank Fenrir, its own blood, leveling up 5 full times and gaining new skills during the battle. Among these great skills was a new ability, Vessel of the King. As Inori was still processing the new ability, Inori heard the Shadow Wolves calling his name. Confused, Inori then wondered how the wolves could speak. The wolves, just as confused, asked Inori to make the phantom Fenrir his servant, just as he had done with them. Inori, seeing the wolves' pleading expressions, listened to their reasoning. They explained that Fenrir had fought for his land until his death, and they wanted Inori to honor him by making him a servant. Inori then agreed, glancing over at Fenrir. Inori expressed then that he was tired of all the fighting. Back at the Grand Castle, Inori sat down to dine with the other 3 heroes. Ryuto pointed out that the first and second princesses did not get along. The girls nodded in agreement, while Inori complained about the strong garlic in his food. Tamaki, casually eating, remarked that the second princess was too reserved, which was why the sisters' relationship was so strained. Aoi disagreed, saying she did not believe the sisters hated each other, noting that she had seen the first princess stealing glances at the second princess. Ryuto, grinning, suggested that Inori could help to mend their bond. Nori, quite unimpressed, argued that Tamaki and Aoi, being girls, would be better suited for the task. The trio disagreed, insisting that Inori was the best option because he was closer to the second princess. Ryuto pushed Inori to talk to the first princess about her relationship with her sister. Inori quickly refused, stating that the stuck-up first princess would not listen to anything he had to say. Ryuto reassured him, claiming the first princess would listen to Inori if he spoke directly. When Inori then questioned why she would listen, Ryuto smirked and explained that the first princess was smitten by Inori, which would make her do whatever he asked in order. Inori glanced at the girls, who looked away awkwardly, wondering how Ryuto's personality had changed so much. Ryuto made a final offer, promising Inori a day off every week from their training. Inori quickly agreed and accepted the deal. After accepting the good offer, Inori headed to the first princess's room. Inori scanned the room, noticing various odd decorative lines. Inori asked if this was her particular style, but Amanda explained that the gifts were from her mother and other countries. She told him that royalties did not buy gifts. They were gifted luxurious items instead. Inori got straight to the point, saying he was there to talk about her relationship with the second princess. The first princess, however, dismissed it, claiming she was not concerned about her sister. Inori gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that the first princess's attitude would not help him repair the sisters' bond. The first princess pretended not to be worried about the second princess. She began twisting her hair as she tried to hide her concerns. Inori, tired of listening to her lame excuses, told her about being asked to help both princesses make up. While sliding her finger through her hair, the first princess admitted she did not want to make up, which left Inori quite confused and irritated. Amanda turned around, called Inori a commoner, and told him it was none of his business. Inori got even more irritated. He believed this was going nowhere, so he decided to try another approach. Inori smirked and used Ryuto's name to lure the first princess into his trap. He casually remarked that she should know he had come there because he heard it was for the sake of both of them. He leaned in, slightly lowering his voice, and added that if Ryuto found out she had refused to talk, he might be a little disappointed after setting up that opportunity. His plan then worked. The first princess's expression shifted, Concern flickered in her eyes. Amanda clicked her tongue and called Inori impatient before stopping him. Amanda huffed that it was fine and then stated she would explain everything in detail. Inori sat in front of her as she brushed her hair, recounting her and her sister's relationship. The scene shifted to some flashbacks from her childhood. Things had not always been like this. When they were quite young, they got along well. The second princess was smart and playful, and the first princess followed her sister everywhere. But at some specific point, the second princess started keeping her distance. When the first princess turned 7, she was given the right to inherit the throne, and that was when she learned the truth. The second princess was not actually the queen's real daughter. Back in the present, the first princess concluded that, from that point on, things became like this. Inori listened very carefully. Another flashback came, her strict successor training to become the queen. That was when Amanda realized the second princess was truly exceptional and kind. The first princess used to think about how wonderful it would be if her sister stayed by her side, but the adults around them would not allow it, and the rift between them only grew deeper. That was all Amanda had to tell Inori. Then Inori, speechless, thought that this was the first princess's true self, believing her arrogant attitude was just a result of the adult's influence. Inori looked around her room, taking in the inconsistent decorations. There was no trace of her personality anywhere. Everything, including the furniture, had been provided for her. She relies on her status and superiority to affirm her own existence. The first princess, her face slightly flushed, turned to Inori. She muttered something under her breath, wondering what was wrong with him, then demanded that he say something and give her some advice. Inori was silent for a moment, thinking that her pride was just part of her nature. Then after a while, Inori finally told her to call the second princess her sister. The first princess's eyes widened. She stared at him in shock, asking if he really thought that was befitting a princess and questioning how she could say something like that, or what the maids and everyone around her would say. Inori smirked, tilting his head slightly, and teased her by asking if the maids were of higher status than the first princess in that country. He questioned who decided how a princess acted, whether it was them or her. The first princess stiffened. She realized the truth, but hesitated. Another concern surfaced in her mind. Amanda admitted that if she said that, it might cause trouble for the second princess. Inori leaned back with a knowing smile and stated that Amanda underestimated Aaliyah, insisting the second princess was not as weak as the first princess thought she was. The first princess remained quite silent for a moment. Then her face turned red as she muttered that she would take it into consideration and expressed gratitude for it. A while later, Inori sat in front of Nala. He had explained everything to her. Nala understood, though she did not seem thrilled about it. Inori watched her face carefully. Her reaction was lukewarm, but he figured it was natural. She was the second princess's maid, after all. The next day arrived. Nala then approached Inori with a message, informing him that the second princess had a message for him and that there would be a special lesson, different from usual. Inori froze. He repeated the words about a special lesson. Inori was having a very bad feeling about it. The scene then shifted to a very bright sky. Before focusing on Inori, who looked exhausted as he walked down one of the streets of the capital, following the second princess and her maid Nala, the second princess called out for him to hurry up. Glancing back at him, Inori. He made a weird face and asked if Aaliyah was really having class in a place like that. Aaliyah explained that understanding the streets, the water, and the atmosphere of the city was important for social studies, adding that as a noble, she would have Inori accompany her while she shopped that day. Inori sighed then, wanting to know exactly what she was shopping for. The second princess looked around, deep in her thought. Then Aaliyah wondered aloud if they should look at some accessories. As Aaliyah struggled to decide which one to buy, Inori observed her carefully. He thought about the first princess, how she never bought things for herself. He wondered if this might be something of interest. The second princess, her face turned red as she studied the accessories. After a moment, Aaliyah turned to Inori and asked which one he thought looked prettier. And Inori, uninterested, replied in a dismissive way that they both looked good. Aaliyah pouted slightly, looking away, and admitted shyly that it was not for her. Before Inori could ask, Nala stepped in, explaining to him that they were there to buy a birthday present for the first princess. She further informed Inori that she had passed on his message from yesterday to the second princess. The scene then shifted to a flashback. Yesterday, the second princess had blushed as she decided she would go out today to buy a present for her younger sister. Back in the present, Inori now understood the situation, but one question still lingered. He asked why Aaliyah was seeking his opinion. The second princess hesitated before explaining that because Inori had met the first princess yesterday, She thought maybe he knew her taste better than she did. Inori sighed, shaking his head, clarifying that one conversation was not enough to know everything. Besides, the first princess seemed used to receiving gifts, so he believed whatever the second princess chose would be fine. Aaliyah's face fell slightly, interpreting Inori's words as if he was saying her gift was useless. But Inori immediately boosted her confidence by insisting that the important thing was who the giver was, and that anything chosen by her would be great. Inori's words touched Aaliyah's own heart. Nala, watching from the side, thought Inori was so kind. But poor Inori just wanted to sleep. Nala appreciated everything Inori had done so far. Seeing a small smile on Aaliyah's own face made Nala truly glad. After that, they all decided to have lunch. 5 days later, Inori found himself specially invited to the first princess's birthday party. As Inori looked around, he observed the extravagant meals and the high-status guests gathered there. Inori, however, was wondering about Aaliyah. He had not seen her anywhere. Just as Inori looked around, he finally spotted her, standing behind a pillar, looking incredibly nervous. Inori thought it was just talking to her younger sister, and wondered why she was so anxious. But interrupting them would not be easy. The first princess was currently deep in conversation with Ryuto. Inori then decided to help. Inori casually walked over to Aaliyah, startling her. Before Aaliyah could react, Inori pushed her forward, making her stumble slightly. She looked at him in confusion, but soon realized where she had ended up. Right in front of her sister, Amanda, the entire large room went silent. Everyone stared in shock, except for Inori, who stood there quite calmly. There was an awkward silence between the two sisters, as the first princess stared at the second princess's face. Meanwhile, Aaliyah, embarrassed, looked away from her younger sister Amanda. Aaliyah stood there, holding the gift she had purchased for the first princess behind her back. The large crowd observed them in stunned silence. Inori, amused, thought about the chaos that had erupted just from the sisters facing each other. Inori mused that after everything he had done, Aaliyah should just hurry up and give the gift already. Aaliyah took a very deep breath, gathering all her courage. With a slightly trembling voice, Aaliyah handed the gift to the first princess, and then offered her birthday wishes. Amanda's eyes widened in shock. She hesitated, looking quite shy, but eventually took the gift as she unwrapped it. Her expression shifted. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. Without a single second thought, Amanda decided to use it immediately. Leah, taken aback, watched as her younger sister, Amanda, carefully held the accessory. Then stepping forward, Aaliyah helped place it in her sister Amanda's hair. Amanda twirled slightly, turning to Aaliyah and asking how she looked, using a rare softness in her voice. Aaliyah, warmth filling her eyes, responded with heartfelt affection that Amanda looked beautiful. A very bright smile spread across Amanda's happy face. Amanda whispered her thanks to her elder sister Aaliyah, happiness evident in her tone. The crowd, witnessing the emotional moment, erupted into many cheers. Then, hesitantly, Amanda looked away, her cheeks slightly flushed. She murmured if she could ask for one more gift. Aaliyah tilted her head, wondering what it was. Amanda, still avoiding eye contact, fidgeted with her fingers. Amanda stated that from now on, she would call Aaliyah older sister. Aaliyah froze, her heart skipping a beat. Seeing no response, Amanda hesitated again, asking if it was not okay. Aaliyah's mind drifted back to the sweet memories of their childhood. Times when they had played together, laughed together, and had no distance between them. Aaliyah's eyes grew teary. She finally whispered that she was really happy about it. Tears welled up in both their eyes as they tightly embraced each other. Inori, watching from the side, sighed in relief, thinking that finally this problem was resolved. But just then, his eyes caught sight of the king and the queen. They too were wiping away their tears, deeply moved by their daughter's reunion. Ryuto approached Inori, chuckling, remarking that it was a good idea to leave this to him. Inori, expecting a well-earned reward for his efforts, turned to Ryuto with a raised eyebrow. But Ryuto only just giggled and continued watching the two sisters. In awe, Inori stared at him, unimpressed, thinking that this was what made Ryuto a hero. Shaking his head, Inori decided to step outside. He muttered that he was going to get some fresh air, walking toward the balcony. As Inori leaned against the railing, staring at the city lights, he heard soft footsteps behind him. Aaliyah appeared, her expression gentle. She thanked Inori and mentioned she had come there to talk. Inori glanced at her, telling her to go ahead since no one was around. Aaliyah took a deep breath, a confident look on her face, and stated that she knew Inori had used detection. calling it such a useful blessing. Inori smirked slightly, noting that it was better to express emotion sometimes, like Aaliyah had done back there. Aaliyah immediately frowned, irritated, and retorted that she did not want to hear that from someone as blunt as he was. Before Inori could respond, the scene suddenly shifted. A splash of blood, screams echoing in the air, and people running in terror. Back to Inori. His expression darkened. He thought it looked like Aaliyah would no longer be called the doll princess. Then in the distance, a loud, chilling scream tore through the evening. Aaliyah turned sharply, her face paling in shock. Inori stiffened, his eyes narrowing as he looked toward the source of the chaos. Aaliyah rushed toward the hall, but Inori grabbed her arm, stopping her in her tracks. Aaliyah's face turned blank as her eyes fell on the gruesome sight before her. A single severed head rolled across the floor. The king and the queen had been decapitated. Screams filled the hall. A man, Vitre, stood in the shadows, his head lowered, a blood-stained sword in his hand. The chaotic noise around him seemed to irritate him. Vitre suddenly raised his voice, shouting for everyone to stay silent and calling them foolish and corrupt. The army had now arrived, and no one dared to move. Vitre's voice rang through the hall. He accused the queen of wasting finances despite the country's impoverishment and blamed the king for doing nothing to stop her. Then he declared they were no longer alive. The scene shifted to the thrones where the lifeless bodies of the king and the queen sat, their heads missing. Vitre lifted his chin, proudly proclaiming that he was Vitre, someone with true royal blood, and that he would take the throne. Vitre announced Aegina would be the queen. Amanda rushed forward, kneeling beside her mother's severed head. Amanda's eyes glistened with tears, but soon rage burned through them. Amanda screamed at Vitre, calling him a madman, her voice trembling with fury. Power surged around Amanda as she activated her abilities, launching an attack at him. But before the attack could reach its target, Aegina stepped forward. With a swift movement, Aegina neutralized the attack by cutting off Amanda's arm. A sharp, agonized scream then tore through the air. Amanda collapsed on the floor, trembling in shock. The delicate gift from her sister Aaliyah slipped from her hair and landed on the floor beside her. The other heroes froze in terror. Aegina turned to Ryuto, warning him not to move, and threatening that if he attacked, he would not die peacefully either. Then Aegina pressed her blade against Amanda's throat. Vitre's voice echoed across the hall. He called everyone there, the children and people of the witch, accused them of betraying the witch's will, and declared the summoning of heroes a grave sin, one that could only be forgiven by death. Amanda's gaze dropped down to the fallen gift. Tears welled up in Amanda's eyes. Her thoughts drifted to her sister Aaliyah. But in the next moment, Aegina's blade sliced through Amanda's neck. Aegina whispered for Amanda to return to the witch's side. Aaliyah stood frozen, staring at the horrifying sight. Her body trembled. Her breath hitched. She tried to scream, but before the sound could escape her lips, Inori clamped a hand over her mouth. He whispered harshly that if she made a sound, she would be discovered. Then Inori's gaze shifted toward Aegina. Inori's thoughts raced, noting that a rebellion was quite a flamboyant event. Vitre's face twisted with anger as he turned to the crowd, ordering them to send the fools gathered there to the witch's side, commanding they be punished. Fear spread like wildfire. The citizens, frozen in terror, had no time to react. Before the waiting soldiers began their slaughter, Vitre looked up, his voice echoing through the blood-stained hall, accusing all the nobles present of corruption and claiming they deserved to die. Meanwhile, Inori tightened his grip on Aaliyah, keeping her restrained. He told her to calm down, his voice firm. Tears streamed down Aaliyah's face as she struggled against him. Inori warned her that if she went now, she would die too. Aaliyah sobbed, her body shaking. Inori explained she had two choices: die a worthless death here, or escape and survive. Splashes of crimson blood filled the surroundings. Ryuto sat beside the lifeless body of Amanda, his fists clenched, his body trembling with rage. Ryuto gritted his teeth and shouted at Vitre not to be ridiculous, insisting there was no such thing as a person who deserved to die. Vitre, watching Ryuto's fiery spirit, sighed and tried to reason with him by pointing out that he was still young. Vitre labeled all the nobles there as parasites unworthy of life, and told Ryuto he had no idea of the situation the country was in. Ryuto, his voice shaking with emotion, argued there had been no need to kill them. Silence fell between them for a moment. Then Vitre exhaled, looking almost disappointed. Vitre remarked that if Ryuto saw the horror for himself, he would gradually come to understand the country's reality. Vitre's gaze darkened as he turned to Aegina, ordering her to imprison all the heroes. Aegina, standing calmly beside Vitre, turned toward Ryuto and warned him to stop futile resistance if he did not want to suffer. A sharp hum filled the air as she activated her power, drawing her sword. Ryuto's immense irritation flared. He then activated Limit Break, swiftly dodging Aegina's quick strike. But before Ryuto could react, Aegina appeared before him unharmed, and met Ryuto's gaze with unsettling calmness. Aegina remarked that it was a decent strike, acknowledging his judgment and power as not bad at all. Ryuto felt the pressure closing in around him, gritting his teeth. Ryuto poured everything he had into overcoming Aegina, but it was quite useless. He failed miserably. Ryuto barely managed to avoid an attack as well. Meanwhile, Tamaki activated her powers, rushing to Aoi's side and insisting they needed to save Ryuto. But Aoi hesitated, saying it was impossible since they were dealing with too many soldiers and had no weapons. Aegina silently observed Ryuto. Ryuto was exhausted, panting heavily, struggling to catch his breath. Aegina tilted her head slightly, remarking that Tamaki's side seemed to be struggling too, and winning would not be easy for them either. Then Aegina raised her own sword again. Stepping forward, Aegina asked what Ryuto would do now. She noted that even if he kept fighting, he could not defeat her. Aegina let her words linger before making her next move, telling Ryuto to give up. Then Aegina's voice took a chilling turn, as she mentioned that once she finished capturing all the heroes, she would have to deal with Aaliyah. The scene then shifted. Aaliyah sat on the ground, sobbing. Tears were streaming down her face. Inori stood beside her, watching in silence for a moment before he finally spoke. Inori apologized for breaking the mood, but warned that if Aaliyah stayed there, she would die. She flinched at his words. He continued, his gaze sharp, telling her to decide whether she wanted to run away and live or give up and die there. Inori then asked if she would give up again this time. Memories flooded Aaliyah's mind. The warmth of her sister's smile, the pain of their distance, the love they had shared despite everything. And then something inside Aaliyah changed. Her hands trembled, but her eyes burned with new resolve. Aaliyah wiped her tears away and stood up, fire in her gaze, declaring that she would not let anyone decide her death. Inori blinked, surprised. Then, very slowly, a grin spread across Inori's face. With a smirk, Inori addressed her as Aaliyah, instead of calling her second princess, announcing he would help her escape. Ryuto's sword shattered into pieces as Aegina's attack landed with full force. Ryuto's eyes widened in horror. He was defenseless. Aegina did not hesitate. With a cold, merciless expression, Aegina raised her leg and drove the sharp heel of her high boot straight into Ryuto's stomach. Ryuto gasped, blood spilling from his lips as Aegina lifted him off the ground with ease. The pain was unbearable. Then she let him drop. His broken body hit the floor with a dull thud. Tamaki stood, frozen in shock, her mind barely processing what had just happened. Her gaze darted to Ryuto, lying motionless at Aegina's feet. Tamaki's heart pounded. At that rate, they would all die. She clenched her fists, silently deciding she had to save Ryuto first. But before Tamaki could even move, Aegina appeared right in front of them, as though she had materialized out of thin air. Tamaki and Aoi recoiled in terror. Aegina calmly ordered the soldiers to seize them. The soldiers there wasted no time. Within moments, Tamaki and Aoi were restrained, their struggles useless against the overwhelming force. Tamaki thrashed against the soldiers' grip, demanding they let go of Aoi immediately, but her words meant nothing. Vitre turned to his men, instructing them to throw all the heroes into prison. Aegina nodded. Aegina glanced down at Ryuto, lying in a pool of his own blood, wondering aloud if she had spent too much time on him. Then Aegina's focus shifted. She heard footsteps. Someone was running, that someone being Aaliyah. But Aegina only scoffed. It did not matter whether Aaliyah escaped or not. The result would be the same. There was no way Aaliyah could get away on her own, somewhere deep in the palace. Aaliyah and Inori ran for their lives. Their hurried footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridors. And Inori glanced ahead, then quickly to the side, telling Aaliyah that the right corridor was no good, and they would take the left. Aaliyah nodded in firm agreement. Aaliyah's mind raced, wondering how Inori could track their enemy's movements so easily. It was almost as if he had been waiting for that day. As they ran, Inori suddenly asked if Aaliyah could use magic. Aaliyah, taken off guard, blinked and admitted she only knew the basics. Immediately, Inori grabbed Aaliyah's hand and shoved her forward. Aaliyah stumbled, confused, demanding to know what was wrong. Inori's voice was urgent as he said that in 10 seconds, 3 soldiers would appear from that corner. Inori's breath was ragged, but he kept going, telling Aaliyah to do something about them. Aaliyah's chest tightened. She asked if they could not just avoid them, and Inori refused, stating it was not an option as they could not dodge anymore. Aaliyah swallowed very hard. She had no choice. Aaliyah closed her eyes, then activated her magic. Inori then started counting down. And as Inori reached 1, Aaliyah attacked. A sudden burst of energy filled the corridor, as her 8-hole spells struck 3 soldiers at once. Inori stared for a moment, then smirked. Of course she did it. Aaliyah was an elite. Aaliyah exhaled, relieved, and thanked the early casting for their success. Then Aaliyah turned to Inori, noting he looked like he was struggling. In awe, Inori took a deep breath, agreeing that it was tiring, but reminding Aaliyah that the enemy would not wait for them. Inori straightened up and mentioned that a little further ahead, there was a spot with less security, suggesting they get there first. Aaliyah nodded, and with that, they ran. They sprinted through the dark corridors. Inori's mind raced. The soldiers might still hold them off, but he could not imagine Aaliyah facing that captain. The captain was on another level, and Inori, he was far from fit to fight properly himself. They had to ensure the captain did not find them. Eventually, Inori slowed down, panting very heavily. Inori remarked that it seemed the security was thin around that area, and that no one seemed to be in the bedroom. He glanced at Aaliyah and asked if she was okay with him checking the escape route there. Aaliyah repeated his statement about no one being around, her heart racing with concern. This was likely the servants' quarters. As Aaliyah then looked at the pools of blood on the floor, nausea quickly washed over her. What lay before them was horrific. Brutally injured bodies of the servants were strewn completely everywhere. Inori surveyed the area, realizing there were no guards, because that place had been abandoned. It felt like the massacre was meant to include even the servants. Suddenly, Aaliyah gasped, crying out Nala's name. Inori turned to see Aaliyah kneeling beside Nala's lifeless body, who had been so brutally killed. Aaliyah pulled Nala into her arms, tears streaming down her face. In awe, Inori felt a heavy sadness grip him. Inori remembered the time spent with Nala, and it devastated him to see her like that. Aaliyah whispered a sad farewell, crying her heart out. After some time, she wiped her tears and looked at Inori, telling him she was okay now, and thanking him for waiting. She then asked how they should escape. Meanwhile, in the prison, the captured heroes sat in despair. Aegina surveyed them, declaring that it was the kingdom's most secure prison, designed to seal away the most heinous criminals, and that without magic tools, breaking out was impossible. Aegina then told them to stay quiet. Tamaki scoffed, asking if, since it was so secure, they could at least take off their shackles. Ryuto chimed in, telling Tamaki not to bother. He reasoned that since a coup involving hero summoning had occurred, the Hero Alliance would not stay quiet, so they were likely being used as hostages. That was why their shackles would not be removed. Aegina was taken aback, remarking that for someone so tense, Ryuto's head was surprisingly clear. Aegina looked into Ryuto's eyes, filled with a fierce hatred, causing Tamaki and Aoi to shudder. Aegina recognized that particular look. Memories flooded back of a time when Aegina had shared that same burden. The utter helplessness, the naive lack of resolve. After a final glance at Ryuto, Aegina departed, telling Ryuto he was still young and advising him never to forget those feelings if he wanted to survive in that world. Aegina added that if Ryuto had managed to keep his judgment cool back then, perhaps Ryuto could have saved Tamaki and Aoi. Ryuto then flinched, anger boiling within him. The girls, Tamaki and Aoi, sat in shock, speechless at Aegina's words. Back to Aegina. She considered Aaliyah and Inori. It seemed they had escaped better than she had anticipated. Once she finished equipping herself, she would join the search for Aaliyah. She ordered the soldiers to move ahead, determination in her eyes. The scene then shifted to Aaliyah, who pointed at an area on the map, suggesting that if they aimed for that particular spot, it might work. Inori. He glanced at Aaliyah, asking what was there. Aaliyah explained there was a hidden door leading to the underground waterways. If they went through there, they should be able to escape the castle. Inori considered it, asking if it was a secret path known only to the royal family. Aaliyah confirmed it was an emergency escape route for the royal family, though she was not sure if it was still usable. Inori stood up, remarking that since they had no other options, that settled it. Aaliyah glanced back at the fallen corpses, guilt then washing over her as she felt powerless. Her gaze lingered on Nala's lifeless body, and Aaliyah whispered her thanks for everything, With many soldiers searching for them, they rushed quickly out of the servant quarters. Inori kept thinking that a path only the royal family knew about might be worth checking if it still existed. They continued quickly running through the corridor. But suddenly Inori did stop and warned Aliyah it was an ambush. Aliyah's eyes widened. Inori explained there were not just 10 or 20 soldiers. Breaking through would be nearly impossible. They were closing in behind as well, so retreating was just as difficult. Aliyah's worry deepened as she asked if there was any way to sneak past them without being seen. And Inori shook his head, saying it was impossible, because it looked like the soldiers already knew about the hidden door. It was completely locked down. Inori's thoughts turned dark, wondering if they had tortured someone for information or if they already knew. Either way, escaping would not be easy. Aliyah clenched her fists, insisting she would not give up and would not just sit there and let herself be killed. She vowed to fight until the very end. Inori stared at her momentarily, quite stunned. Then Inori smirked, relieved. Her spirit was not broken. He felt she was someone he could still rely on. Inori quickly explained that he had used detection and found out an army from a neighboring kingdom was heading their way. Whether they were there to save the royal family or not, one thing was certain. Soldiers from another country were approaching. Leah's eyes widened, asking when they would arrive. Inori informed her it would be around sunset in about 15 minutes. Inori exhaled, mentioning that if they could hold out until then, they might survive, but they would not be able to avoid combat. Aliyah took a deep breath, determination hardening her expression. She asked if they would last until sunset. Inori estimated their chances at about 50-50. Inori took off running, saying they would head where there were fewer soldiers, instructing Aliyah to cover the rear. Suddenly, some soldiers spotted them. They shouted that Aliyah, the second princess, had been found, and ordered everyone to surround them and fire magic arrows. A large barrage of arrows flew toward them. Aliyah quickly raised her hands and used barrier magic, forming a shimmering shield to block the attack. Aliyah gritted her teeth, silently swearing she would survive those 15 minutes no matter what. Aliyah's clothes were torn and bloodied from the many arrows, as Aliyah struggled to protect both herself and Inori. Inori yelled at her to turn right, pulling Aliyah into another long corridor. The arrows slammed into the walls, narrowly missing them. Aliyah barely dodged the attack, her heart racing. The soldier in command ordered his men not to let them escape, instructing to surround and fire on them. Inori's worry intensified. The soldiers were moving faster than he had anticipated. Inori used his ability to detect their movements and warned Aliyah they were coming from the left. Aliyah, her face injured and desperate, realized what had to be done. Aliyah activated a magical barrier just in time to block the soldier, but the soldiers managed to break through it. Confusion was on their faces. Aliyah and Inori continued to move, dodging the incoming threat, but found themselves quickly cornered in front of a dead end. Aliyah's fear spiked as she looked at the impassable wall in front of them. Inori, panting heavily, apologized, explaining they had no choice but to escape there since there were too many soldiers, and urging Aliyah to hold on just 3 more minutes until sunset. But then the soldiers arrived, and both felt the panic rising. The commander then ordered another volley of arrows. Aliyah shouted for Inori to step back as she raised her hands to form a barrier around them, protecting them from the arrows. The soldiers hesitated. One asked if they should charge, but the commander advised against it, instructing them to keep attacking with bows. Many more arrows came at them, but Aliyah's barrier magic was weakening. Aliyah thought she could not keep this up, her strength fading. She had to hold on just a little longer to avoid fatal blows. The many arrows continued to rain down on her, and much dust from the attacks filled the air. The commander's voice ordered the next volley to be readied. Aliyah, bloodied and exhausted, barely managed to maintain her barrier. Aliyah asked Inori if help was almost there, her voice strained but clinging to the hope that reinforcements were on the way. The commander grew confident, seeing no counterattack. He thought they would surrender soon enough, pleased by their lack of resistance. But as the dust settled, the soldiers were confused. One of the enemies was gone. They realized the other one had disappeared. Aliyah, panting and trembling, looked around and called out for Inori. Aliyah began to sob, fearing Inori had used her as bait. Aliyah remembered that Inori had promised to escape with her and questioned if everything about the reinforcements had been a lie. Aliyah collapsed on the hard ground, despair overtaking her. Just as the many soldiers prepared to fire again, the bright sun set completely. Suddenly, a very strange aura filled the air. Inori appeared, grinning and standing tall. He apologized for keeping Aliyah waiting, telling Aliyah that from that point on, it was Inori's own time. The air trembled as a heavy darkness spread across the battlefield, swallowing everything in its path. Soldiers felt their breaths hitch as an overwhelming aura crushed them, their visions stolen by the void. Then, from the darkness, Inori emerged with piercing eyes that gleamed in the abyss. Without hesitation, Inori summoned Fenrir and commanded it to slaughter everyone present. A massive shadow burst forth, tearing through the soldiers in a single, merciless strike, leaving nothing but scattered bodies. Panic surged as one of the surviving soldiers screamed, demanding to know what was happening. But before he could react, Inori appeared behind him, whispering coldly that no one would come to his aid, no matter how loud he screamed. When the man's trembling gaze turned to Inori, he questioned if he was truly the same person he once knew. Inori ignored him, only asking Fenrir if its task was complete. Fenrir confirmed that the soldier before them was the last one alive, though it was disappointed by how weak they all were. Inori agreed, noting that compared to Fenrir, they were nothing more than mere insects. Realizing there was no escape, the soldier fell to his knees, begging for his life. But Inori, with eyes void of emotion, told him it was only fair. He had killed many before, so it was his turn now. As the terrified soldier's eyes widened in horror, Fenrir then struck, silencing him in an instant. Amid the dreadful carnage, Aaliyah clung to life, struggling to stop her bleeding with the last of her magic. Inori observed her with indifference, stating that it was already too late. Aaliyah had lost too much blood. Yet the wounded Aaliyah still had questions, her voice weak but unwavering. Aaliyah demanded to know where Inori's power came from and why he had not used it from the start. Inori dismissed her glare, explaining that his abilities only awakened after sunset, which was why he had told Aaliyah to endure until nightfall. If Inori had not cared, he would not have bothered keeping Aaliyah alive this long. Hearing all this, Aaliyah was left speechless. In awe, Inori studied her, recalling how even now, despite everything, Aaliyah's eyes still burned with determination. She had not given up, not even in the face of death. Then there was only one answer left. Without hesitation, Inori stated that he would be blunt because time was short and asked if Aaliyah was still a virgin. Shocked, Aaliyah demanded to know how Inori could tell. With a blank expression, Inori explained that if it were true, then there was still one way for her to survive. But it came with a price. She would have to become something no longer human, bound to Inori as his servant. It was a choice between certain death or an existence beyond mortality. For the last time, Inori told Aaliyah to decide. And in that moment, silence filled the battlefield, as if even fate itself awaited her answer. Aaliyah, the princess, shaking, but she managed to whisper her wish. Aaliyah wanted to keep alive as a human, to protect those she loved, but her words got stuck in her throat. Memories of her little sister Amanda, her loyal maid Nala, flashed through her mind. They had always been by her side, but now they were both gone. Rage started to boil deep inside her. With her anger reaching its limit, the princess Aaliyah cried out. She said she did not care what she had to do, even if it meant selling her soul to a demon. She wanted to live. Inori heard her answer and just gave her a sly grin. He said it was a good answer, and just as Aaliyah guessed, Inori was probably closer to being a demon than a god anyway. Then, without warning, Inori bit Aaliyah, the princess, giving her a strange new power. Aaliyah's body began to change in a way no one could call normal. Her skin turned paler, her eyes sharper, and the fangs that grew in her mouth were a sure sign she was turning into a vampire. Inori then tossed Aaliyah a cloth to cover herself, and then Inori glanced at the shifting shadows behind him. He ordered his shadowy minions to turn the nearby corpses into ghouls and handle the soldiers waiting outside the party venue. Inori also told them to protect Aaliyah, the new vampire princess, until she woke up. The order came with a twist. Inori told them to have some fun while they were at it. Meanwhile, over in the royal throne room, all the soldiers who had joined the big revolution were kneeling to their new king, Vitre. They saluted Vitre and reported news that Aaliyah, the second princess, was trapped and on the verge of death. Vitre simply nodded and told them the start of a righteous kingdom was close and that nobody should lose heart now. His men answered with a loud yes, showing their loyalty. Vitre then slowly closed his eyes. Vitre's mind was full of dark thoughts about the hunger and sickness haunting the country. He remembered the orphans everyone left behind, and the friends who kept believing in justice. Vitre knew he was just as guilty for staying silent and doing nothing all this time. But starting today, Vitre decided it was high time to make their homeland a better place. But out of nowhere, a dark shadow moved at Vitre's side. A dagger then flashed, and in an instant, the new king, Vitre, fell dead. The entire kingdom lost 2 kings in just one day. Not far away, Commander Agena shivered as she sensed something dangerous in the air. Agena just could not shake off a heavy feeling of dread. Back in the throne room, panic exploded. The soldiers screamed Vitre's name, unsure where the attack had come from. Their answer came quickly. They turned and saw Inori standing tall, holding up Vitre's severed head like some kind of wicked trophy. Inori declared that their whole plan had flopped and asked what they would do now, since they had nothing left to fight for. Their new king is dead. How funny. The soldiers lost it with anger and grief. They roared at Inori, cursing him and swearing to avenge their king. Honestly enough, Inori just laughed, a sly and cruel smile on his lips. Inori said he was loving this mess, and with a flick of his magic, he summoned several black swords that shimmered near him. Inori told them since things had gone this far, they might as well keep killing each other until the very end. Inori said that if they kept struggling, it would make him even happier. With that, Inori sent all his magic swords flying at the furious soldiers, still wearing that wild, thrill-seeking grin, and that is how things went down in the kingdom. A straight-up mass of rage, magic, and madness, with Inori loving every second of chaos he had stirred up. The sounds of many soldiers screaming echoed through the night, and some of Agena's direct army picked up on it right away. They asked each other if they heard it too, and they admitted the noise sent chills down their spines. Screams were clearly coming from the main venue, so they decided to make a run for it and check it out. When the Valkyries arrived at the royal hall, all they could do was stare, trembling from the shock. Inori was there, standing, surrounded by bodies. He had killed everyone. Inori looked over his shoulder, eyeing their arrival, and guessed their identities. He remembered that they were the female warriors serving directly under Commander Agena, the famous Valkyrie squad. It seemed he hit the mark. One of the Valkyries, shaken by the bloody scene, called out Inori's name and asked in a shaky voice if he was really the one responsible for all this madness. Inori, unfazed, shrugged it off and said that if he gave them an answer, would they even try to fight him for real? All around them, it was chaos. Dozens of corpses hung in midair, suspended by dark magical wires. One Valkyrie, looking at a dead soldier who was her lover, was unable to take it. Elf dashed forward and pulled out her sword, shouting as she rushed at Inori. The others yelled after her, calling her name, Elf. Elf plunged her sword right into Inori's stomach, thinking she had ended him right then. But Inori spoke up, totally cool, asking if maybe someone Elf cared about had died near her. That if that was true, then he must have done something kind of nasty. Before Elf could process it, Inori used his magic and had one of his black blades stab right through her neck. Elf dropped like a stone, gone in an instant. Watching Elf get destroyed so fast, the Valkyrie captain knew Inori was no joke. The Valkyrie captain shouted to Miranda and Alice, telling them to get ready, and warning everyone that Inori was the real deal. They had to take him down, or this kingdom would go extinct and darkness would claim the world. They all locked into their battle stances, but the Valkyrie captain saw that Inori was not even sweating. Even after getting stabbed, Inori seemed totally relaxed and way too calm. The Valkyrie captain wondered how Inori just shrugged off Elf's attack and figured maybe if she aimed for a vital point, she could actually finish him. Looking at his new toy, Inori noticed that one of the Valkyrie weapons was glowing with power. A magic tool, not some cheap soldier weapon. Just to be sure, Inori used his appraisal skill to check it out. And Inori realized that weapon was on a totally different level from what the soldiers usually carried. That weapon is powerful. Suddenly, one of the squad's mages, Miranda or Alice, popped off an ice skill and froze Inori's feet to the ground. The mage let everyone know she had trapped him. Another Valkyrie swooped in and hit Inori with her own skill. The power and speed were way higher than other usual attacks. No wonder she was in the strongest squad. Even Inori had to admit it. These magic tools were crazy strong. With Inori locked down, the Valkyrie captain charged and managed to slash a big chunk off his face. The Valkyrie captain stared, thinking there was no way Inori was surviving, but she was sure he had finally been killed. But Inori was just thinking about how annoying all these magic tools were. Inori took matters into his own hands, literally, and sliced off his own frozen foot to escape the spell. Then Inori jumped high into the air. The Valkyrie captain was totally shocked that he could still move. The Valkyrie captain figured Inori must be dodging a follow-up strike, which was a bad move because she was ready to catch him right when he landed. But Inori had more tricks. In midair, he whipped out his magic threads and caught Miranda and Alice, tying them up in an instant. The Valkyrie captain freaked out, calling their names as her teammates struggled and groaned. Inori gave the Valkyrie captain a wicked smile, saying he would honestly love to play around with their teamwork, but he was on a tight schedule. He offered to go one-on-one, saying he would love a duel with her, the deputy commander, for a real warm-up before he faced her boss, Agena. So there they were, the room covered in chaos. With Inori grinning like he owned the joint, ready for the next round like it was just another game, the Valkyrie captain listened to Inori's words and just shook her head in disbelief. She thought Inori was wild for wanting to fight Commander Agena, calling him straight up reckless. Inori, he kept pushing, saying the Valkyrie captain was the most talented warrior among the group. He told her that fighting alone should let her show off her true skills, so why even bother sticking with a team? That hit a nerve. The Valkyrie captain's face twisted with anger, and she jumped at Inori, yelling at Inori to stay quiet and not act like he knew her. The Valkyrie captain attacked Inori fast and furious, her blade flying again and again. While they fought, old memories came rushing through the Valkyrie captain's mind. Her training days with Agena, how her commander welcomed her when nobody else did, and all the warm, cherished moments with her squad. It stung that Inori was talking trash about comrades who meant everything to her. The Valkyrie captain snarled inside, thinking she would never forgive him for that. Inori just kept grinning like he was having the time of his life. He told the Valkyrie captain her fighting spirit was awesome and begged for her to keep going, to fight even harder, still wanting more. But even as she fought, the Valkyrie captain started to get sneaky. The Valkyrie captain looked for a chance, and instead of landing another hit, she used it to try to help her two squad mates, Miranda and Alice, who were trapped by Inori's magic threads. The Valkyrie captain believed deep down she could never abandon them because her friends were her real home. Just as she reached them, out of nowhere, one of her teammates clamped down and bit her from behind. Her comrade's eyes were empty and wild. They had totally turned into a zombie-like monster. Before the shock could wear off, Inori let out a lazy sigh. Inori told the Valkyrie captain it was too bad, but her friends had already become ghouls. Inori admitted the long battle had been fun, but Inori said he was kind of greedy and wished the Valkyrie captain could have lasted longer. Just like that, he left her to her fate with the monsters. Inori waved off the rest, telling the ghouls they could do whatever they wanted now. The scene got ugly fast. The Valkyrie captain's own friends, now ghouls, jumped in and bit her, bringing her down on the spot. Inori did not even look back or care about the screams echoing behind him. Inori just shrugged and mumbled. Now it was time for the last act, for the main menu on the list. Meanwhile, Agena, the commander, came running after catching a horrible feeling in her gut. Agena's instincts always got sharper when things went bad. Agena made it to the hall and found the head of her new king, Vitray, lying cold and lifeless. Agena could only whisper Lord Vitray's name, her heart sinking. From far above, Inori's voice floated down, sounding way too casual for the situation. He said the moon was beautiful tonight, claiming it was a famous line for confessing in his own world. Then Inori spread his wings wider in front of the shining moon, as if telling the world that he was the true villain, looking totally at ease while the whole world went crazy below. Agena snapped her head up and glared at Inori, rage burning in her eyes, recognizing him immediately. But Inori just smiled down, guiltlessly, and told Agena that the head was his own special gift for her. Commander Agena glared up at Inori, pointing at his wings. She said those wings could only belong to a demon. Agena figured anyone with those belonged to people who had sold their souls for power. She asked if Inori had really gone that far, giving up everything that made him human. She demanded to know what he was even living for now. In all, Inori looked at Agena, totally puzzled. He told her he honestly did not know what she was getting at. Inori guessed he was just living. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Agena scowled at his answer, saying his so-called just living thing was way too stupid. Agena shouted back that she fought for the nation, and in a world like theirs, a strong reason to keep going was everything. It could be family, dreams, or even revenge. It did not matter as long as you meant it. Agena even accused herself, thinking if she had taught Inori better, maybe he would not have become this demon today. Hearing Agena's words, Inori just stood there silent for a moment. Then Inori slowly floated down, landing right in front of Agena. Inori told Agena her speech was impressive, really noble, even after being double-crossed by the demon who killed their leader. Agena still looked out for Inori like he was her student. But now the coup was over, and Inori wondered what nation Agena thought she was protecting anymore. She tried to argue about Lord Vitray, but it was pointless now. Chill as ever, Nori snapped his fingers, and his shadow army materialized around him. Inori told Aegina things were not about we and us anymore. The soldiers who had trapped them, the ones who had killed all those people inside. It was the Valkyrie squad, and all Aegina's other army, who caused the whole mess anyway. There was no one left now but Aegina. Their lives could still be saved, Inori said. Maybe he could turn them into a vampire, but only if Aegina was willing to offer herself up. It would be funny enough to see this so-called righteous bullshit commander commit suicide in front of him. Inori sat down on the body of one of her fallen lieutenants, looking straight up, bored. Inori figured he'd been hoping for a real tough fight, but now it just felt like some weak teacher versus student after-school spar. Inori thought maybe he would use mental tricks to force them all to fight, but honestly, even that sounded dull. Inori finally decided, just him and Aegina, no more games, and he tried to spare as many other soldiers as possible. But right then, Aegina moved. Aegina lifted her sword high, then drove it into the ground. Aegina called for a moment of silence for all her comrades who had suffered and lost their lives, eyes burning with fire. With her sword shining bright, thanks to an artifact hidden inside, Aegina made a fierce promise to offer Inori's life for the sake of her friends, both those she had lost and those who were about to die. Everyone could feel the tension crackling in the ruined hall. It was all or nothing between the last commander, Aegina, and the guy, Inori, who turned the whole night upside down. Things were going to go into crazy shit. Aegina saw this, and Inori still seemed totally unfazed. Inori asked if Commander Aegina was really just planning to abandon her own knights. Commander Aegina glared right back and insisted she would never abandon them. The Knight Corps was her whole life. And if it came down to it, Aegina would be the one to end them herself. Inori just scoffed. He pointed out that if Aegina really did that, there would be no royalty, no soldiers left, and the country would probably fall to pieces. But as Inori walked calmly closer, he said it did not matter. The people were still there. Even if the nobles were corrupt, the soldiers were wiped out, and the royal family was pretty much gone, those were just minor things to him. Commander Aegina held her head high and replied that as long as the people survived, her fight for the nation would never end. That was Aegina's one true reason to keep living. Aegina's aura flared stronger and brighter than ever before, filling the whole ruined throne room with burning energy. When Inori saw this, his bored expression transformed into wild excitement. Finally, it seemed like he was getting the fight he had been waiting for. Commander Aegina saw the goofy grin on Inori's face and called him out, asking why he looked so hyped. In awe, Inori tried to hide how pumped he was, quickly telling Aegina he was sorry for underestimating her, and admitted that lying or bluffing now would be lame. So for once, Inori gave Aegina his honest answer. Then Inori snapped his fingers and activated his own terrifying skill, raising all the corpses in the room into new ghouls. Commander Aegina stared in shock, rage flashing in her eyes when she realized what Inori had just done. Inori explained that those things were nothing but failed corpses that had not fully become vampires. There was no way to save them now. Inori bragged that he had wiped out all of Aegina's squad. Now Aegina was just food for Inori's monsters. In a hurry, Inori then pointed, and all the twisted ghouls rushed towards Commander Aegina. For a second, Aegina just stood there, head bowed, pure disappointment on her face. Aegina said flat out that Inori Takafuji was now truly beyond redemption. Aegina declared Inori her enemy, and she vowed for this country that, even with her dead, Aegina would make sure to bring down the demon, Inori, in front of her back to the abyss. With that, Aegina activated her ultimate skill, and the room exploded with power. And Inori had to dodge fast. Turns out this was Aegina's ultimate move. Unlocked by the artifact sword in her hand, the ancient weapon, something that people called a weapon created by an old god. The entire undead horde got wiped out right away. Even his shields, they did not stand a chance against that explosion. In all, Inori could feel his heart pounding from all the excitement. He finally found it. This was the feeling he had been chasing. Inori summoned every magic blade and shadow wolf he had left, showing that now he was all in. Inori no longer called her commander. Now she was just Aegina. He declared that he would use everything he had to take her on as a true enemy. This was exactly what Inori wanted. A real battle against a strong rival. A fight that would drive Inori to transform and become even stronger, aiming to rise to the very top of the world. The room was completely trashed, shadows and lightning flying everywhere. Finally, for both Inori and Aegina, there was no turning back. Aegina, surrounded by a dramatic red glow, looked incredibly serious, like she was about to give someone a very stern talking to with her sword. One of Inori's shadowy minions seemed to be having a very bad day, twitching near Aegina's very fashionable, glowing boot. Maybe it stubbed its toe. Aegina gripped her sword, which crackled with red lightning, clearly indicating it was not just for show, but for some serious, electrifying business. A huge red energy explosion erupted around Aegina, scattering debris everywhere. She definitely wasn't a fan of keeping things tidy during a fight. Inori, sporting a devilish grin, taunted Aegina about her former comrades, suggesting her big attacks might not last forever, much to her annoyance. A ghoul, once Aegina's soldier, screamed at her while Aegina roared back, clearly upset by Inori's taunts about her zombie friends. It was very loud. Two of Aegina's former Valkyries, now ghouls, shrieked in terror as her red energy blast approached. They probably regretted their career change. Aegina, looking stern despite the chaos, seemed to be contemplating her next move, a flicker of sadness quickly replaced by steely determination. She meant business. Aegina briefly remembered her smiling comrades, Miranda and Alice, from happier times before they became Inori's undead fan club. A rather sad memory. Aegina gathered her red energy again, preparing for another round. She was like a rechargeable battery of pure, righteous fury. With a mighty swing, Aegina's glowing sword smashed the ground, demonstrating her displeasure with the current state of the floor and her enemies. Aegina stood ready with her glowing sword, while Inori's shadowy minions lurked behind her, clearly not learning from their previous colleagues' experiences. One of Fenrir's wolf soldiers, now serving Inori because loyalty is complicated, yelped as Aegina's fiery sword made short work of it. Aegina stood calmly amidst the fading red energy, having just given Inori's dark creatures a rather permanent timeout. Very effective. Aegina, looking a bit messy but still fierce, impatiently asked Inori if he was just going to stand there and admire her handiwork. Surrounded by defeated ghouls, Aegina announced she was making the next move, clearly tired of waiting for Inori to pick his jaw off the floor. Inori, looking unusually cautious, admitted that sneak attacks were useless and close combat with her seemed like a spectacularly bad idea right now. Smart boy. A flashback showed Alia asking Inori about Aegina's strength during a lesson, perhaps wondering if Aegina was just naturally that intimidating. Alia explained that Aegina received an ancient weapon from the queen upon becoming knight commander, making Inori very curious about this special pointy thing. Alia revealed the sword became incredibly sharp with magic, a detail Inori was now appreciating firsthand, much to his dismay. Back in the present, Aegina sliced through Inori's ghouls with her crimson blade, showing them that ancient weapons were, indeed, very effective. Inori, not one to be outdone, launched a flurry of his own dark, pointy projectiles, hoping quantity might beat quality this time. Aegina spun gracefully, her glowing sword deflecting Inori's dark projectiles like a pro, making his attack look rather amateurish. Inori's shattered dark weapons faded away, proving that Aegina's sword didn't just deflect, it utterly annihilated his cheap, magical cutlery. Inori, looking rather miffed, admitted Aegina's sword was more than just sharper, realizing the understatement as his weapons vanished. He was quite the wordsmith. Aegina's sword pulsed with a terrifying red glow, looking like it could slice through reality itself, or at least a very tough steak. Inori, with a mix of awe and frustration, declared that Aegina's sword could probably cut through anything, a rather inconvenient truth for him. Aegina charged, her red energy flaring, announcing she was skipping all the fancy magic circles and going straight for a direct hit. Aegina unleashed a powerful air hammer attack, a concentrated blast of red energy, aiming to give Inori a very bad headache. Inori looked utterly shocked, his cool demeanor gone, as Aegina's sudden, powerful attack caught him completely by surprise. He really didn't see that coming. Aegina's attack sent Inori crashing into a wall, and, quite rudely, his hand decided to part ways with his arm. So much for a handshake. Aegina, looking fierce, declared Inori grounded from flying and challenged him to figure out his next move, probably without aerial support. Inori, sliding down the wall and missing a hand, quickly launched more dark projectiles, clearly a fan of ranged attacks, especially when injured. Aegina's crimson blade met Inori's dark projectiles in a dazzling display, shattering his pointy attacks like cheap glass. She was not impressed. Inori, ever the acrobat, changed his attack mid-air, hoping to surprise Aegina with his fancy footwork, or rather bodywork. For a glorious moment, Inori thought he'd got her, shouting triumphantly. He probably should have waited for confirmation before celebrating. Inori found himself upside down, his knife broken, and his hand still missing. His triumphant gotcha moment was unfortunately premature and a bit bloody. Inori landed behind Ajina, painfully clutching his detached hand, his usual smugness replaced by a look of genuine hand-losing owie. Kneeling, and with blood dripping from his stump, Inori grudgingly admitted, Ajina was pretty good, a rare compliment from the handless vampire. Ajina stood unmoving, a fortress of a woman. Inori grumbled that she seemed to have no blind spots, which was terribly inconvenient for him. Ajina, with a hint of amusement, suggested Inori's agility might make him a good acrobat, a career change he probably wasn't considering. Inori, smirking through the pain, retorted that acrobatics weren't really his thing, preferring the dramatic flair of vampirism, clearly. An info panel conveniently appeared for Inori, explaining Ajina's mithril sword could activate magic super fast. Mystery solved, much to his chagrin. Inori nervously wondered if mithril weapons were extra effective against demons like him, a rather unsettling thought for the powerful vampire. Ajina confirmed his fear, then cheekily asked if Aaliyah told him, praising his surprisingly good study habits. She was enjoying this. Inori, trying to look cool despite his missing hand and dawning horror, mumbled his thanks for her, noticing his studiousness. Inori, with a desperate trick, tried to make his severed hand, lying near Ajina's foot, stab her. Resourceful, but also a bit creepy. Ajina, too quick for such shenanigans, smashed Inori's rogue hand and its knife with her mithril blade. No zombie hand attacks today! Inori watched his hand trick fail, grudgingly impressed by Ajina's flashy techniques, though still annoyed his plans were being foiled. Inori, ever defiant even when dismembered, taunted Ajina, asking what her next brilliant move would be. He was asking for it. Inori, crouching and trying to look intimidating without a hand, posed a question, clearly trying to figure out Ajina's secrets. Ajina, with a confident smirk, invited his question, ready to verbally spar with the one-handed vampire. This was getting interesting. Inori, recalling their fight, explained his theory about her amazing reaction speed, even to attacks she couldn't see. He was a regular detective. He proposed Ajina created a magic detection field around them, a sort of invisible tripwire system for catching sneaky vampires. Clever girl. Inori, looking quite pleased with himself despite the circumstances, asked Ajina if his brilliant deduction about her magic field was correct. Ajina, slightly surprised by his astuteness, confirmed his theory about her detection blessing. He was a surprisingly smart cookie for a vampire. Inori cheekily suggested his own detection skill was redundant now, but Ajina clarified her method wasn't exactly the same as his. Ajina explained her magic field constantly revealed her position, making it terrible for hide and seek, but great for not getting stabbed. She noted its excellence for combat. Then Inori smugly added he could also see her fancy magic detection layer. So much for secrets. Inori, done with the Q&A, unleashed his grapple bind, sending shadowy purple threads to ensnare Ajina, hoping to finally tie her up. Ajina's sword, however, made quick work of Inori's purple party streamers, slicing them effortlessly. His binding attempt was a bit of a flop. Inori grumbled as his grapple bind failed, realizing his supposedly strong threads were no match for Ajina's very sharp sword. Disappointing. Ajina, focused and fierce, was about to attack when a monstrous blue wolf ghoul suddenly burst from her shadow. Surprise party! The wolf ghoul, clearly Inori's uninvited guest, bit Ajina's leg, a rather rude way to interrupt a serious sword fight. As Ajina dealt with the leg-biting ghoul, Inori, missing no opportunity, lunged from above, hoping to catch her distracted. Very opportunistic. Meanwhile, Inori was trying to reattach his severed hand with shadow threads, multitasking his villainy and self-repair like a pro. Ajina, in considerable pain, rapidly considered whether to deal with the ghoul currently making a chew toy of her leg first. Decisions. Thinking Inori was still handless and an easier target, Ajina decided to attack him first, a potentially fatal miscalculation. Suddenly, Ajina's eyes widened in horror as she realized Inori's apparent vulnerability was all part of his dastardly plan. Oops. Inori, now sporting a newly regenerated hand, revealed his previous injuries, and the ghoul were just a clever, painful distraction tactic. With a triumphant smirk, Inori declared Ajina had let her guard down, clearly very proud of his little theatrical production. Ajina, frustrated, exclaimed that only her mithril sword could truly handle his ridiculously unfair demonic regeneration and constant trickery. Inori used his grapple bind threads to pull himself away, laughing mockingly as he created distance. He was a slippery one. Retreating from Agina's barrier, Inori repositioned himself, leaving Agina to cry out in surprise at his sudden vanishing act. Agina, thoroughly annoyed, turned and expertly threw a blade at the ghoul on her leg, making it explode. No more leg biting! Agina's eyes widened in horror as she realized Inori was now activating his mystic eye of formation, hypnosis. Not another trick. Nori gleefully taunted her, confirming she'd looked into his eyes, falling for his hypnotic trap. His own eye glowed ominously. A glowing yellow hypnotic symbol appeared before Agina. Inori had cleverly stopped just out of her reach to cast his spell. Sneaky. Agina's eyes reflected the swirling hypnotic pattern. She was caught in his mind-bending magic, much to her dismay. This was not good. Furious, Agina swung her mithril sword, trying to slice through the annoying hypnotic magic formation. She really hated his tricks. Inori laughed again, boasting that even magic formations couldn't stop his blade, then announced another round of contract grapple bind. Agina, now inside a red defensive bubble, watched Inori prepare his next move, the tension in the throne room thick enough to cut. Another of Inori's blue-flamed shadow minions lunged at Agina's leg from below. He really had a thing for leg attacks. Agina, annoyed, questioned the sudden attack, wondering where all these shadowy pests were coming from. They were multiplying. Inori, with a smug shrug, just said, "Who knows?" clearly enjoying her confusion and the chaos he was causing. Agina, frustrated, asked why he was laughing. Inori, holding a new knife, simply replied it was probably because this was fun for him. Inori, flashing his fangs, asked Agina if she wasn't enjoying their rather destructive game. She probably had a different definition of fun. Agina, maintaining her composure, retorted with a cool, "Who knows?" not giving him the satisfaction of an emotional response. Inori, with a predatory grin, told Agina it was time to proceed with their little dance. He was clearly enjoying himself. He declared it was time for the grand finale of their fight, the anticipation building for one last dramatic showdown. Agina, eyes blazing, vowed to finish Inori by removing his head with her mithril sword. She was done playing his games. Inori, bloodied but still arrogant, retorted it wasn't over, calling her Agina with a chilling, confident smirk. He was annoyingly resilient. As Agina prepared to strike Inori, another of his wolf ghouls, glowing with blue energy, burst from her shadow. More uninvited guests! The new ghoul promptly bit Agina's leg, catching her off guard with its rather rude and painful greeting. She was not amused. While Agina was distracted by the new leg biter, Inori, ever the opportunist, lunged from above, aiming to attack her. Inori, meanwhile, was busy trying to reattach his other severed hand with shadow threads, all while analyzing Agina's every move. Agina, in pain and a hurry, quickly debated whether to deal with the ghoul currently enjoying her leg as a chew toy. Believing Inori was still missing his hands, Agina decided he was the easier target and went to attack him first. A risky choice. Suddenly, Agina's eyes widened as a horrible realization dawned on her. She had fallen right into another of Inori's traps. Inori, now with a perfectly regenerated hand, revealed his apparent helplessness was just another act in his elaborate deceptive play. With a triumphant, cruel smirk, Inori taunted Agina, declaring she'd let her guard down. He was quite the actor, this one. Agina, utterly frustrated, exclaimed that only her pure mithril sword seemed to have any effect on his ridiculous regeneration and tricks. Inori used his grapple bind threads to pull himself away from Agina, laughing mockingly as he created some distance between them. After retreating from Agina's barrier, Inori quickly repositioned himself, leaving Agina to cry out in surprise at his sudden move. Agina, thoroughly annoyed with the ghoul still on her leg, expertly threw a blade, making it explode. Pest control, night style. Agina's eyes widened in horror as Inori began to activate his mystic eye of formation hypnosis. Not this again. Inori gleefully confirmed she'd looked into his eyes, falling for his hypnotic trick. His own eye flickered with a yellow aura. A glowing yellow hypnotic symbol appeared before Agina. Inori had cleverly positioned himself just out of her reach to cast his spell. Agina's eyes reflected the swirling hypnotic pattern. She was caught in his mind control magic, much to her extreme annoyance. Furious, Agina swung her mithril sword, trying to slice through the pesky, hypnotic magic formation. She was really tired of his games. Inori laughed again, boasting his blade could cut even magic formations, then announced another round of contract grapple bind. He loved that move. Agina, now inside a red defensive bubble, watched Inori prepare his next attack, the tension in the throne room palpable. Another of Inori's blue-flamed shadow minions lunged at Ajina's leg from below. He seemed to have an endless supply of these things. Ajina, annoyed, questioned the sudden attack, clearly wondering about the source of these never-ending shadowy pests. It was getting ridiculous. Inori, with a smug shrug, just said, "Who knows?" clearly enjoying her mounting frustration and the general chaos. Ajina, very frustrated, asked why he was laughing. Inori, holding a new knife, simply replied, "It was probably because this was fun for him." Inori, flashing his fangs, asked Ajina if she wasn't enjoying their rather one-sided and destructive game. Her face said no. Ajina, maintaining her composure despite everything, retorted with a cool, "Who knows?" refusing to give him any emotional satisfaction. Inori, with a predatory grin, told Ajina it was time to proceed. He was clearly savoring every moment of this. He declared it was time for the grand finale of their fight, the anticipation building for one last, hopefully decisive, showdown. Ajina, seeing another magic formation, snarled with determination, vowing to slash through this one too. She was not easily discouraged. Inori, amidst his golden magic runes, lunged at Ajina, who swung her sword to meet his attack. Round whatever number this is began. Ajina gasped, shocked, as Inori, moving with incredible speed, managed to land his attack before she could fully counter. Inori, grinning, explained his plan. He knew she'd try to cut the magic, so he aimed to pin her arm first. Inori's hand slammed into Ajina's arm with brutal force, a powerful blow amidst the swirling golden magic. That had to hurt. Inori's face contorted demonically as he tried to bite Ajina, hoping to give her an unwelcome vampire makeover. Very impolite. Ajina's eyes widened in horror, realizing this situation was incredibly bad. Understatement of the year for her, probably. With her leg injured, Ajina knew she couldn't move well and decided it was an all-or-nothing gamble. Desperate times. Gritting her teeth, Ajina poured power into her arm, her sword glowing, and shouted, "Air hammer!" It was her big move. A massive red energy blast erupted from Ajina's fist, hitting Inori point blank. A very personal and powerful hello. Inori's arm was mangled by the blast, blood flying. He cried out, surprised by her powerful, up-close and personal attack. Inori, seeing Ajina's move, thought she was channeling magic into her arm to use it like a makeshift blade. Interesting guess. Ajina's air hammer, unfortunately for Inori, connected squarely with his head, delivering a rather decisive, neck-slicing blow. Ouch! Inori's head was now cleanly severed from his body, a rather gory sight with exposed flesh and lots of blood. Messy, his severed head, still somehow conscious, managed to scream Ajina's name in a final, choked cry of rage. Very dramatic. Ajina, splattered with his blood but looking fierce, yelled Inori's name back, a mix of triumph and utter exhaustion. Inori's head tumbled through the air, eyes lifeless. A rather definitive end to his part in the conversation, or so it seemed. Ajina stood panting, surrounded by the aftermath of their brutal fight, her glowing sword held loosely. She looked thoroughly worn out. Just when she thought it was over, Fenrir, Inori's loyal wolf ghoul, howled and charged at her, clearly upset about its master. Fenrir lunged, a blur of shadowy blue energy, aiming to give Ajina a very unfriendly hug with its claws. Ajina, with a swift, almost casual flash of her sword, sliced Fenrir in two. She was clearly done with interruptions. Inori's lifeless head lay on the floor, while Fenrir's shadowy form dissolved into nothing. Finally, some peace and quiet, perhaps. Ajina looked down at Inori's head with a sorrowful smile, whispering a final farewell. It was a complicated goodbye. Her bloodied mithril sword stood embedded in the stone floor, a stark reminder of the incredibly violent battle just fought. Ajina, alone in the ruined throne room, picked up Inori's severed head, a grim trophy of her hard-won victory. Bloodied and teary-eyed, Ajina wondered when she last fought so hard, but knew she couldn't rest yet. Duty called. Thinking of finding Princess Aaliyah, Ajina's arm, the one holding Inori's head, was suddenly sliced by an unseen attack. "Rude!" Ajina gasped, her eyes wide with horrified disbelief at this sudden, unexpected injury. The day just kept getting worse. Inori's severed head fell from Ajina's now severed hand, tumbling towards the ground. That head really got around. Inori's falling head suddenly spoke, declaring itself mere decoration as his headless body lunged, severing both of Ajina's arms. Plot twist. Ajina cried out in shock and pain as her arms were severed. blood spraying. Her day was officially terrible. Inori's surprisingly agile, headless body kicked Aegina, sending her flying into a wall. He was very effective. Even without a head, Aegina crashed into rubble, coughing in pain, while Inori's headless form stood amidst the dust. A truly bizarre sight. Blood streamed down Aegina's face, her eyes wide with despair. This fight was not going according to her plans at all. Inori's headless body casually picked up its own head, blood dripping. He was taking keeping your head to a new level. With a gross sound, Inori's body began reattaching its head, letting out a pleased groan. Vampires had weird hobbies. Inori had mostly reattached, casually told Aegina it was no problem. Decapitation was apparently a minor inconvenience for him. Aegina, weak and disbelieving, stammered that even her mithril sword slashing his neck hadn't worked. This was just unfair. Inori, smirking, noted her reliance on mithril against demons, holding his previously severed arm as if it were a fashion accessory. He explained that mithril's effectiveness was limited to this world. He was from elsewhere, where rules were different. Surprise! Aegina stared, stunned by his revelation. An otherworldly vampire was definitely not in the training manual. This complicated thing. Inori, flexing his regenerated hand, said her sword slashing his arm earlier confirmed mithril wasn't his kryptonite. Good to know for him. Aegina, grimly understanding, acknowledged he hadn't regenerated his arm immediately on purpose, calling it a good decision. Smart, evil vampire. Inori shared another fun vampire fact. He suspected brains weren't vital for them. That explained a lot, perhaps. He recalled his spine being damaged fighting Fenrir with no ill effects, guessing a vampire's core was actually the heart. Aegina, broken and bleeding, faintly admitted she'd vaguely guessed something similar but couldn't confirm. With a gasp, she whispered, "I've lost." Inori, with infuriating nonchalance, said it was just luck he survived. He really knew how to rub salt in a wound. Aegina confessed her lack of experience fighting such opponents, admitting she thought he'd realized her plan, but he noticed anyway. With a weak, bitter laugh, Aegina admitted she'd also realized his true nature too late. Hindsight is 20/20, especially when dying. Inori stood over her, cold and impassive, the clear victor. He was a terrifyingly alien and powerful being. Inori leaned down, saying he'd take all her power, as making her a minion was boring. He had high standards for his undead. His fangs extended as he prepared for the final bite, bidding her a chilling goodbye. It was a very permanent farewell. The scene shifted. Inori now walked calmly down a prison corridor, clearly having finished his meal with Aegina. Ryuto, Tamaki, and Aoi looked up as Inori approached their cell, his footsteps echoing ominously in the dark prison. Inori stopped, looking down at Ryuto with pity, remarking on what a mess the hero was. Not a great pep talk. Ryuto, bruised and battered, stared in disbelief. Seeing Inori here was the last thing he expected, or probably wanted. Ryuto exclaimed Inori's name. Inori, holding an ornate key, confirmed it was him, here to open their prison. How thoughtful. Tamaki and Aoi rushed to the bars, relieved and worried. Inori just gave a casual yeah to their concerns. Inori, smirking, told them to worry about themselves, then activated a golden hypnotic magic circle in front of Aoi. Ryuto, seeing the magic in Aoi's blank stare, yelled at Inori, demanding to know what fresh hell he was starting now. Tamaki cried out Inori's name as the magic circle glowed. Inori calmly told them to relax. He wouldn't harm them. Famous last words. Ryuto, still on the floor, was rudely told by Inori to hurry up and get out. No time for pleasantry. Ryuto's eyes widened in horror, struggling to understand Inori's bizarre and alarming behavior. This wasn't a rescue mission, Ryuto cried out, unable to move his body. Inori, with detached curiosity, wondered if he was still conscious. Very reassuring. Inori mused that the spell should be working. Perhaps its effect depended on willpower. He was quite the magical experimentalist. Inori gently touched Tamaki's and Aoi's heads, saying he had a favor. His favors usually weren't the fun kind. With his golden eye glowing, Inori commanded them to clean up his mess. He was outsourcing his dirty work now. Ryuto, aghast, exclaimed, "Clean up?" He clearly wasn't expecting to become part of Inori's janitorial staff. Inori explained everyone should think he was dead, then handed Tamaki a powerful staff. "Here, hold my super weapon." Tamaki, under Inori's influence, was told to burn the castle and leave no bodies. She wondered if she could handle it. Inori told Tamaki she was subconsciously suppressing her power and just needed to remove her mental limiter. Easy peasy. Ryuto yelled about burning the castle. Inori confirmed, then told Aoi to make a "don't burn us" barrier. Safety first! Tamaki, limiter off and eyes blazing, happily declared she could do it and would burn everything. She seemed excited. Ryuto, horrified, tried to stop Tamaki, warning her about the living people. She probably wasn't listening anymore. Tamaki, surrounded by fire, cheerfully said it was okay. Aoi, also glowing, agreed to do her best. Teamwork makes the dream work. Ryuto, utterly helpless, screamed for them to stop. His pleas were likely drowned out by the impending inferno. Massive fiery explosions erupted, engulfing the castle grounds. Tamaki was very enthusiastic about her new job. The grand castle was now a raging inferno, smoke billowing everywhere. So much for historical preservation. Inori watched the blaze, noting Tamaki's impressive power, remarking on the heat even within Aoi's barrier. It was a bit warm. He acknowledged the power of a hero's blessing as Tamaki, wreathed in flames, wielded the staff. Quite a spectacle. Inori turned to the horrified Ryuto, saying he would entrust him with the truth. Ryuto probably preferred blissful ignorance. Princess Aliyah stood watching the castle burn, the flames reflecting in her calm, newly red, determined eyes. Quite a makeover. A faint, knowing smile touched Aliyah's lips as she observed the fiery destruction. She seemed to approve of the redecoration. Leah remembered her sister Amanda, smiling brightly in happier times, before all the unpleasantness and beheadings. She then recalled Ms. Nala, her kind maid, another victim of the recent chaos. So many memories. Finally, Aliyah pictured her parents, the king and queen, in their regal attire. The whole family, tragically gone. Aliyah's red eyes glowed with intense determination, her features hardening. She had a new, vampiric resolve now, cloaked. Aliyah walked away from the burning castle, sparks dancing around her, a dramatic exit from a fiery scene. Inori met Aliyah in a moonlit forest, the burning castle a distant glow. She calmly asked if it was over now. Aliyah then asked Inori if he had finished the cleanup, a task he'd given the others. Inori looked surprised, wondering how she knew. Leah explained that Inori's blood gave her his knowledge and thoughts. Her vampire upgrade came with a mind-reading feature. She noted her hair color had changed to include red highlights, an unexpected but rather stylish side effect of vampirism. Inori dismissively said her survival was what mattered, not hair color, adding he didn't get servant perspectives. A bit rude. Aliyah confessed she felt bound by Inori's thoughts and probably couldn't defy him. Being his subordinate had its downsides. Aliyah happily agreed yes to her new bond, while Inori, pleased, just said good. A very straightforward master-servant agreement. Irritated by one of Inori's thoughts she perceived, Aliyah promptly slapped him. He yelped, surprised by her sudden assertiveness. Aliyah, cheeks puffed, asked if her new situation wasn't so bad, perhaps also referring to his now slapped face. Inori, blushing and touching his cheek, admitted her new red-streaked hair actually suited her. He had an eye for style. Inori still touched his cheek where she'd slapped him, while Aliyah smiled knowingly. Their dynamic was evolving. Aliyah, turning away, said she hadn't lost everything. She'd survived and gained some freedom, for which she was grateful. Her expression grew determined as she declared she'd also found something she wanted to do. A new ambition sparked. Aliyah privately mused her servant state might lift if she surpassed Inori. He, sensing her thought, curiously asked, "Really?" Aliyah fiercely declared she would become stronger than Inori and regain her freedom someday. A bold challenge to her new master. Inori, with a slight smile, simply said, "Sounds good," seeming to enjoy the prospect of her future rebellion. Inori decided that since Aliyah had a new goal, they should head to his current secret base. Adventure time! Aliyah, surprised, asked about this base and how Inori knew of such a place. He was full of secrets. Inori explained it was Fenrir's old hideout, well barriered and perfect for hiding, planning skills, and discussing their slightly complicated future. Aliyah stared in astonishment at a surprisingly neat wooden hut, protected by a shimmering pink energy barrier. Not very menacing. Inori mentioned it was a ruin he fixed up while weapon forging. Aliyah wondered when he found time for DIY home improvement. Aliyah asked if the hut was a weapon. Inori suggested thinking of it as a combat base. She found that a bit ambitious. Inori sat, tired. Aliyah noted the hut was small for two, unlike a castle. Inori agreed it was a downgrade. Inori smirked, saying things were different now, then suggestively mentioned the problem of only one bed. Oh dear. Alia blushed deeply, looking down, clearly flustered by Inori's not-so-subtle implication about their sleeping arrangements. Flustered, Alia insisted she never considered herself royalty, then leaned towards Inori, stammering about something. He looked curious. Eyes closed and blushing furiously, Alia shyly suggested they could just sleep together. A very bold proposition. Alia, still blushing but determined, explained she survived thanks to him and didn't want to owe anyone anything. Her gaze intensified as she declared that, right now, sharing a bed was the only way she could repay him. Inori simply looked at Alia, his expression unreadable, as he processed her rather direct and unexpected offer of repayment. Inori, smirking, noted her volunteering before he could order. Alia, eyes shut, declared she was ready. So brave! Inori leaned in, commanding her to take it off. Alia looked up, blushing, her red eyes wide with anticipation. Alia, face flushed crimson, trembled with embarrassment and anticipation, her eyes squeezed shut. The tension was high. As her cloak dropped, Alia nervously asked if her current state of undress was good enough for whatever Inori planned. Inori activated his Magan's vision magic eye, his glowing red gaze, analytically scanning something, probably not her fashion sense. He then used weapon forging, his hand glowing gold as he reached for Alia's discarded cloak. Time for some magical tailoring. Golden energy enveloped Inori as he skillfully reforged the cloak. His eyes closed in concentration. He was quite the craftsman. Inori presented a newly crafted, elegant black dress to Alia, simply saying, "Here you go." A rather unexpected outcome. Alia, surprised and blushing, took the beautiful new black dress from Inori. It shimmered with faint golden magical particles. Inori, looking bored, told Alia her old rags made him feel strange, so she should just wear the new dress. A flashback showed Alia on her deathbed when Inori offered vampiric life. He clarified his subordination remark wasn't that kind. Inori, grinning with fangs, said he chose his partners and questioned her offer to repay him by sleeping with him. He cheekily asked Alia, still holding her new dress, if she was very confident in her appeal. He loved teasing. Alia gasped, utterly flustered by his teasing, her face turning a deeper shade of red as she clutched the dress. She explained her thanks for the clothes and said she'd change immediately, eager to cover up after his comment. Inori, smirking, mused about her being a doll princess, clearly enjoying her flustered reaction to his words and actions. Alia sat dejectedly on the porch, head bowed, dress in hand, muttering she'd messed up with her bold offer. She wondered why she'd made such an offer, concluding she just wanted to show her resolve. A bit misguided, perhaps. Alia sadly admitted she was the only survivor who then abandoned her country, whispering she might have wanted punishment. Inori, overhearing, deadpanned if sleeping with him was her idea of punishment. He had a strange sense of humor. Alia, startled, saw Inori peeking from the doorway and exclaimed his name, surprised he'd been eavesdropping on her monologue. Inori, with a slightly annoyed expression, told her she was being surprisingly rude with her assumptions. Alia, flustered, insisted that wasn't it. She was still confused, but definitely grateful he saved her. She was a mess. Inori asked, "Really?" Unconvinced. Alia, dress slipping, insisted she was truthful, just not thinking clearly. Very flustered indeed. She declared that even if she wasn't human anymore, because she survived, it didn't change her feeling. Alia shouted with conviction that she didn't regret her decision to live, her red eyes blazing with determination. Inori looked at her, his expression momentarily softening, perhaps seeing the strength behind her flustered state. He then said he wanted to try something and asked for her help. Alia eagerly agreed to assist with anything. Inori showed a glowing list of skills from the castle, noting one wouldn't train itself. Alia curiously asked if she'd help. Inori seriously announced the skill was called sexual technique. Well, that escalated quickly and rather awkwardly. Alia looked utterly bewildered, stammering, "As sexual? Huh?" This was not the kind of help she anticipated offering. Inori suggested maybe just touching her chest would level up the skill. Alia shrieked in protest at his unorthodox training method. Inori, slightly annoyed, reasoned a little touch was surely better than her earlier offer of sleeping together. Fair point, maybe? Alia, bright red, protested that just touching still felt rather unhealthy and inappropriate. She had some standards left. Inori, reaching for her, insisted she accept since she'd agreed to help with anything. Alia cried out in dismay. From outside their moonlit hut, Alia's distant yell of "Demon tilde tilde" was heard, followed by Inori's calm correction, vampire. As the scene opened, the princess flew gracefully through the sky, having recently been transformed into a familiar. Below her, Inori rested under a tree, intently observing the information displayed in the system window. With a commanding tone, he ordered the princess to descend, and in an instant she glided down, her wings vanishing as she touched the ground. Inori marveled at her flying skills, contemplating how well she had adapted to her new form. Curiously, he inquired about her outfit, to which the princess replied that the outfits fit her perfect. He was amazed that she could fly during the daytime. He was unable to use his powers when the sun was up. A thought crossed his mind. Did she not bear the curse of the sun god? Inori then instructed her to draw her sword. As she complied, the moment she pulled it out, the sword emitted a striking red aura. The princess complimented the weapon, questioning whether he had forged it using his refinement skill. Inori maintained a calm demeanor as he explained that it was the sword of Igiana, which he had merely enhanced with dark magic. He revealed that although the sword was originally named the Absolute Black Blade, he decided to call it the Black Blade. The princess grasped the magnificent ancient sword, once wielded by a commander of Great Igiana. Inori shared his experience of attempting to use the sword, noting that it had not responded to him at all. It was as if he lacked the necessary mana required in this world. With a tired expression, Inori confirmed her inquiry about his inability to use magical tools, including the ancient sword. He turned to the princess, explaining that this was precisely why he had given her the sword, as it reacted to her touch. With a teasing tone, the princess challenged him, suggesting that with the help of the ancient sword, she might surpass his strength. Inori, however, remained confident, asserting that he could level up quickly without relying on magical tools. Curiosity piqued, Inori asked if magical weapons were indeed used to measure strength in this world. The princess laughed lightly, leaving the question unanswered. A confident smile spread across Inori's face as he reflected on his knowledge. He believed that while Aaliyah could wield the magical weapons of this realm, she would never be able to acquire skills or level up as he could. The princess declared that she too could utilize magical weapons, yet she could not level up or gain skills like him. This realization sparked a challenge between them, each eager to prove who would emerge stronger. Inori, however, dismissed the idea, reasoning that his ability to level up rapidly gave him a distinct advantage. To his surprise, the princess spoke up, pointing to her teeth. "Look here," she exclaimed. She revealed that she now possessed the same absorption abilities as Inori. She explained that she had attempted the same process he had, and felt herself growing stronger as a result. Inori, with a mocking grin, questioned what exactly she had managed to absorb. "A kekio bird," she replied, beaming with pride. Inori reassured her that with such abilities she would do well, suggesting they leave their current location. The princess then inquired if her presence had been the reason he had ended up in this kingdom. Inori acknowledged that she had indeed helped him lure Igiana, but added that the damage he had sustained was more than he had anticipated. At that moment, the princess's attention shifted to a nearby Fenrir, and she rushed over to hug the creature tightly. "So cute!" she exclaimed, delighting in its furry form. The Fenrir, visibly displeased, protested, "Let go of me!" Inori, amused by the sight of the once ferocious beast now trying to escape her embrace. The Fenrir utilized its shadow skill to run away, leaving the princess calling after it, "Lil Chan!" She with a sad expression, wondering if it would show itself again. Inori, curious about her affection for animals, asked her if she loved them. She shrugged, replying that she didn't particularly love them, but she had taken care of an animal that her sister had grown bored with. As Inori turned away, he declared that they would be leaving that night. The princess, eager to know their destination, asked where they were headed. Inori informed her that they would travel to the nearest county to gather information. He continued, saying that they were likely going to a county that had not summoned any heroes. However, the princess corrected him, stating there was no such county that hadn't summoned heroes. Inori was taken aback by that. The princess elaborated, affirming that indeed, there were no countries without summoned heroes. In disbelief, Inori asked her for confirmation, but she confirmed her statement, realizing that the 12 nations had come to an agreement to summon 3 heroes each. As he calculated the total number of heroes across the 12 nations, 36, the scene opened with a cute demon engaged in a sinister task, taking the lives of demons, beastmen, dwarves, and elves as offerings for the vessel for the return of the Demon King. This dark ritual was intended to influence the revival of the Demon Lord, Igona. We see a beautiful girl walking down the streets. She was none other than the princess, who found herself unexpectedly approached by a vendor offering her a variety of gifts. Although she attempted to decline the gift, explaining that she had already received sufficient rewards from the guild, the seller insisted she accept it. The persistence of the vendor was matched by other merchants nearby, who also offered their souvenirs to her. After a short while, the princess's hands were filled with gifts. Another vendor approached her, eager to present another offering. However, Aaliyah, adopting a fake name to protect her true identity, reflected on how long it had been since she arrived in Regan. She noted that she was currently in the market of the Holy Kingdom of Lean, a bustling hub renowned for its beauty and spacious roads. In the background, sisters could be seen praying in a nearby church, adding to the serene atmosphere of the kingdom. The scene shifts to a guild where both Inori and the princess had registered as adventurers, aiming to gather vital information and necessary funds. Inori had also chosen to register under a false name, Kiri. However, since he spent most of the day sleeping, the burden of work fell solely on the princess. Despite the challenges, she felt grateful for the experience, as it allowed her to meet new people along her journey. With a cheerful shout, she exclaimed, "I'm back!" In a sudden turn of events, Inori was sent flying across the road, crashing spectacularly into a nearby shop. The princess watched in shock as Kiri now revealed as Inori asked for help. At that moment, a young, beautiful girl appeared, complimenting him with a teasing tone. "Wonderful! You didn't pass out from my punch." The princess observed the unfolding chaos from a distance. Inori, still unknown of his situation, flirted with the girl, boldly declaring his interest in her even amidst the chaos. This marked the introduction of the girl, who identified herself as Fanatique Lestejo, a holy knight of the Lean Kingdom. Pointing her finger directly at Inori, she declared with confidence that she would take him as her disciple. With a firm grip, she grabbed his tie and pulled him closer, holding his face as she demanded, "What did you just say?" The princess continued to watch the bizarre interaction in shock, realizing that this was the first city they had chosen to gather information and funds. And yet it turned this way. The scene shifts as Inori had joined the guild under the name Kiri, and he had spent the entire day indulging in drinks, drawing attention from various guild members. When the waitress approached him to settle the bill, he casually instructed her to put it to Ali's tab, as it's his routine. Meanwhile, Aaliyah was diligently working hard to complete the guild's quests and rank up, earning herself a reputation. Her dedication and charming looks had made her quite popular, garnering her the title of Black Rose Ali. Not only did she attract the admiration of men, but women were also drawn to her charisma and determination. As Inori continued to drink and enjoy himself without a care in the world, people around him began to cast questioning him. They wondered why the esteemed Black Rose Ali was associated with someone like him, speculating whether he was blackmailing her or taking advantage of her kindness. Suddenly, a mysterious old man broke the silence, suggesting that Inori should consider working once in a while to earn money. Inori laughed off the comment, told that it was none of the old man's business. Inori recalled that this old man was his only drinking buddy in the guild. Before Inori's arrival, the old man had been drinking alone, but now they shared their drinks together as companions. However, Inori soon remembered the true purpose behind his excessive drinking. It was to increase his poison resistance and gather valuable intel. Unfortunately, his poor drinking habits had caused most people to avoid him, leaving only the old man willing to share a drink. As Inori realized his situation, the door to the guild swung open, and a beautiful girl entered, catching his eye. He was taken aback, wondering why a priestess would be in such a place. Without a second thought, he invited her to join him for a drink, but she politely declined, stating, "Oh, I don't drink." With a playful smile, she warned him not to drink too much and to take it easy. As he observed her closely, he noticed a symbol on her forehead. He asked her to show him the symbol. However, before he could react further, she launched a fierce kick in his direction, responding sharply, "It's the symbol of faith of God. You can't touch it so casually." Inside the guild, disbelief spread among the patrons as they witnessed Inori being sent flying out of the establishment with a single kick. As he landed outside, he thought to himself that he had certainly messed up his approach to her. The Holy Knight then pulled him closer, and laughter erupted within the guild as everyone began to make fun of Inori, teasing him about being kicked by the Holy Knight. She declared that she was going to teach him some manners, while Inori lay unconscious. With surprising strength, she lifted him onto her shoulder, carrying him away as the princess watched the scene unfold. Noticing the princess's presence, the Holy Knight paused and asked her if something was the matter. The princess replied, it's nothing. She then inquired about what the knight intended to do with Inori. The holy knight explained that this guy had tried to hit on her in the guild, and remarked on his audacity, adding, "But don't worry about it anymore." After her words, the holy knight waved goodbye and left, taking Inori with her. As they departed, other guild members attempted to hit on her, suggesting that she could join them. However, Aliyah displayed clear disinterest in their invitation. When she reached for some snacks, the other members eagerly picked them up for her, treating her like royalty. Yet, despite the attention she received, Aliyah couldn't resist the urge to search for Inori. This sudden interest puzzled the other guild members, who exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why such a beauty like her would be interested in someone like him. Whispers spread through the crowd, with some speculating that she must have been blackmailed into associating with him. The scene shifted outside the church, where the holy knight stood over Inori, preparing to deal with him. She threw him down and raised her hand towards him, surrounded by a blue aura that glowed with excitement. With a determined expression, she proclaimed, "I'll make it quick and painless." The holy knight gently placed a hand, radiating with a magical aura, against Inori's face. With the incantation of her healing spell, she restored him to consciousness. As Inori regained his senses, he heard her voice cautioning him not to drink too much. He asked for her name. She introduced herself as Fanatique, a holy knight. Inori's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing she was a holy knight. Fanatique, sensing his surprise, instructed him to call her Fauna, or even Master if he preferred. With their introduction complete, Fauna took hold of Inori's hand, insisting that they go inside the church together. Inori remained in disbelief, questioning why they needed to enter the church for prayer. From a distance, Princess Alia watched them, peeking with a mix of curiosity and jealousy, wondering when they had started holding hands. As she observed them heading into the church, she contemplated whether such behavior was normal for most people. Meanwhile, Fana called for her Fenrir companion, affectionately naming him Lil Chan. The princess, already aware of the formidable nature of holy knights, listened intently as the Fenrir informed her that this particular lady possessed divine protection. Shocked, the princess inquired about the nature of such divine protection. The Fenrir poked her playfully, suggesting that she must have noticed it since she had been following them. Blushing, the princess nodded in agreement. Inside the church, Fana informed Inori that this was the largest church in the region, making him quite fortunate to be there. After a brief pause, she asked for his name. Inori hesitated, thinking it's wise to keep his true identity hidden, so he replied with the name Kiri. As he looked around, he was astonished by the grandeur of the enormous statue dominating the space. Fana introduced the statue as the representation of the supreme god and encouraged him to follow her. She instructed him to bring his hands together just as she did and to close his eyes while praying to the supreme god. Inori followed her instructions, closing his eyes and beginning to pray. It was then that he discovered the meaning of his name Inori, which means to prayer. As he engaged in his prayer, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching him. It felt as though a connection was forming between them, leading him to watch at the night, wondering if it was her doing. However, he quickly realized that she was not the source of the feeling. Attempting to use his detection abilities, which was failed, leaving him with the unsettling sense that something else was watching him. It felt as if someone was peering directly into his soul. With anger, he said, "How dare you touch my soul without my permission?" In the next moment, the sensation vanished. When Inori opened his eyes, he found Fana observing him closely. She remarked on his surprising devotion during the prayer. Stunned, Inori could only manage to respond, "Devoted?" With a joyful tone, Fana expressed her happiness, saying, "I'm glad that your heart has been cleansed through that prayer." Inori, still trying to process her words, questioned what she meant by cleanse. His gaze returned to the statue of the supreme god, but his mind remained troubled by the earlier intrusion he had felt. Someone had attempted to peek into his very being. After the prayer, Fana moved forward, inviting Inori to join her for the next part of their journey. Soon after, the scene shifted to another location where a girl remarked, "Is the boy's path severed?" A girl with blue hair responded in affirmation. "Yes!" Her surprise was evident as she expressed disbelief over such a human. Moments later, the 5 goddesses gathered together, with one seated upon a throne that seemed most powerful. They seemed to be planning something. As the scene shifted, Inori found himself back in the guild, where he recalled everything. He approached the old man, his voice filled with concern as he asked, "You're still alone?" Turning to face him, the old man's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Inori was visibly battered and bruised, looking as if he had been through a fierce battle. A lot happened, he admitted, trying to display his condition. Inori's mind flashed back to the holy knight who had mercilessly beaten him, relishing every moment of his suffering. He recalled her introducing herself as Fanatique, a holy knight, and he realized that the damage she inflicted was due to her light attribute, an attribute that was particularly effective against a vampire. She had complimented him during their encounter, saying, "You've got good eyes, but unfortunately, your body couldn't keep up with your eyes." The statement astonished Inori, making him feel as if she had read him like an open book. Despite the pain, she insisted on continuing the training, leaving Inori to wonder what exactly he was training for. From a distance, Princess Aaliyah observed them, her expression troubled as she thought to herself that this looked like a form of death training. Beside her, the Fenrir spoke up, urging her to help Inori. The Fenrir explained that without a direct order from his master, he was unable to intervene, and that the master could easily turn the tables on the her with his current powers. As the princess processed this, Inori seized the opportunity to run away, desperate to escape the relentless training. The scene shifted once more to a conversation between Inori and the old man, who inquired about how Inori had managed to shake off the holy knight. Inori replied, "I ran as fast as I could for my life." His face was swollen and bruised, resembling a loaf of bread. He reflected on the nature of holy knights, realizing they were renowned for slaying demons and monsters as offerings to the supreme god. Their combat style relied heavily on magical tools, specifically those infused with light magic, an element highly effective against demons. The old man shook his head and remarked, "Since you can't use magical tools, it's pointless to learn their tactics." Inori, still acting somewhat foolishly, responded, "Yes, exactly. That's why I'm so bruised up." Suddenly, he realized that he had never revealed to anyone that he couldn't use magical tools. Just then, the holy knight reappeared, announcing, "You surely run fast, but you've had enough rest now. Let's head back to training." Inori shouted for help to the old man, but he knew he was being forced into further training. The scene transitioned to the forest, where Inori found himself pinned down by the holy knight, while Princess Aaliyah and the Fenrir continued to watch the spectacle unfold. Inori grumbled about the training, referring to it as one-sided violence. As the training progressed, Inori soon realized that his body was struggling to keep pace with his demonic eyes. Frustrated, he requested Fauna to take him back to the church. With a smile that radiated satisfaction, she interpreted his request as proof that her training was effective, thinking, "He's suggesting we go back to the church." "Of course, Master," Inori nodded in agreement, thinking that this would be a clever strategy to skip out on the rigorous training and instead explore the church. Once inside the church, he stood before the magnificent statue of the supreme god, memories flooding back to him. He recalled how, during his previous prayer, something had attempted to peer into his soul. He wondered whether he, along with the Holy Knight and the other believers, were somehow connected to a greater force. Given that even his detection skills had failed to trace the source, he concluded that it must be something beyond this world. An idea struck him. What if he tried to use a skill from another world? With determination, he activated his appraisal skill, and a lot of information flooded his vision on the system screen. He noted the differences all around him. The dress worn by the worshippers, the unique designs of the walls, and even the statue of the goddess were distinct from anything he had encountered before. However, as he continued to scan his surroundings with his demonic eyes, he spotted something unusual, a faint glow resembling a magic stone hidden within the church's sacred confines. As they came to know about the stone, it was revealed to be the Holy Light Stone. Its properties were displayed in the system window, indicating that it was a stone born at the roots of the sacred tree. This stone could serve as a medium for the goddess's power, and its installation was deemed mandatory in all churches. You realize that with the Holy Light Stone, believers could connect to the gods through their prayers, much like using a telephone. However, he pondered that although this stone was significant, it did not seem to be the one he was searching for. He recalled the presence of 5 different statues in the church, each representing a different goddess. A troubled expression crossed his face as he suddenly understood the implications. He might have inadvertently picked a fight with a god of this world. Regardless of the unfolding events, he thought to himself that whatever was happening, he would let it happen. Suddenly, he noticed the girl beside him blushing, clearly astonished by something she had seen. When he asked her what was wrong, he turned back to see what had caught her attention. There stood a figure who exuded an aura of authority and strength. They soon learned that his name was Raven, a celebrated hero of Reagan, and the 4th captain of the Holy Knights. Nori, still in a state of confusion, whispered, "A hero? She explained to him that 10 years ago, Raven had valiantly defended the city from a monstrous attack, risking his life in the process. To this day, he continued to protect the city, which earned him the revered title of hero. And Nori's excitement bubbled over as she realized that this legendary figure was essentially her master. Unable to contain herself, she urged him to leave without her, eager to seize the opportunity to witness a living legend in person. Inori couldn't quite fathom what had come over her, but the thrill of the moment was undeniable. He turned to face the hero, acknowledging his immense power, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Raven might not be as formidable as Igiana. Nevertheless, he decided to appraise Raven's stats, just to be cautious. Before he could perform the appraisal, Raven moved with lightning-fast reflexes, turning towards him with a dangerous look etched on his face. Inori felt a wave of fear wash over him. How had he noticed him? He instinctively hid behind people, his heart racing. In that tense moment, he realized he could not even appraise Raven's skills without risking exposure. Shock coursed through him as he contemplated how the hero had sensed his presence. As the Holy Knight approached Raven cautiously, she asked if everything was all right. The hero replied that he had sensed something, a scent similar to his own kind. Meanwhile, as Inori walked away from the church, the scene shifted to the princess, who was perched atop the roof, visibly bored as she observed the ongoing training sessions below. She thought to herself that ever since that fateful day, there had been little communication between her and Inori due to his rigorous training regimen. The Holy Knight complimented Inori, noting that he was performing better than before and was also handling magical tools quite adeptly. Inori, with a thoughtful expression, recalling the struggles he had faced while mastering the powers of those very tools during his battle with Igiana. However, the Holy Knight pointed out that he couldn't always remain on the defensive. She insisted that he needed to engage in offensive training and asked if there was any weapon he could use. Inori pondered this for a moment. Dark magic came to mind, but he knew he couldn't reveal that to her due to its inherent risks. Instead, he shook his head and replied that there wasn't any weapon suitable for him. With a sigh, she accepted his answer, saying, "I see." With a playful demeanor, she slammed a hammer onto the ground, declaring that it was decided they would purchase a new weapon for him. As an adventurer, he certainly needed to carry something. Still in shock from the suddenness of the hammer's impact, he managed to respond, "Sure." Her cheerful smile brightened the atmosphere as she informed him that she had received permission to meet Sir Raven. Thus, for the time being, there would be no training. She encouraged him to pick a nice weapon that suited his ability. Dissatisfaction flickered across his face as he considered this unexpected break, realizing it felt more like homework than a holiday. Later, Inori approached the princess, who remained seated on the roof, still radiating an air of boredom. Inori broke the silence by asking if the princess had discovered a way to counter her attacks, given that she had been closely observing the training session. The princess, maintaining her sad and listless expression, admitted that she hadn't found a solution yet. Inori settled beside her, noting that both she and Fenrir had been watching attentively, but had yet to uncover anything useful. As they sat together, watching the sunset, Inori inquired if the princess had any plans for the following day. He explained that his master had instructed him to procure a weapon and wondered if she would accompany him. A spark of brightness lit up her eyes, though she tried to hide her enthusiasm. She admitted she wasn't familiar with the nearby weapon shops. Inori reassured her that if she was busy, he would manage alone and wouldn't impose on her. However, with a charming smile gracing her face, she responded affirmatively, saying she was free the next day. Teasingly, she added that he seemed quite helpless, implying that, without her, he wouldn't accomplish much. Finally, she suggested it was time to head back to the hotel. Inori agreed, and as she took his hand, pulling him along, she declared, "Let's go to the hotel." Inori couldn't help but wonder why she was so excited. The princess laughed and insisted, "No, not at all. Just don't change anything." With that, they made their way back, ready to face whatever awaited them next. As the scene shifted, Inori and the princess strolled through the bustling streets, the afternoon sun casting a warm glow upon them. The princess was clearly enjoying her time with Inori, her laughter ringing out as they walked side by side. However, Inori soon reminded her that their outing had a purpose beyond mere enjoyment. With a stunned look on her face, the princess assured him that she was well aware of their mission. She informed him that the weapon shop they were seeking was nearby. After a few moments of walking, they finally reached the weapon shop. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the impressive array of high-quality weapons displayed around them. The princess beamed with pride, declaring that this was the best shop in the area. Inori began to scan the various weapons, his eyes darting from one item to another. Yet he couldn't shake off a feeling of dissatisfaction with the quality of the offerings. He voiced his thoughts to the princess, stating that while the weapons were certainly good, they were all magical weapons, something that didn't quite meet his needs. The princess then pulled out a weapon that resembled the iconic Soul Reaper blade. Inori's reaction was immediately changed. He clearly disliked it. With a sad expression, the princess thought it would suit him well, but Inori was not convinced. Still perusing the weapons, Inori suggested that the princess should consider purchasing a weapon for herself too. He pointed out that since she couldn't use her black sword due to its different level of aura, it would be wise for her to find something suitable for everyday use. He mused that a hand dagger might fit her perfectly. As if on cue, the princess's eyes lit up when she spotted a beautiful blue hand dagger. She examined it closely, and Inori picked it up, noting that it was made of mithril. He playfully remarked that with that weapon, she could easily defeat him in a duel. The princess opened her mouth to speak, but Inori interrupted her, reassuring her not to worry about the cost. He explained that he had earned quite a bit from night hunting recently. She attempted to refuse the offer, expressing her desire not to be a burden. However, Inori insisted, saying that he had been spending most of his earnings solely on alcohol, so he would gladly pay for the dagger. Princess blushed furiously, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato, but despite her embarrassment, they proceeded with the purchase of the dagger. Once outside the shop, the two continued walking together, though Inori felt a lingering sense of disappointment that he hadn't found a weapon suitable for himself. The princess, sensing his unease, broke the silence by asking if he knew what gifting a dagger signified. Startled, Inori asked her what she meant by that. With a cute expression, the princess simply replied, "Who knows?" As they crossed the street, she suddenly pointed towards another weapon shop, exclaiming that it looked smaller than the previous one. Curious, Inori glanced over and noted the size difference. Just then, the princess noticed a spider near the door and called out to Inori. He chuckled, suggesting that perhaps the owner was lazy and encouraged her to come inside. As they stepped into the new shop, Inori's eyes widened in astonishment. They were greeted by an elderly man dressed impeccably, who welcomed them with a warm smile. As they stood there, the old man explained that his shop operated on a specific order of weapons, crafted according to the requests of clients. Inori was intrigued, still processing the existence of such a unique establishment. The old man continued, clarifying that even non-magical weapons could be customized to meet customer demands. This piqued Inori's interest further, and he activated his ability, the demonic eyes, inquiring whether he could place an order for a weapon. The princess watched, slightly amazed at how quickly Inori was convinced by the old man's words. The old man nodded affirmatively, indicating that they could indeed take custom orders. He then requested that they follow him so he could assess their physical abilities and preferences for the weapon crafting process. Inori, eager to explore this opportunity, asked if the princess could also get a weapon. The old man replied positively, assuring them that she could indeed have a weapon tailored for her as well. As they discussed their preferences, the old man mentioned the spider web located near the entrance. He explained that the web belonged to an elderly spider who had long since retired. It was a charming detail, emphasizing the familial atmosphere of the shop. Inori couldn't help but think that the old man seemed somewhat eccentric, yet there was a warmth in his demeanor that made the experience feel special. As they prepared to embark on this new journey of weapon selection, Inori felt a flicker of hope that this time he might finally find the weapon that suited him perfectly. As the scene shifted, Inori and the princess were seen enjoying coffee together at a famous restaurant. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, with the delightful aroma of freshly brewed beverages enveloping them. Inori remarked that their outing had taken longer than he had anticipated. The princess countered his statement with a cheerful smile, explaining that it was actually beneficial that he had selected a weapon so quickly, rather than wasting time hopping from one shop to another. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she took a sip of her tea, exclaiming how delicious it was. Inori, however, thought to himself that it was just ordinary tea, quite similar to what they served at the castle. She then turned her gaze toward the bustling crowd of people walking through the market, sharing with Inori that she had always wanted to sit and enjoy tea in such a lively setting. Inori responded by reminding her that she could have done that any time, considering she had plenty of money at her disposal. The princess replied wistfully that she preferred to enjoy such moments while chatting with someone special. After they finished their lunch, the princess inquired about the reason behind Inori's quick selection of a weapon. Inori explained that he had utilized his appraisal skill on both the shop and the owner, ensuring that every weapon displayed was of the highest quality. This led him to believe that the old man could be trusted. Despite his confidence in his choice, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't very good at being a businessman, especially since there had been spider webs at the entrance of the shop. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the Holy Night Girl appeared and asked Inori if he had found a weapon. Remaining calm, Inori informed her that he had actually been looking for her. He also asked if her meeting had concluded. She replied that the meeting was already over and that she was heading home. In a teasing tone, she added that he seemed to be hitting on girls again, which sparked a hint of jealousy in the princess. In the next moment, the Holy Knight attempted to kick Inori, but the princess quickly intervened, clarifying to the knight that she was Inori's companion. Just then, a man who appeared to be part of the Holy Knights advised the knight Fanatique to use the stairs instead, emphasizing the importance of leading people as a role model for society. With a laugh, the Holy Knight apologized for her impulsive behavior and promised to remember his advice. The masked man then gently introduced himself as Fanatique's bodyguard, revealing that his name was Mask. Inori was taken aback, questioning the need for a bodyguard. Fanatique explained that the church had strict regulations regarding her relationship with Inori. She had even informed the church that she was merely his mentor. The masked man reminded the rules, stating that the Holy Knights must maintain their purity. Inori was shocked by this revelation, asserting that this was not the case in his situation. The masked man continued, explaining that there were rumors circulating about the Black Rose Ali and a freeloader named Kiri, who was said to follow her around. Both Inori and the princess were astonished to hear such rumors. The masked man elaborated that Kiri, who was Fanatique's disciple, had become spoiled due to her association with the Black Rose Ali. Inori found the rumors to be harsh and unfounded. Then, in a surprising turn, the masked man pulled out a business card and addressed Inori as Master, requesting him to teach him how to attract girls. He bowed dramatically in front of Inori, which prompted Fanatique to scold him, questioning how inappropriate such behavior was for a priest. As the scene shifted, Inori and Fanatique were seen discussing matters in private while the princess watched them, incredulous at how easily men seemed to get along with one another. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Fanatique asked her if she was truly traveling with that drunkard. Maintaining a calm demeanor, the princess confirmed that she was indeed traveling with Inori. However, Fanatique's gaze was fixed on the mithril dagger the princess now carried. The princess hesitated before responding, recalling Inori's words, "If you have chosen a wrong one, then stab me." She complimented Inori, noting that he was bolder than she initially thought. With a pleasant smile, Fanatique teased the princess, questioning whether Inori understood the implications of her statement. The princess struggled to comprehend the deeper meaning, but found herself blushing uncontrollably at the thought. As their conversation progressed, Fanatique informed Mask that it was almost time for them to return to their duties. Mask excused himself, promising to provide a favorable report regarding Inori and Fanatique's interaction. With a gentle smile, he bid them farewell, to which the princess responded with a bright smile of her own. Walking down the streets together, Inori expressed his exhaustion from the day's hustle and bustle, his shoulders slumping slightly as they moved. However, Fanatique, still curious, asked Mask about Inori, to which he replied that Inori was far more dangerous than he appeared. The air filled with intrigue as the princess and Inori moved forward, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. As the scene shifted, the princess prepared to leave Inori, bidding him goodbye while mentioning that she had some work left to attend to. Inori, feeling the weight of exhaustion from the day's events, replied that she was not free at all. As he attempted to open the door, a strange sensation washed over him, causing him to pause momentarily. Standing there in the doorway, he suddenly noticed a mysterious girl with striking white hair appearing before him. She complimented him, saying, "Oh, you've got some good instincts." Intrigued by her sudden appearance and words, Inori activated his demonic eyes. To his surprise, he began to hear a voice directly in his head, urging him to come inside. After a brief moment of hesitation, driven by curiosity, he stepped into the room. What he found was stunning, a gorgeous woman sitting elegantly by the window, who welcomed him with a charming smile. She introduced herself as Fulus, her voice melodic and inviting, instantly captivating Inori's attention. Maintaining confidence, Inori asked her about the voice he had heard in his head. Fulus informed him that he had noticed her from outside the room, yet he seemed unaware of spirit magic and its implications. She casually sat on his bed, her beauty enchanting him further, and explained that she had heard rumors of his presence in the city. Intrigued by what she had learned, she decided to observe him and offer her knowledge of spirit magic. With an intimidating smile, she began to recount more about herself. But before she could finish her introduction, She swiftly held his hands, pinning him down on the bed while positioning herself atop of him. Inori, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, found himself baffled by her boldness and unexpected forwardness. Fulis leaned in closer, teasing him as she said, "A woman with such good looks and body is this close, and you're not even resisting. How bold." Inori managed to reply, acknowledging her beauty, but his thoughts were racing with emotions as he had something else in mind. With that, he grabbed her by the waist, pulling her closer to him. Inori activated his demonic eyes. Forming a magical circle around her, he gave her an evil smile, expecting to gain the upper hand. However, to his disbelief, Fulus appeared completely unaffected by his display of power. Her eyes glowed a bright blue, and she leaned in even closer, unexpectedly kissing him. Inori's mind raced with confusion as he thought, "Yo, what's happening?" In an instant, he found himself transported to a new, surreal place, a realm beyond his comprehension. Bewildered, he questioned where he was, trying to grasp the reality of the situation. Fulus replied with a smile, explaining, "This is the mental world." She elaborated that it was another dimension that resides within each individual, a concept that left Inori even more perplexed. He struggled to wrap his mind around the idea of a mental world existing within him. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, as if something was holding his feet. Fulus approached him once more, leaning in closer and telling him that in this mental world, she could do anything she desired. Mockingly, she made his clothes disappear, leaving him standing in disbelief, unable to comprehend the bizarre and overwhelming situation unfolding around him. As she leaned against his chest, Fulus smirked, stating that she could make him go crazy with desire. With an evil grin, she let her own clothes vanish as well, proclaiming that she would make his soul hers. Inori, still grasping the surreal experience, felt a wave of panic rise within him as he struggled to break free from the enchantment that bound him. She then sat on his lap, taunting him further. "You're a virgin, and your body is reacting while your mind struggles. Why don't you just go with the flow?" Her words dripped with seduction, designed to provoke him and draw him deeper into her trap. Inori, feeling a surge of anger and frustration, "Shut up!" His irritation grew as he sensed the situation, realizing that he was being manipulated. Just as Fulus was about to initiate her next move, she paused, sensing something odd in the atmosphere. She turned her head slightly and noticed a dark aura beginning to form behind her. In that instant, Inori broke free from the bewildering trap. Now enveloped in a black demonic aura, he grabbed her face with his hand, his expression shifting from confusion to fierce determination. Inori, fueled by a newfound intensity, warned her to shut up. As the scene continued, the lady was being consumed by Inori's black aura. She struggled to comprehend what was happening, her thoughts racing with confusion as she wondered how her world was being destroyed before her very eyes. Inori, sensing her fear, decided to mock her. He taunted her, saying, "You claimed you had full control of this world, yet when it comes to domination, I too possess quite skills." The scene shifted abruptly as the princess arrived at the door. Noticing that it was open, she hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The sight that greeted her stunned her into silence. There, on the bed, was the girl on top of Inori, and they were both locked in an unconscious kiss. "Inori!" he called out. "Aaliyah, you're back," he said, seemingly unfazed by the situation. The princess, startled and unsure of what to do, pulled out her mithril dagger, recalling his earlier words. "If you're mistaken, then stab me." With a quick motion, he pushed the girl off him, though she remained unconscious, as Inori did so, causing him to spit out a tiny creature. When the small fairy regained her senses, she looked up at Inori and declared, "I have received a divine revelation from the gods to seduce you." She explained that she had approached him using her beautiful form, yet she had still been overpowered and humbled by him. "My name is Sylph," she announced proudly, "the highest-ranking wind spirit, and she have been humbled by our protagonist, Inori." Inori appraised her, noting her status as a wind spirit named Sylph. However, he couldn't help but doubt whether she was even allowed to make such statements. Meanwhile, the princess stood by, still bewildered by the little spirit's boldness. He picked her up. "Was the one who tried to peek into my mind the supreme god?" he asked, contemplating the rapid events. The princess remained confused, trying to process everything that was happening. While releasing his aura, Inori asked Sylph, demanding, "Tell me everything you know about the supreme god, every last detail." Fear was clearly across her face, but despite that, she refused to answer him. "You still have the nerve to disobey me, little lady," he warned, threatening. I can force you to answer. He flicked her downwards, causing pain. The princess, who was embarrassed by the entire scene, she told him to stop. But, he continued, and overwhelmed by the embarrassment, she closed her eyes tightly. Yet, as he increased the pressure, the cute noises emitted by Sylph drew the princess's attention, causing her to try to peek through her fingers. As Sylph fell onto the bed, she felt wet and tired, prompting Inori to mock her, saying, "Now you understand who the real master is." He then informed her that while the information she held was important, he needed to understand her abilities first. Sylph thought that a man who didn't know spirit magic should be easy to manipulate, but she realized that Inori wasn't anything simple. To test her abilities, they decided to take him to the forest. As they arrived, Sylph cried in shame, admitting that she couldn't use spirit magic. Inori, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "You brought us all the way to the forest where no one is around just to say you can't use spirit magic?" Tired of the hassle, he asked her to demonstrate whatever abilities she could muster. "Don't make fun of me," she said. Raising her hands, she attempted to emit some mana, thinking to herself that even her hair had turned black because of her defeat. Inori observed her closely, noting that she could only control dead beings but struggled with living things. Despite the setback, Inori thought that at least she was under his control for now. He inquired about the whereabouts of spirits, and Sylph answered that they existed everywhere around them. She continued, explaining that there were many spirits nearby, and Inori pressed her, asking if there were indeed too many. She confirmed that there were, adding that this was why she had found him so quickly. Inori considered this a significant threat. If someone could wield spirit magic, they could observe events without being detected. He then asked Sylph if she could see spirits now, to which she replied that she could try. A light began to emit from her body, and the princess, mesmerized by the display. Inori, however, remained relaxed and nonchalant. Observing the phenomenon, Sylph informed them that they could see spirits, but these were merely low-ranking ones. The princess paused, realizing how remarkable Sylph truly was. With a proud smile, Sylph affirmed, "Yes, I am!" She continued, emphasizing that even though she couldn't use spirit magic, she was still a high-ranking spirit. As long as she could exert her presence, she could avoid detection. Inori baffled with this information. Then, as they began to praise her, Sylph mentioned that during her experiments, she had discovered something significant. She pulled forth some of the black aura that surrounded them. "This is the first time I've been able to control these black aura-like entities," she started, calling them Black Wind. Inori smirked, an evil smile creeping across his face. "Yes, these might actually prove to be useful."
As Inori the princess watched the scene unfolding, Inori had killed a giant, serpent-looking monster with a single strike. The princess was puzzled by his supernatural strength. She was so stunned that she couldn't utter a word, while he was flexing his black magic, which he called Black Wind, with a smirk on his face. The little fairy told Inori that she had no idea the Black Wind could be used in that way. She found it pretty amazing. She told Inori that if it wasn't a monster from the demon world, it would have shattered into tiny pieces. But Inori asked her, "Demon world? What's she talking about? Is there such a thing?" The monster he just killed was a demonic beast that would normally be found in the demon world, but the surprising fact was what it was doing on Earth. The fairy told him that it was a rare demon, and the forest is suitable for demonic beasts to be born. He thought that it was like fishing in a particular area, and he had never seen a monster like that before. When the princess asked the little fairy, "Sylph, have you ever been in the demon world?" She nodded. "Of course." She told them that the forest spirits are all together, and they seem to hate the light, like their bodies instinctively oppose the light. And Nori thought that this was some secret he had heard about today. Aaliyah spoke that the whole land is protected by the priest knights of the Holy Kingdom, and wondered who was this strong against monsters and demonic beasts. She noted that it might be unnatural for a demon from the demon world to come here on its own. Something might have been helping them, and Nori thought about it too. Then how did this monster pop out? Was it some kind of natural phenomenon? While they were having their chat, someone was keeping an eye on them. A mysterious figure was watching them from the top of a mountain. The scene shifts to the blacksmith, and he welcomed them. Inori took a grab of his sword. He looked at it through his demonic eyes. What was visible was a long, single-edged sword made by Sebastian, with its quality A, and it had some attack power. Aaliyah was excited, saying that it looked so easy to use and sharp as hell. Inori told her that it's so good that it feels like his own arm had extended into a sword. He told her here's the payment, telling her that he heard she is moving her shop. When the blacksmith told him that she had decided to move to another town, and he was her last customer, She gladly accepted his payment. She told him that she would like to meet him again somewhere but not here, as she was leaving this place. She bade them farewell as it was her last time in this town. As they both walked through the streets, Alia told him that when she asked about the money, Inori had told her that the sister from the church who was his master gave it to him. Alia was displeased. Had he just taken the money without even saying thank you to her? Inori told her that it was not necessary, as his master was the one who told him to get a sword, so he went. The scene shifted to the church where everyone was praying. As the prayer ended, she found Inori waiting for her outside with his new sword. As he showed her the new sword, she told him that it was a good sword, very practical for real combat, and by looking at it she could tell that it was incredibly well made. Inori told her that he found a good blacksmith who was great at making weapons, while Inori said that there is still a problem as it was not a magic tool, telling her that his body just can't handle magic tools, and that was the main problem behind his weakness. He told her that even if she taught him to fight, he won't get any stronger without magic tools. She asked him if he was already tired of this training. With a very straightforward face, he said that he never liked it in the first place. He told her that there's no point in doing something which could not yield results. She was quiet for a moment. He told her that it's just wasting both of their time. Laughing with a burst of tears in her eyes, she told him that it might be impossible to know him even if she spent her whole life with him. Inori asked her why she was laughing. He was serious. She told him that if that's the case, she'll stay by his side for the rest of his life until he gets stronger, because trusting in people is her ability. With a dismissive face, he told her that she is really stubborn. He told her that then there was no choice. She would have to put in some more pointless effort training. The scene shifts to another woman. By the look on her face, it seemed she was interested in intimate works, and her eyes already spoke about it, and her lips were moist, a fact known to every man. Well, another woman who was enjoying her drink was angry about her question, as the first woman had asked her if her well-toned body seemed to repel the other gender, and this means that she was undoubtedly pure. While Inori burst into laughter, saying that the man really had a good eye for women, the people beside him were already irritated by his discussion. It was the same masked man from before who had made Inori his master. Since then, both of them had become drinking buddies. While Inori was drinking, he thought that the man was strangely good at talking, and if he let his guard down for a second, he would spill something he didn't have to. He thought, did he have some hidden intentions? As long as he was treating him to meals, he didn't have to worry about it. Pointing towards someone, he asked, "How about that one?" We see a lady who was entering the room wearing high heels. Not just purity, she possesses a lot of power as well, and it looks like he had chosen an impure and difficult lady. She was already emitting her powerful aura. The lady was none other than Alia. With an angry expression on her face, she recognized them. Smacking both of them in their head, she asked them if they both wanted to get banned from the guild. Both of them felt sorry for that. She asked for forgiveness from the person nearby, telling them that it won't happen again, and she'll take responsibility for it. While Inori asked the masked man if it was okay for him to only stay with her, wasn't he a holy knight? He told him that the Holy Knight's church's suspicion was about a relationship with Lily, so he just needed to watch one of them. And apart from that, she's in the middle of taking the church exam right now. She won't have time for anything. Inori never knew about the church's exam, the masked man told him. The town is a place where female priest knights come to apply for promotion exams and have their practical exams while fighting each other. During a test where she could even die and didn't get any time even to rest, she goes to meet a man who isn't even a member of the church and trains him every day. It was natural for her to be suspected. Inori was puzzled by this. He thought that she came to this town just to take that exam. He asked the masked man if his master was pretty hard-working. The masked man told him that it seems she's progressing to the final exam administered by Knight Commander Raven. She's been working very hard since then. Alia thought that these people are not even regretting their actions and are talking like fools. The people inside the guild were surprised by someone entering. It was a mysterious old man wearing a cloak. Inori was happy to see the old man again and asked him to drink with him, but the old man told him that he wouldn't be drinking with him today. He had to deal with it himself. Inori deeply apologized for his behavior. While the masked man was taking his leave, he apologized for earlier, saying that he'll meet him properly another day. Inori told him that he should be apologizing to him, not her. The old man told him that he should choose his friends more carefully because there are more enemies than friends. Inori told him that he didn't want to hear anything from someone who was hated by everyone. But soon later, they both enjoyed their drinks while gossiping about something. Alia looked puzzled at their behavior. Inori spoke to Sylph, How can you stand near him? Even in his shadow, she wanted to leave this place. She felt that there was someone incompatible behind him, like there was a threat. The scared spirit told him that the old man was aware of her existence, which was terrifying her. Listening to this, Inori was astonished that this could be possible. The old man spoke. "Looks like a new companion has joined you. Was it a spirit this time?" It seems it was a high-ranking spirit, too. Inori couldn't speak a word. He was just silently watching him. The old man told him that he didn't have to be cautious of him. He told Inori that then it was the right time. He was sweating heavily, thinking that if the man was able to see spirits, then he could also see other people's abilities as well. Aliyah was watching both of them talking from afar. Inori activated his red demonic eye, which can scan through anything. It saw that his resources were Magan 16.66% health, 16.66% dragonkin, 16.66% beastman, chimera, and human demon. It was like he was everything. He had divine protection, titles, and punishment. He was the predecessor of the Demon Lord and the current Demon Lord. Now it was something serious. As he saw the title, Demon Lord, he realized a Demon Lord was drinking with him. Sweating heavily, he couldn't speak a word. Aliyah watched him struggling to speak. The old man who was the Demon Lord spoke. "Shall we move? There are many people around. It would be better to talk in private." He uttered a name, Takafuji Inori. It was a name Aliyah had heard for the first time. Inori answered quietly, "Got it." He was ready to move to a private place. As she had spoken earlier, Aliyah told him that she would also go with him, that it could be dangerous. But Inori clearly ordered her that she was not coming with them. He was going alone. Leaving Aliyah angry, Inori turned back and started to leave. As Inori talked about meeting in the forest on the outskirts of town, Aliyah heard the conversation and thought that she was going to do as she pleased. She would follow them. She was left speechless as both of them went, leaving her alone in the guild. As they reached the forest, the Demon Lord said, "Is this spot safe and okay for you?" Inori stood quietly, thinking about what he should talk to him about and why he was brought here to discuss. He looked very confused and puzzled, staring at him quietly. The old man, who is the Demon Lord, said that asking him not to be cautious around the Demon Lord was too much to ask for. He began emitting some aura around him. A large burst of horror was created, causing the atmosphere of the forest to stir. Even the spirit which had been following Inori was astonished by such a display of power. She was just there to watch for things that could go wrong. The Demon Lord, with a funny expression, said that he forgot about the spirit he had inside him and had ended up intimidating the spirit, but to his knowledge, the spirit was already unconscious and defeated. Inori looked troubled at the scene, thinking that the spirits inside him were also affected by his aura. As the old man began removing his cloak, he asked him what he thought about him now. He had horns, long hair, and long, elf-like eyes, like a mage. Looking at his ears, Inori thought that he was a beast man, but he said, "No, it can't be." He even had horns and skin on his head with long hair. Inori said that he was like a mix of all the breeds present in the world. It's like a jumbled mess. He was unsure of what to say about him. Even the Demon Lord himself said that it was a disgusting appearance. He had a tail, too, behind him. Inori stood there with no response, like, what even was he? A beast man? Demon mage? With that, he said that his race was Chimera homunculus. Inori was stunned at what he said. He had never heard of such a race before, thinking if something like this was even possible. He said that he was originally a demon, but during his second reincarnation he got this body. Asking Inori, "Aren't you a reincarnated person too? You should know about this. This is my third life, and I have crossed worlds twice." Inori couldn't believe his ears what he just heard. He said that at first he was born as a demon in this world and he died. And when he reincarnated, he was the Lord of Demons from 2 generations ago. He was born with powers that were immense, and everything went according to his thoughts, and he could achieve anything. He achieved everything in his life and killed everyone who defied him. No one dared to stand against him because of his supernatural powers. Even among the demon clans, no one was able to compete with him, and with that, he killed everyone and became their demon king. He achieved everything, the pinnacle of everything. He obtained power, women, money, fame, and his life was one of easy enjoyment, but he was not satisfied with that. After that, he began killing other races too. With his abnormal status and power, it was nothing more than a piece of cake for him. Even the greatest heroes of humanity were nothing before him. He killed the dwarves and stole their treasure, which they had stacked up over generations doing blacksmith and mercenary works. He burnt down everything in the forest where the animals and elves had lived for a long generation. He killed beastmen, he killed dragons, thinking that he was the most powerful being alive on this planet. No one could ever stand against him. Life was nothing but a game for him. He got everything he wanted. But as he lived long, life became meaningless. As he got everything, there was nothing more to enjoy. Life lost its meaning, leaving him in regret. He lost the spirit of fighting because no one could ever stand against him until the very end. Inori asked him, "Does that mean you have never died since then?" The demon lord said that he never met anyone who could kill him, nor even stand against his aura, because it was too powerful for anyone. But he said that he did have a lifespan, after which he would die. As soon as he died, a white entity appeared before him in a quiet place. She was a girl. Her clothes were even white, even her hair was white, and wearing gold ornaments she stood before him. He already knew she was a god. As he thought for a moment, a white space, a girl god. Was it the same god which he met when he was reincarnated in this world? Or was it someone else? Were there more gods? The demon lord said that the god introduced herself as the world's lord god, the greatest god. Then Inori thought that it might be someone else. Because according to his god, they have taken everything from him, his magical powers, strength, and even his physical abilities. Everything was taken from him before he got reincarnated. Not only that, he was reincarnated and born as a nobody in an abandoned world in a poor family. Inori thought, what was this abandoned world? He had never heard about it before. Was this a new world that had been created recently? The demon lord said that that's the name of the world he was originally from, but he might have never heard about it. He told him that, as the name implies, the world was abandoned by the gods. As he had lost everything, nothing special ever happened to him again, and he was born into an ordinary poor family with nothing special. As his powers and abilities were taken from him, he never got any chance to show off any of his skills, so he was never praised in his entire life. But even after that, he tried his best, gave his all to overcome that disability. From a young age, he started working to make a living and gradually got better at bowing and taking orders from his seniors. Even when he didn't want to bow his head, he had to because of his job. And eventually he got married to a kind woman he met at work who was not exceptionally beautiful or anything, but she was kind and had a good heart. Soon after, his son was born, and he was a handsome and cute kid. But his job wasn't much for the household, and his finances were weak, sometimes ending up fighting with his wife. It was an ordinary life, with a part-time job which gave him just sufficient money to live off his rundown life. As he remembered everything, he was frozen for a moment, realizing that it was the happiest moment in that life. He told Inori that back when he was a demon lord, he thought he had obtained everything in this world. He lived his life laughing, thinking that what he willed was true happiness. He achieved everything: power, fame, money, women, and even a kingdom. But in the end, he just lived his life without ever knowing what true happiness really was. After 2 lives, he finally learned what true happiness really meant for him. That's why this time, he wanted to make someone else happy with his powers. He clarified that he doesn't mean that he wants to make everyone around him happy. Inori asked who that someone else was. Showing his muscles, he said that he's going to do what he can because he has this body which is capable of anything. Inori told him, "Does that mean you can go on a rampage now?" He declined, saying that it was not what he meant. Showing him his scales, he reminded him that he was a chimera. That was what he used to be when he was summoned to this world. There were different types of races like demons, humans, beast folk, dwarves, elves, and dragons, among which his race was created from all of the 6 races, the 6 races which have divided the world into 6 parts and continue to fight for a long time. Just hearing about how powerful he was, Inori was stunned, thinking, was it that powerful? The man told him that among the 6 races, there were fewer people. Inori said that he really doesn't know how this world really works. He remarked how he was being avoided by everyone. It was like he was more unpopular than Inori was. He said that this world was intentionally created by gods, so that different races couldn't get along and kept fighting amongst themselves. Thinking about God, Inori thought that maybe he didn't get it since he came from another world. The old man said that, well, if he traveled around the world, he will eventually figure it out, but it's nothing more than complicated. Mixed bloods are discriminated against each other, and it's full of racists and discrimination. Inori questioned him about what his plan was. Lighting up a cigar. He said that he wanted to destroy this messed up world, and he was here to ask him for his support. Inori, still puzzled, thought, destroy? Then where are we going to live? At first, when he found him, he only thought that he was all alone. But soon, his way of thinking changed. Inori thought, is he going to threaten me into joining his team? Or threaten me or Aliyah? The demon lord said that that's not what he meant. In fact, he is free to do whatever he likes. He was not that kind of person. He said that giving all this information to him is a way of paying cooperation fees in advance. Inori questioned him. Cooperation fees in advance? He told him that even if he didn't intend to cooperate, he would cooperate with his objective anyway, because, in the end, he would have to cooperate with him. Inori thought that he was just living by trampling on others' lives. The old man laughed and said, that's a selfish way of putting it. But Inori thought that even if he didn't tell him to, the old man was smiling, saying that's what he wanted to hear from him. Inori asked him for more information about his plan. The demon lord was puzzled by his sudden question. Inori had been on the edge ever since he was summoned and all alone, so this was a payback for him. Recalling the moment from the past where he said, she is not coming with us, Inori said that he was going all alone with him. While she was angry, she couldn't speak a word and thought to herself. As she heard his conversation with him, that they were going to the outskirts of the town, she thought it doesn't matter to them. She could do whatever she wanted. She watched both of them leaving. She sat in the middle of the forest, thinking about the incidents that have occurred recently, thinking about the harsh words said by Inori, do not follow me. Thinking about that, she noticed that he was more worried about something than ever before, and here she was thinking that she is not of any use to him now. Since this was the first time she received an order from him, she felt completely useless. While she was thinking, a creature appeared behind her, climbing through the tree. It spoke, what are you doing in a place like this? Suddenly, the holy knight from the church appeared and attacked the creature. With a calm and determined look, she had smashed something. Aliyah thanked Fauna. Fauna told her that this wasn't a territory where humans could let their guard down. It was the middle of the forest, and anything can happen there. Aliyah told her that she forgot about that as well, laughing while remarking that still, for an ally known as the Black Rose to look so preoccupied, she might have been thinking about something very serious. Was it about Inori? With an unpleasant look, she said yes, she was thinking about him. Fauna looked at her, saying, was it really nothing? She spoke honestly. Both you and Inori are hiding something. Attacking suddenly, Aliyah was stunned. She barely dodged the powerful attack, which, with a single strike, destroyed the tree behind her, crashing it into small pieces. Aliyah questioned her while making a safe distance. What are you doing all of a sudden attacking me? I'm not a student for a sudden training or test. Swinging her hammer, Fauna said that she just felt like seeing the true strength of Aliyah, the so-called Black Rose, which had so many titles, since this is the first time they have met peacefully. Speaking of that. Besides, you look like you have been slacking off, so I'm just helping you get fired up and warm up a bit. Aliyah was furious and said that's none of her business. She doesn't have to interfere. Swinging her hammer again, Aliyah barely dodged it. Fauna complimented her, saying that she had some nice reflexes. Aliyah said, what are you even trying to prove here? Laughing, Fauna said that she'll know soon. Fauna asked Aliyah if she believed in God when she was a child. Aliyah said that no, she had never believed in God, and she was an atheist. Recalling a memory from her past of how her mother was a devoted believer and a person who had never missed her daily prayers to God, she told Aliyah that she should start praying too. Suddenly one day their village was attacked by a horde of monsters, and her mother fled with her but died right in front of her eyes while protecting her. Standing in the chaos, she cried heavily beside her mother's dead body when the monsters were still attacking and surrounded her. Amidst the chaos, she started praying, thinking that it was the first time she had truly prayed from her heart, praying that she could go with her mother to heaven. Suddenly a magic barrier appeared with an unknown entity before her, protecting her from the beasts. Returning to the present, she said that to this day she is unaware of who saved her that day, telling her that she believed it was God who saved her that day from the monsters. And now, she doesn't just pray anymore. She would become able to help others, just like the person who did in the past, saving her from danger. She told Aaliyah that she was strong and she can help Inori. At this, Aaliyah was flustered, recalling the moment from before that he could rely only on her and no one else. Fauna told her that she should stay by his side no matter what. She should help him in his hard times. Speaking out in anger, Aaliyah said that she did want to help Inori, but there's nothing she could do now. She could just hinder him in his progress, punching Fauna straight in her face. When she regained her consciousness, she asked her if she was okay, and was it really a bad punch? Bleeding from her nose, Fauna said that it was a good punch, thinking of the sound of Aaliyah's punch. While she was continuing her talk, she fell to the ground while still bleeding. Aaliyah was terrified at the scene. While laying on the floor, she said that when training with Inori, she too thought about it, but thinking of that, she thought she was an idiot. Believe it or not, I'm not good at written exams either. Aaliyah was surprised, thinking that Fauna was seriously impossible to reason with. Smiling while leaning on her thighs, she said that, to be honest, she was a little frustrated. She didn't know Inori at all, thinking of Aaliyah's life, which she was wondering about, traveling and living with him together. She remarked that she can't understand him the way Aaliyah understood him, who is always traveling with him and knows all about what he does. Listening to this made her smile, thinking that yes, she was the only one he could rely upon. She supposed she'll manage to solve things with those skillful powers of hers and thanked her. Her words brought Aaliyah back to the present, making her realize that she was the only one who could help Inori. As the scene shifted, it was already night. Aaliyah was watching the moon from the window of the hotel room. Suddenly, Inori appeared from his black portal, greeting her in words like her Batman. She was terrified at such greetings. She told him, what kind of way was he talking to her? Getting down from the ceiling, Inori said that this is the fastest way back to talk to her, but he got something to tell her. He said he would tell her later about that. Aaliyah said that from the look of it, she thought nothing had happened. Inori questioned her, saying, quote, what were you worried about? Was it about me, or about the schedule? Or was it about the training? She said that she supposed it was all about that, saying that if he was supposed to jump up and die somewhere, she'd be free for the rest of her life, and she'd have a happy ending, and that would be a very tragic story for him. Thinking about what she just said, he told her that's no guarantee that he'd be set free even though he died. As he looked towards her, he noticed a faint smile across her face. Looking away from him, she asked him, is there something wrong? Why have you suddenly gone quiet? Are you afraid of me? He said that it was nothing. He was just thinking about something. When he smiled, he said that she seemed pretty energetic, and he wanted to see what she is capable of. After all, she's going to help with a little experiment next time, or she'll just be a burden to him. Puzzled by the question, she asked him that she really didn't mind about helping him, but why was he smiling? Did he have some ulterior motives? She really had a bad feeling about this. He said that she'll find out soon. The scene shifted to another place where a girl was naked, putting her dress on. Looks like she had been used as a slave. Beside her, there were many other girls who were being treated the same way. We see an old man talking to someone, saying that he had come and was sorry for calling him out this late. The person he was talking to was none other than the masked man from before who was drinking with Inori. He asked the old man what he needed from him. The old man, who was sweaty from his bad deeds, said that it was nothing. He was just wondering if he had managed to find the runaway daughter of the betrayal king. The masked man replied that according to the plan, she should be doing her work soon, and he apologized to him and asked him for a little more time. Throwing a church gown towards a girl to wear, the old man said, then find out the girl quickly and make her do the work for the next test. We'll need to gather even more female priests from now on for her work. The masked man bowed and agreed to his orders. Moreover, he added that to gather followers, prestige is necessary, hence the most important thing, while gathering his followers. The masked man agreed to everything he said, saying that in the name of God, he is doing that. We see a mysterious figure had been doing bad deeds in the name of the church, remarking that she can never get free from him. He will chase her till the end. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the kingdom, where a mysterious figure wearing an aura with his demonic army was heading towards somewhere. Watching closely as he was near his victory, destroying the castle, saying that it was not enough and he will grow even more large demonic beasts and order them to deforest the entire forest. With a key having a star pattern on it, the scene shifted. It was already morning, and Inori was still asleep. She remarked that he was always lazy like that. When she was out busy purchasing the day's meals, thinking that he had no motivation even when he is awake, and he is usually asleep during the day. He's too lazy, even Sylph agreed with her. She thought that, which means if she were going to escape, it has to be during the daytime, because at night he was truly active and more powerful than during the day. Aaliyah told her that they have arrived at their destination. While the fairy was still thinking about the escape, watching outside from the hotel, Aaliyah presented the cake to her with a strawberry on top of it. Thinking what was it, it was the first time she saw something like that. Aaliyah said that it was a cake and it was her favorite snack. The fairy said that she knew about the cake, but she's not eating it. Aaliyah was puzzled that she didn't like cake. Even though she was a girl, how can she hate cake with a strawberry on top of it? The little fairy said that in the first place, spirits don't need things like food because they don't have an appetite for it. And don't group me with the filthy humans. She asked her, does that mean you don't have any favorite food or something favorite like that you really love? Nodding to the question, Sylph said, isn't it obvious? I don't have anything like that. Aaliyah was surprised that she had nothing that she loved. It was something new to her. Apologizing to her, saying that she didn't mean to harm her feelings, she thought that she'd be happy to eat the cake. Sylph was still silent, lost in thought. With a tired expression, she said that fine, she'll eat it just to keep her happy. She didn't need to eat, but that doesn't mean that she can't eat. While eating and enjoying the taste of the cake, she said that spirits are like green plants. Just from a single bite, her face was red like a tomato. Looks like she really liked the taste. With a happy face, she said, what's this? It's like something I have never tasted before. It's really delicious. Aaliyah told her that, yes, she knew about it, that's why she gave it to her. Showing her another cake that she had specially made for her with cheese, insisting she take a bite. With happiness on her face, she said that which she would love to have. Her stomach full, she lay on a plate, saying, what was this taste? Sweet and sour. I have never tasted something like that before. Aaliyah said that she ended up eating so much that this truly was a sin. She could keep on doing it forever. The fairy said that humans can create something pretty amazing sometimes. Aaliyah asked her to keep it a secret that they came here to eat without enro, and said that they should have cakes here sometime again. Listening to her talk, she was thinking of something. The fairy said that she was different from the arrogant-looking guy. She was a little kinder, sweeter, and mostly generous. She told her that, well, enro isn't very kind. The little fairy added that he even bullies her. Why was she with someone like that? He was like a bad person. She told her that's because she's going to crush him someday. But she also said that for no reason, he's just an unkind man. This raised a question between them. She even said that there was a time when he saved her life in return for nothing. Sylph was shocked at her statement. She continued, saying just like her, she's under his domination because she's his disciple. And she's grateful to him because that's a secret matter between both of them. With a smiling face and a sparkling look, she told her that she planned to stay with him until she surpasses him. The fairy was looking like a full woman, sat on the plate, listening to her talk. She said that her relationship with him is kind of weird. Aaliyah said, was it really weird? Suddenly a shadow beast appeared beside her saying, little girl, where were you? I have something to inform you. He told them that he's not Riru. And just like the both of them, he was a servant of his master, and they are her seniors. Blushing with love, the fairy said that she can eat him without a hint of hesitation. The shadow beast said, very cute little creature, addressing herself as his senior. Aaliyah thought that he would be in bed, but if it's too bright, he sometimes sleeps in a shadow space. If she can't find him there, then she will go and find him. The shadow beast said that then, they both should go and search for him in the forest, because he isn't in the hotel. She questioned, why? What was he doing in the forest? The shadow beast said that, well, he didn't know about that. If she can call him, he was in the forest. As the scene shifted, they both went into the forest, astonished as the view unfolded before them. The forest, which was greener than the Amazon forest, was now like a deserted island. She was terrified at the thought that not just the monsters, but even the trees and grass had also disappeared from there. The shadow beast told her that to think a place like that existed, and who on earth could have done something like this except for the master. Sylph said everything down to the last spirit had been completely consumed. Not even a single trace of them remained. She thought that a mere human couldn't do this much. As they went flying to search for him, in any case, they decided to investigate. There was no other way. The little fairy was surprised that she can fly and have wings, saying that she can go and collect the information. as she went flying, searching across the region for the cause of the desertification of the forest. The shadow beast said, "Well, little girl, have you figured out anything yet? Or was she just a bluff?" Aaliyah said that just as she thought, the traces on the sides were new, and if they combine this with the information the others have gathered, she can figure out the direction they were headed. But thinking, what in the world could have done this mass destruction? Even the little fairy was puzzled and said that the spirits were in an uproar. Maybe they shouldn't go any further. Suddenly, Aaliyah noticed something behind the mountains. There was something she told them. It was a group of monsters looking like centipedes, gathered around and having a feast upon something. Watching from above the sky, she said that these are the magic beasts we met in the forest, but what were they doing here without any master? And on such a large scale, who was commanding them? The little fairy said that they should hide in the forest because they'll be spotted soon. Flying across from them, she told her that these aren't all magic beasts. Aaliyah said that yes, there were some others amongst them. She noticed something. A monster stampede or horde of monsters that occurs every few years and attacks the surrounding area. It means that they're heading somewhere. She thought that they might be heading towards human territory, where recently she had been living and enjoying her life peacefully. It's the city of Reagan where they were heading towards. With frustration clearly visible on her face, she said, quote, "The city of Reagan, it should have been dealing with monster stampedes for many years, but I haven't seen any major movements from the church or guild. In other words, the timing is unexpected. Maybe they are the one behind it." The little fairy said that shouldn't they be telling the guy about this? She had a bad feeling about this. Aaliyah said to Riru and the others to split up and find Inori for her. He accepted the order, but asked her what her plan was. Aaliyah said that she can't imagine Inori, who keeps hiding his power, would be willing to lend his strength for the kingdom's sake. Should she talk to the guild so they would make a move? Or should she talk to Fana-san, thinking that the church would never make it in time? Saying that she will do something about it herself and find a way to deal with it, the fairy asked if she was going to fight against the monsters. The beast said that you can tell the strength of these creatures by their scent and there are too many of them. Even if they are just average monsters, she can't win against them because of their numbers. Rushing with quick dashes, pulling out her ancient sword, emerging with a red aura. With determination in her eyes, she thought that she's not the same person she used to be. Now she can fight, as she's also a vampire. The monsters noticed her lunging towards them. The fairy was shocked at the sight, saying that they have been spotted. Ready to launch a powerful attack from ground level, she stood under the monster. With anger and frustration, she said that she's tired of just standing and watching by. She really wanted to do something and change herself. With just a single strike, she shattered the head of the monster into tiny pieces, killing it with just a blow. The beast said that her power is leaking out. That makes taking the first move useless, because she had already been losing her energy. With that, the beast transformed into a giant wolf, eating it with his mouth. Aaliyah watched him, thinking what a huge size. She got it. Even his spirit is bigger than hers. Was it because he is fighting for what he wants to protect? It really is amazing. The beast said that since he is not made of gold, he can't maintain this unnatural form for long, but he can lend his power to her, because it's the land his comrades had protected with their lives on the line, and he's willing to do anything to protect it. Aaliyah said that he really got huge. The beast said that he really hadn't shown his original form to her yet. How can she think that he was a tiny beast under his master? Suddenly a monster rushed towards them. Slashing it like butter on paper, she killed it without any hesitation. Watching her skills, the beast said that it was not bad at all, and he is grateful to accept her offer. Happily, the beast said that that was not bad at all. She had grown stronger than before. Listening to that, she was immersed in happiness, saying that now he will accept her offer gratefully, or is he just going to look around? Tearing off the monsters' heads with a single bite, he destroyed several of them. Suddenly, more monsters rushed towards them. The beast said that first, they have to reduce their number and keep moving and fighting so that they don't get surrounded or cornered. With a burst of adrenaline, she said that yes, she got the point, and she'll keep on fighting. With that, he chewed some of the monsters with his bare jaw. While Aaliyah was also slaying monsters like chickens, she was struggling with her energy loss. The fairy was astonished at the display of power shown by them. She thought that Aaliyah and the doggy, both of them, were really strong. The beast said that to finish them off, they are still moving, and if she only cuts them in two, then they are only going to die. Otherwise, they will just regenerate. With determination, She said that she got the point now. She is ready to slice them into 2 pieces. Slashing through the middle of them, she split the monster into 2 pieces with her legendary sword. With that, she even created a magic ball in her hand, saying that she knew it, but the magic consumption of the sword is really a big hassle for her. She has to somehow hold back and fight because of the magic consumption of her legendary sword. With that, she launched her attack, Airball Vacuum Magic, killing a dozen monsters with a single powerful attack. But she was mistaken. Her magic was deflected. She questioned how her magic can be deflected. The beast said that preserving magic power is a good decision, but on her part, thinking of the enemy they are facing, they're really strong. Forget the magic. She should just rely on her sword to fight them, or else they will die. He said that they originally belonged to that woman, recalling her, that the woman wielded the sword far more skillfully than her. Intelligent and precise magic control, channeling magic only in the brief moment of slashing, conserving her energy and mana skillfully and brilliantly. There was a vast difference between both of them. The owner of the sword was the Knight Commander Esiana. She thought, how did Fenrir know about her fighting style that much? When she was thinking, monsters began surrounding her and attacked her. Pulling out her sword, she said that if she was to really whittle it down, one thing in her current state is to reduce magic consumption. She won't channel magic when she swings her sword, but only at the moment it hits the enemy. That was her technique, huffing with excess consumption of her mana. Thinking that with her level of magic control, how many more slashes she could manage. Maybe there's a limit of 30, or maybe 20, or maybe even fewer than that. She had always knew that this would happen in the future, but there are just too many of them. She struggled to keep up her spirit. She was running out of her magic power, barely keeping up her pace. Fenrir said, "Can't you hold on a little bit longer until Inori arrives?" Screaming loudly with the last burst of energy she had left in her body, both of them were shocked. Her eyes glowing with anger, she took off the head of a monster with her teeth, just like a vampire. With tears of embarrassment, she said that she doesn't have much energy left, so she'll just eat them and gain their powers. The little fairy was astonished that she was eating them. Why was she doing that? She might get herself killed. The beast laughed, saying that this is the first time he had seen someone replenish their power by sucking blood. This might be some kind of new skill. After regaining her power, she slashed through them with the help of her sword, and the beast helped her too. Another man was shown who seemed surprised. Raising his hands, he muttered something, covering himself with aura, having horns like the demon clan. He clapped his hands, looking like some kind of magic symbols or enchantment. Each and every monster bound her, restraining her movements. The monsters suddenly started moving with coordination, like remote-controlled toys. Everyone attacked at once. Fenrir retorted that if she kept moving then she might get free, but if she stopped then she will get herself killed. While the fairy was speaking, she shouted, "Alia, fly and get away, or you will die by these monsters." Alia noticed something. Her hands had been cut off, but she still couldn't figure out what happened just now. Her hand was flying in the air with her legendary sword, looking like a monument. Alia was terrified with fear, noticing that it really was her hand flying in the air, separated from her body. It seems like it's the end for her. She was stunned at the sight that her hand had been removed from her body. While the beast was trying to help her, he got pushed aside by the monsters, slamming him into the ground. As she flew into the air, a monster opened its mouth wide, trying to devour her. The fairy screamed in agony, trying to help her, using a black wind. She grabbed her and moved away from the monster. But suddenly, the monsters got destroyed, bursting blood from their bodies. When she fell unconscious to the ground, Fenrir asked the dead-looking girl if she was alive, saying he can't hold on for much longer, and they are retreating. The little fairy thought that she helped her without even thinking, because of her reflex and her kind nature. She called out for Alatia as she looked very serious, looking like she was on the brink of her death. She suddenly saw a visual of a girl above her. It called her Sister Alatia. The girl stood beside her, watching her unconscious body lying on the ground, her hands separated from her body. Remarking, "Aren't you the same as you were before? You tried to change, but you couldn't." She called her pathetic. The girl said, "Are you going to abandon me and survive all by yourself?" Bleeding from the mouth, she really looked weak, saying that even though she had cut off her head and died for them, she looked above her. She smiled. The girl approached her and asked what she was smiling for. "You're in a serious condition, and yet you're smiling." Trying to get up from the ground, she said Amanda would never say something like that. It was sent by her own weak heart to create fear inside her. Picking up her sword again, she said that still, she was happy to see her face after a long time. Tears ran down her face. The little girl stood silent for a moment. She couldn't utter a word after what she just heard from her. As Alia woke up, she said that back then, she was weak and couldn't save her. She was sorry for that. But now she'll show her that she's changed, and told her to watch over her. Suddenly standing from her position, she faced the monsters. Fenrir told her to jump onto his back, and they'll retreat before they are surrounded and killed by the monsters. But suddenly Alia killed a lot of monsters with just a single strike, and in a split second, it was like she had gotten a hidden power-up. Still coughing, she said, "Fenrir, escape ahead of me. I can still fight and hold them off for a little longer." Suddenly, Inori arrived, saying, "Sticking to your pride is fine, but it's meaningless if you die here. There's no point in having pride when you're dead." Alia noticed a thread around her arm which stopped the flow of blood from draining out of her body. Inori said, "To a vampire, blood is its life. I went to the trouble of sharing my blood with you, so try to treasure it a little." Emitting a powerful aura, activating his demonic eyes, with a cold look he entered the battlefield. Upon seeing Inori, her eyes lit up with joy, saying that he came for her. Inori clarified that she had lost her composure and can't see what's going on around her, saying that they have been in danger. Killing monsters with his new long-edged sword in a single strike, he jumped away from the monsters, while killing another, slashing it through the middle. Fenrir said, "Master, you finally arrived." He was waiting for him from the beginning of the battle. Inori came near Alia, saying that the bug's shell is protected by magic on the outside, but its joints, eyes, and insides aren't, so they can attack there. If she had noticed that, she could have conserved magic. While pulling her hand with the magic thread, he said that she could have conserved her magic and avoided losing her arm, grabbing her like a kid. He fixed her arm with a magic thread, saying, "You probably can't heal the same way that I can, so focus on recovery for now." She was shocked by such methods. Inori said that, well, there were a bunch of mistakes, but the biggest was not abandoning the city and running. He asked her if she was emotionally attached to the city, or was it just her pride? Alia told him that she was sorry because she took the decision emotionally and forgot to act rationally. As the monsters were rushing towards him, he told her that she also missed something. No matter how big or many bugs were there, it can't be solved no matter how many they killed. Standing under the horde of monsters, watching them emerge, Inori said that it's time to check their answer. Alia was still thinking about what he was going to check now. While the monsters in a group attacked him, the man who seems to be the controller of the monsters looked happy, thinking that it's finally over, still clenching his wrist. But suddenly Inori and Alia appeared behind him with his magical thread. He felt their presence, but there was nothing he could do now. As he turned back towards them in astonishment, Inori told him to calmly come along for the answer check, or he would apply a harsher method. With a menacing look, he grabbed the man with his thread, restraining his movements. As the little fairy and the beast watched from a distance, she thought that he suddenly showed up and ended up over there. Most of the spirits around here are gone, and she can't tell clearly, but it looks like he had captured someone. As Inori stood in front of him, activating his demonic eye which can scan through anything. He spoke his name, Chris. The man gritted his teeth in anger while lying on the floor. Alia watched them. Judging by his status and abilities, there's no mistake. But still, how did he manage that? Inori said that he's the one who had magical powers to control the magical beasts. Speaking of which, the town of Reagan is regularly struck by monster rampages. Each time, they were resolved by the church's Holy Knight Raven. It wasn't some kind of coincidence. In the town, Raven is hailed as a hero, and the church has grown its status and influence through him. Inori said that now it's even considered sacred ground for female priests to train, saying that the monster rampages are a bit too convenient for the church now. Hearing all that, Alia thought that this one was likely working with the church to attack the city. She was shocked to hear this. The man smiled and said that he really had done a lot of research, though he didn't seem to know everything. Inori leaned closer and said that he had gotten acquainted with a very helpful informer. But for the rest, activating his other eye, he created a magic spell around his eyes, saying that he would hear it directly from him. He used a magic spell called Mystic Eye of Hypnosis. Chris fell into his magic spell. His eyes widened, but he laughed, saying, "A magic circle? If that's the case, then I'm good at it too." He formed a magic circle beneath them. Chris laughed like a psychopath, while Inori was still figuring out why he was laughing like that. But soon he realized that his mental interference isn't working right now. As Aaliyah watched both of them, she thought that she had followed Inori's every word till now. The man laughed menacingly, saying that he was foolish till now. That he had cooperated with the church and a foolish man like that, while he could have done all of that on his own, held by an unseen force. Chris threw her head back, admitting she had been quite foolish to trust anyone in this whole messy situation. Dark purple energy erupted from her as she furiously yelled that teaming up with such terrible people was a genuinely bad career move. Inori calmly watched the dramatic display, asking if by terrible people she meant the folks from the church who were supposedly her allies. Suddenly, a very large and very angry-looking insect monster charged forward, its pointy mouthparts ready for some action, drool included for effect. Aaliyah, looking quite concerned, helpfully pointed out that a giant bug was currently on its way to attack, just in case he missed it. Inori, however, was already a blur of motion, meeting the monster's charge with his sword ready, not looking the least bit worried. His sword sliced cleanly into the giant bug's head, stopping its forward momentum in a very decisive and rather permanent way. The blade sank deep into the monster's skull, proving that a well-placed sword is much better than a tough bug shell any day. With one eye glowing red, Inori sarcastically asked if this highly predictable bug attack was really the best trick Chris had up her sleeve. Leah, her voice filled with panic, yelled out Inori's name, clearly seeing another problem that he might have missed while being smug. She warned him about the even bigger monster descending from above, its giant mouth wide open and ready to make him a quick snack. The massive creature slammed down with incredible force, kicking up a huge cloud of dust right where Inori had been standing a second ago. Chris laughed with pure, manic joy, absolutely certain that her opponent had just been turned into a fine paste on the ground. However, a sharp blade suddenly cut through the monster's tough hide from the inside, suggesting that reports of Inori's squishing were greatly exaggerated. Inori stood completely unharmed amidst the monster parts, his two different colored eyes glowing as if to say, "Did you really think that would work?" He tasted the monster's blood on his finger, complaining that it had a rather unpleasant metallic flavor and was not a tasty vintage. Chris's eye went wide with total shock, her triumphant laughter coming to a very abrupt and unsatisfying end as her plan failed spectacularly. She gritted her teeth in disbelief, sweating nervously as she tried to understand how her giant bug failed to squish the skinny guy. Furious, she screamed for Inori to get out of her way, her body flaring with dark energy like an angry, magical firefly. Inori was faster, sending a magical thread to wrap around Chris's arm and yanking her through the air like a poorly thrown doll. He calmly informed her that the thread was very, very strong, and her arm would probably pop off before the string ever broke. Just as Chris was about to yell back, a bright light appeared on the horizon, signaling that the evening was about to get busier. The little spirit sylph appeared in a panic, pointing out that the entire giant swarm of monsters was now on the move together. She urgently told Aaliyah that the bugs had changed their minds and were heading straight for the city to cause some serious trouble. Inori teased the spirit for reporting in without being asked, but she insisted she was only talking to Aaliyah, not the mean vampire. Aaliyah was horrified, asking Chris if she had given up on defending herself just to send her bug army to attack innocent people. Chris grinned wickedly, boasting that it was too late. Even if they defeated her now, her giant bug parade would not stop its march. Inori looked at his captive thoughtfully, admitting to himself that he had underestimated her ability to resist his cool mind control magic. His red eye glowed with renewed interest. He had to admit this girl was more clever and powerful than he had originally thought. With a final triumphant scream, Chris ordered her army of giant monsters to advance and begin their destructive march on the city of Reagan. Surrounded by purple energy, Chris screamed to the sky, desperately hoping that her wish for total destruction would finally be granted by someone. The scene shifted to a memory, where a gentle hand touched Chris's cheek, a brief moment of kindness in a very dark past. A younger Chris looked up at a mysterious white-haired woman who stood over her with a soft and caring expression. The woman's face, seen from below, was indistinct as she gently spoke Chris's name, her voice echoing from a distant, happier time. The memory of her gentle touch was a stark contrast to the current violence, a reminder of what had been lost. In another memory, angry townspeople threw rocks at her and her sister, their faces twisted with hatred as they shouted mean names. A different memory showed slimy church members cornering a girl, fueling Chris's desire to crush the organization that had tormented them for so long. Back in the present, Inori's magical thread sliced through Chris's body, a brutal interruption to her trip down memory lane. One final hateful memory of Knight Commander Raven flashed in her mind, the man she blamed for using and betraying her trust. The threads continued their merciless work, cutting deeper and ensuring that Chris was having a very, very bad day. Despite being torn apart, Chris let out one last scream of defiance. yelling that nothing could stop them now, even without most of her limbs. With her final breath, she gave one last order to her army, telling them to go forward and eat absolutely everything in their path. Aaliyah watched the advancing horde with grim determination, gritting her teeth and promising that she would not let them pass, no matter what. Inori stood calmly behind Chris, telling Aaliyah to wait and admitting that he didn't really care what happened to the city anyway. His expression suddenly hardened. He declared that he would, at the very least, take responsibility for having underestimated his opponent's capabilities. Aaliyah looked at him with surprise, completely confused by his sudden and uncharacteristic decision to take responsibility for something. For once, a brilliant light suddenly broke through the dark clouds, shining down on the battlefield like a spotlight for some divine dramatic performance. As Aaliyah stared at the sky in wonder, Inori began to speak, his tone calm as if he were about to start a lecture. He asked Aaliyah if she had ever wondered why rain, which falls from very high up, doesn't actually hurt when it hits you. He explained the answer to his pop quiz was simple. Air resistance slows the raindrops down so they don't cause any damage. A fiery object in the sky was shown being slowed by an invisible force, illustrating his point about how air can get in the way. However, the power he controlled was different and was not affected by the air at all, allowing it to move with terrifying speed. He explained that without air resistance to slow things down, there was no limit to how fast something could fall from the sky. He recalled how he discovered that his black wind power could create a, quote, a floating shadow that he could control and manipulate at will. His technique was to drop an object from the sky, catch it in his shadow, and repeat the process over and over again. He pointed to a hole in the clouds, proudly announcing that he had been doing this for exactly 7 minutes and 28 seconds. A massive, perfectly round black hole was visible in the clouds, its edges still glowing hot from the repeated friction of his technique. Aaliyah stared in complete shock, her mind struggling to comprehend the ridiculously overpowered and overly complicated plan he had just revealed to her. Inori slowly clenched his fist, explaining that the final step was simple. He just had to stop catching the object he'd been dropping. His red eye glowed with absolute confidence, as he promised a very big explosion was coming with a single, dramatic word. High above the battlefield, Inori, Aaliyah, and Chris all looked up at the sky, watching as a giant rock began its final descent. The massive, fiery meteor slammed into the monster army, creating a blinding explosion that tore the entire landscape apart with incredible force. Chris's eye was wide with pure terror as she watched her entire life's work get vaporized in a single, ridiculously oversized explosion. From a safe distance, the explosion was immense, with pillars of fire shooting into the sky, making Inori and Aaliyah look very small. The shockwave from the impact spread out in a massive ring, shaking the ground and reminding everyone that Inori does not do subtlety. Aaliyah shielded her face from the intense heat and light, probably wishing she had brought sunglasses for the occasion. The entire world became a blur of fire and destructive energy, a testament to Inori's talent for excessive and dramatic solutions. Inori and Chris braced themselves as the fiery shockwave washed over them, a rather warm and unpleasant end to their fight. A confident smirk appeared on Inori's face amidst the chaos, as he proudly stated that everything had gone exactly as he had planned. The last of the monsters were consumed by the massive inferno, their bug-like bodies turning into ash in the blink of an eye. The aftermath was a scene of total destruction, with the ground scorched and melted into a wasteland of Inori's own making. Chris stared blankly at the smoldering crater where her army used to be, her plans for revenge now officially cancelled due to vaporization. A vast, fiery pit now dominated the landscape, a glowing reminder that picking a fight with Inori is generally a very bad idea. The true scale of the attack was revealed. Not one, but multiple overlapping craters had carved a huge, fiery scar into the earth. Inori casually explained to the stunned Chris that his technique was really just a fancy way of dropping a lot of heavy stones. He added with a shrug that while the method was simple, it was more than enough to wipe out a very large army. Aaliyah, watching from a safe distance, let out a long sigh of relief, glad that the giant bug invasion was finally over. She tried to catch her breath, her mind still struggling to process the sheer, over-the-top scale of the power she had just witnessed. As a single drop of rain fell, the shadow beast Fenrir suddenly appeared from the ground, his body crackling with blue energy. Aaliyah asked if he was okay, and Fenrir casually replied he was fine, having used his master's shadow-hopping trick to escape the blast. The shadow wolf looked at the fiery craters with awe, murmuring to himself about the incredible and frankly terrifying power his master possessed. Inori surveyed the massive destruction with satisfaction, noting to himself that the attack had been quite effective at redecorating the landscape. With the battle won, he turned back to his captive, grabbing Chris's chin to force her to look at him one last time. A brilliant golden energy flowed from Inori's hand into Chris's eyes, a much more direct form of his mind control magic. His own eyes glowed with power, and he noted with satisfaction that his hypnotic suggestion was finally taking full effect on her. Chris's eyes turned a dull, vacant yellow, her fierce spirit finally broken. Inori observed that her will was now completely gone. Aaliyah thought to herself that for Chris to have resisted his power for so long, she must have had a very strong reason. Her gaze fell upon the severed arm still lying on the ground, a grim reminder of the girl's desperate and tragic fight. She looked at the now empty shell of the girl, a flicker of empathy and sadness in her crimson eyes. Aaliyah surprised Inori by asking if he could find out the reason for Chris's attack, a request he clearly was not expecting. Inori coldly dismissed her, saying he would get the information he needed, but he had absolutely no interest in her life story. Aaliyah pleaded with him, her voice filled with empathy, insisting that she really wanted to understand why Chris had done all this. He was silent for a moment, his glowing yellow eye fixed on the horizon as he considered her surprisingly heartfelt and troublesome request. He sighed, remarking to himself how strangely carefree Aaliyah was to worry about an enemy who had just tried to kill her. Giving in, he decided that he was also a little curious about her powers and might as well listen to her whole sad story. He told the hypnotized Chris that she could go ahead and talk. With vacant eyes, she quietly agreed to tell him everything. She began her story with a memory of her kind little sister, who was so pure it was hard to believe they were related. She explained that they had dreamed of a quiet, peaceful life together, but that dream unfortunately never came true for either of them. The reason for their suffering was her dark magic, which was seen as proof that her soul was tainted, causing everyone to shun them. Despite being outcasts, the church's orphanage surprisingly welcomed them with what seemed to be open arms and warm smiles. For the first time in a very long time, they were given a hot meal, a simple pleasure that felt like a miracle. She fondly remembered how happy her sister was, laughing as she ate, a precious memory she had wished would last forever. But a month later, a man with a sinister face came to see her, marking the end of their brief moment of happiness. The memory turned into a nightmare as she recalled being brutally mocked and violated, left broken on a cold, unforgiving stone floor. The image of her bruised and bloodied legs was a silent testament to the horrific abuse she was forced to endure there. She didn't understand why she was being hurt, but she endured it all for the sake of her sister, whom she still comforted. The orphanage was the only home they had, and she felt she had no choice but to bear the pain to protect her sister. Even as the abuse grew worse, she continued to endure, remembering the feeling of a hand choking the life out of her. The man's shadowed face loomed over her, cruelly asking if she really wanted to keep living in such a miserable, painful way. Her terrified eye, with a single tear of blood running down her cheek, was the only answer she could give him then. The hypnotized Chris continued her story, explaining that as the abuse got worse, she was allowed to see her sister less and less. She believed her suffering was worth it as long as her sister was safe. Inori interrupted, sharply asking who that man was. A golden church symbol flashed on the screen, indicating that the man was a high-ranking and very corrupt member of the clergy. The man's face, once hidden in shadow, was now revealed in full, his eyes glowing with a cold, sinister light. It was Knight Commander Raven, the celebrated hero of Reagan, the man who had been secretly tormenting her all along. She gasped, her eyes wide with total shock and disbelief that the city's famous hero was the true villain of the story. Inori's expression hardened as he connected the dots, realizing the hero was a fraud and the source of Chris's suffering. A memory of Raven's face showed his eyes glowing with a disturbing intensity, hinting at the darkness hidden beneath his heroic facade. A memory correctly guessed that this complete monster had to be a high-ranking official to get away with such horrible and corrupt acts. Chris finished her story, her voice empty and flat, explaining that after Raven broke her will, she had no choice but to obey him. In a flashback, a young Chris trained her dark magic under Raven's watch, forced to create beasts until she collapsed every single day. For an entire year, she created a massive army of monsters, which Raven then used to stage a fake, citywide monster attack. Then, in a grand public spectacle, Raven led his knights to defeat the monster horde that he himself had created and unleashed. The staged battle was a massacre of both his own knights and her monsters, all for the sake of his public image. A young Chris stood amid the carnage, realizing with horror that she had become an accomplice to the murder of innocent people. And with that bloody act, Raven was hailed as the city's greatest hero, his fame built upon a mountain of lies and corpses. After the attack, Chris was locked away and forced to create monsters in secret, never seeing her sister again, which she oddly accepted. She was terrified that her pure little sister would see the darkness and guilt that had taken root in her own soul. Her only contact with her sister from then on was through carefully censored letters, their only remaining connection to each other. Chris explained that her sister's letters were full of lies, telling her she'd been scouted by the Paladin Knights for her talent. Inori listened with a knowing expression, fully understanding the cruel and manipulative nature of the lies being fed to the innocent girl. Tears streamed down Chris's face as she recalled her sister writing that she was so proud of her, a memory that still hurt. Aaliyah's expression was full of sorrow as she gently asked what happened to Chris's sister in the end. She pressed for an answer, needing to know the final piece of the tragic story that had unfolded before them. Chris's answer was chillingly simple. She died. A memory showed her sister's lifeless body being crawled over by rats in a dark room. She corrected herself, her voice trembling, saying that she was only told her sister was dead by that monster, Raven. Raven had told her the whole attack was a ritual to cleanse Chris's soul, with her sister's suffering as the holy sacrifice. A horrific memory showed her little sister surrounded by leering, predatory priests, her innocence about to be stolen by those vile men. Raven coldly explained that she couldn't handle the abuse and died, then told Chris to do her best for the church. The memory of her younger self was one of pure, mind-shattering horror as the full weight of the truth finally crushed her spirit. The hypnotized Chris began to spiral into despair, wondering if her dark magic was the cause of all her suffering. She questioned if it was the townspeople's hatred or her own foolish decision to trust the church that led to this tragedy. Her mind was overwhelmed by the painful memories, and in that moment of absolute despair, something inside her finally broke completely. Back in her prison cell, a robed figure appeared, noting that she, like him, was a summoner of strange and dark creatures. Chris revealed that a demon named Neon had also been imprisoned in the same dark cell, a new and dangerous companion. The skeletal demon appeared before her, offering her the one thing she now wanted more than anything else in the world: power. With a new, manic resolve in her eyes, Chris decided then and there that she would do anything to escape her cage. She made a contract with the demon Neon, becoming a demon herself and gaining the power she so desperately craved. Her new life now had only one single, all-consuming purpose: to get her revenge on the man who had ruined her life. Her tragic story finished, Chris looked at them with empty eyes, asking what she was supposed to do now that they had stopped her. Inori asked Chris about the demon Neon, but she only knew that he was, in fact, a demon, which was not very helpful. Inori thoughtfully considered that since people died, his acquaintance the Demon Lord probably wasn't involved in this particular scheme. His eyes narrowed with a cold, final purpose, as he informed the broken girl that he had one last question for her. He gestured to the fiery wasteland, stating that her revenge failed, simply because she had the bad luck of running into them. He gripped his sword, his voice completely devoid of any emotion, as he told her that she was truly an unlucky person. Looking down at the crying girl, he asked with chilling finality if her long and tragic quest for revenge was now officially over. Aaliyah watched with wide-eyed shock at his incredible cruelty, the dark shadow of his figure looming over the scene like a judge. She cried out, desperately begging him to wait for a moment and reconsider his cold and heartless decision. Without even looking at her, he snapped back that he was not asking for her opinion on the matter at all. He turned his full attention back to Chris, completely ignoring Aaliyah's pleas, and repeated his question about her failed revenge. Tears streamed down Chris's face as she whispered that they could just say it was over now, her will to fight completely gone. Aaliyah gritted her teeth, her entire body trembling with frustration and distress at Inori's absolute lack of empathy or compassion. She pleaded with him again, her voice cracking with desperation as she begged him to stop what he was about to do. She argued that Chris was just a pawn who had been used and manipulated by the incredibly corrupt and evil church. With her hands clasped together in a desperate prayer, she begged him with all her heart to show mercy and spare Chris's life. She promised him that Chris was no longer a threat to anyone and would not get in his way ever again. Nori's reply was swift, cold, and final, completely dismissing her desperate and emotional plea for the girl's life. He explained that keeping Chris alive offered no benefit to him, and they had already seen that his hypnosis was not perfect. He added that Chris's silence when he first questioned her was proof enough that her spirit was not yet completely broken. His analytical eye glowed with certainty as he declared that the girl in front of them had already lost her will to live. He told Aaliyah that her sympathy for the girl was completely pointless and would not change the final outcome of this situation. Aaliyah looked down, defeated and heartbroken, realizing that his mind was made up and nothing she could say would change it. Inori held his sword, its dark energy pulsing, and stated that his decision on the matter was final and absolute. He raised his sword high into the air, preparing to deliver the final, brutal blow to the defeated and broken girl. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind, as a mysterious voice announced that he had reached a new level of power. Another mental message informed him that his demon rank was being upgraded, a promotion he had not been expecting at all. He cried out as his body was overwhelmed by a sudden surge of power, his consciousness fading as Aaliyah watched in shock. Aaliyah screamed his name as he collapsed backward, his body going limp as the unexpected power surge knocked him completely unconscious. Inori's world faded into a warm, bright light, where a cheerful blonde woman greeted him as if they were old friends. He looked up at the mysterious woman in a state of total confusion, wondering where he was and who she was. Inori recognized the goddess, remarking that he thought he was under attack from the Supreme God, a name that surprised her. Before she could react to his strange comment, he kicked her hard, sending the divine being flying with a rather undignified shriek. The goddess complained about him hitting her, but he shot back that he was a firm believer in gender equality. He then accused her of sending that annoying hero, Date, after him in the past, a confrontation he had not enjoyed. The goddess was stunned into a guilty silence, sweating nervously, as if she had just been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. She tried to play dumb, but Inori flatly confirmed that she was, in fact, responsible for sending the hero to kill him. He looked around the endless white void, asking if this was the same place she had summoned him to before. She confirmed it was, adding that he was the only one to be summoned so many times, which he probably shouldn't be proud of. With a cheerful smile, she announced that the reason he was here was because he had been promoted to the rank of Viscount. He was confused for a moment, then remembered the strange words that had echoed in his head just before he passed out. The goddess explained that vampire ranks in this world were static, unlike the powers he had gathered from other worlds. She proudly told him that she had to personally intervene to adjust his rank every time he leveled up, so he should be grateful. Inori deadpanned that goddesses must be incredibly bored, which caused her to angrily shout that she was, in fact, very busy. He repeated his question about why he was here, his patience clearly wearing thin as she gathered golden energy in her hands. She explained it was simply easier to make the adjustments directly, then asked what he did to level up so much all at once. Inori closed his eyes, correctly guessing that his ridiculously oversized meteor drop was the cause of his sudden and inconvenient power boost. The goddess finished her work, telling him she didn't know the details of his new skills and that he should figure them out himself. Her expression suddenly turned very serious, and she informed him that she had one final piece of important advice for him. She warned him that the supreme god he had mentioned earlier was a special and very dangerous being, leaving him with a cryptic message. Back on the battlefield, Aaliyah knelt beside Inori's body, wondering what had just happened to make him collapse so suddenly. She gently checked his condition, noting that he seemed to be physically unharmed, just in a very deep and sudden sleep. Fenrir commented that it was a relief the hypnosis on Chris didn't break, even though his master had suddenly decided to take a nap. He looked at the still-bound Chris, remarking that she was a threat that really should have been eliminated immediately. As they might have struggled, Aaliyah was silent, her expression filled with guilt and sorrow as she considered Fenrir's cold, but logical, assessment of the situation. She admitted to herself that she had let her feelings get the best of her, and now she had no idea what to do. Fenrir, noticing her distress, decided that trying to reason with her right now would probably be a complete waste of his time. Suddenly, Aaliyah's head snapped up, her eyes wide with alarm as she sensed a new, powerful presence approaching them. In the distance, a lone figure in a dark, hooded cloak walked towards them across the desolate and recently redecorated land. The figure lowered his hood to reveal the familiar face of the Demon Lord, his piercing blue eyes fixed on them. Aaliyah stared in shock, recognizing the man Inori had previously introduced to her as his casual and completely harmless, quote, drinking buddy. As the Demon Lord approached, Inori's eyes snapped open, his instincts screaming at him about the sudden, powerful presence nearby. He leaped to his feet, placing himself defensively in front of Aaliyah, before realizing it was just his elderly drinking buddy. The Demon Lord apologized, admitting that he had forgotten to suppress his powerful magical aura, which tended to startle people. Inori, still on guard, demanded to know what the old man was doing in the middle of his recently remodeled battlefield. The old man gestured to the fiery craters, remarking that Inori had some nerve asking that after causing such a huge mess. He warned that investigators would surely arrive by morning. Inori just shrugged, admitting that he might have gotten a little carried away. Inori then made a surprising offer, asking the old man if he would like him to fix the massive damage he had caused. The Demon Lord was taken aback by the offer, stroking his beard as he asked Inori to repeat what he had just said. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he asked if Inori could truly revert all of the destruction he had just created. Inori gave him a bored, deadpan look, as if the answer to that question should have been completely obvious to everyone. He cheekily asked the old man what he said, teasing him for being hard of hearing in his old age. Inori clarified that he could, in fact, restore the entire area. The Demon Lord wondered if such a feat was even possible. Inori asked what the price for such a service would be, admitting he was a bit short on cash. The old man's eyes gleamed. The Demon Lord stated his simple price. He wanted to have a private conversation with the young lady, Aaliyah, all alone. Having made a deal, the Demon Lord turned his attention to the smoldering wasteland, preparing to work his magic on the landscape. He mused aloud that he had promised to fix everything, but he wasn't entirely sure if it would work as planned. He sat down, explaining to the nervous Aaliyah that it had been a very long time since he had used this much power. He joked that being watched so intently by a youngster was making him nervous, though Aaliyah did not seem to be amused. Aaliyah reminded herself not to let her guard down, even if it was probably pointless against someone so ridiculously powerful. As Inori prepared to leave with Chris, he told the old man that he was taking the girl with him for now. He explained his plan to pin all the blame on her and let the church deal with the mess he had created. Inori's analytical eye gleamed as he wondered about the old man's true identity, a puzzle he had yet to solve. Aaliyah, having the exact same thought, decided that the quickest and most direct way to get an answer was to simply ask. The demon lord, sensing their shared curiosity, waved it off, saying they could talk about his secret identity some other time. The ground began to rumble violently as he started to gather his immense and almost unimaginable magical power. Chunks of rock and earth began to lift into the air, swirling together in a vortex of purple magical energy. Aaliyah looked up at the sky, her eyes wide with shock and awe at the incredible display of raw, world-bending power. The demon lord's cloak billowed out around Aaliyah, messing up her hair. He casually apologized for the windy inconvenience. Massive sections of the earth, including entire hills, were now floating high in the sky, held there by his incredible magic. The land began to knit itself back together, with a wave of purple energy smoothing over the fiery craters like a magical eraser. Aaliyah watched in stunned silence as the demon lord effortlessly commanded the very earth to bend and reshape itself to his will. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she tried to process the casual, godlike display of world-altering power. With the land fixed, the demon lord suggested they move somewhere more private to have their promised conversation. He gestured towards a nearby forest, inviting her to take a walk with him so they could have their little chat. The landscape was now perfectly restored, with no trace of the battle. The old man hoped this would keep Inori from complaining. Aaliyah followed him toward the forest, her gaze still fixed on the impossibly normal-looking terrain that had been a wasteland moments ago. She finally broke the silence, her voice filled with suspicion as she asked him what he and Inori truly were. She lowered her gaze, trying to process the fact that she was now involved with beings of unimaginable and frankly terrifying power. The demon lord glanced back at her, acknowledging that her own power was also far beyond that of any normal person. He turned to face her, a curious glint in his eye as he asked who she thought he might be. They arrived at the edge of the dark forest, a fittingly dramatic location for some major story revelations to unfold. Aaliyah, her voice trembling slightly, guessed that he might be the legendary and notoriously evil demon king from the old stories, Ignoa. He chuckled, correcting her by explaining that he was, in fact, technically still the current demon king, despite being officially dead. Seeing the look of disbelief on her face, he offered to provide her with some definitive and probably very dramatic proof. Aaliyah quickly declined his offer, insisting that his recent feat of redecorating the entire country was more than enough proof for her. The demon lord accepted her answer and kindly pointed to a large log, suggesting they sit down for their little chat. As she approached the log to sit, Aaliyah let out a small, nervous sound, still very intimidated by her powerful host. She sat down stiffly and bowed her head, apologizing for the intrusion. He told her there was no need to be so on guard. He sighed, admitting that he couldn't blame her for being cautious, given his rather infamous and villainous reputation from the past. He remarked that his bad reputation seemed to be holding up quite well, even in the current era of peace. Aaliyah, sitting very primly, confirmed that his notoriety lived on, as he was still the main villain in many popular fairy tales. Realizing she might have just insulted him, she quickly apologized. He just laughed it off, telling her not to worry about it. He then changed the subject, his eyes studying her posture as he asked if she happened to be a noble lady. Aaliyah was startled by the personal question. He explained that her posture was a specific trait of the northwestern nobility. He pressed further, asking why someone of her high status was hiding her identity and traveling with a man like Inori. She remembered her earlier resolve to stay alert, realizing that this old man was far more perceptive than he appeared. The demon lord, sensing her renewed tension, quickly apologized, saying that his tendency to pry was just a bad habit. He explained that he was simply curious because he found it hard to believe Inori would ever travel with another person. He closed his eyes with a serene smile, assuring her that his curiosity was the only reason for his probing questions. Aaliyah looked at him, her expression softening just a little as she considered his words, still unsure of his true intentions. The demon lord's piercing blue eyes were fixed on Aaliyah, patiently waiting for an answer to his question about her identity. Aaliyah decided to answer with the one truth that mattered most to her now, her voice filled with a newfound conviction. She looked down and stated firmly that she was, above all else, Inori's loyal and devoted servant. The demon lord was surprised by her answer, so she explained that Inori had made her an offer when she was near death. A memory of Inori's face appeared as she recalled his ultimatum: die as a human or live as something more. The demon lord leaned in close, shocked that Inori was the one to offer her such a choice. Aaliyah nervously confirmed it. She looked down at her hands, admitting that explaining the complex feelings that came after that choice was very difficult to do. She remembered how Inori had saved her life that fiery night, granting her both freedom from her past and a new form of servitude. She recalled his many contradictions. He was her enslaver, yet he could seem weak and at other times show unfathomable strength. Her fangs showed slightly as she looked down, lost in her memories and the very complicated feelings she had for her master. She admitted that even she didn't have the right words to describe the confusing mix of emotions she felt for him. Her voice trailed off as she looked to the side, a hint of affection showing in her crimson vampiric eyes. The demon lord, surprisingly understanding, told her that she didn't need to force herself to explain her complicated feelings. He closed his eyes, sensing her inner turmoil, and told her there was no need to force an answer to his question. He even apologized for asking such a difficult and personal question, which took Aaliyah completely by surprise with its sincerity. She became flustered, a deep blush spreading across her face as she stammered that it was really no problem at all. The demon lord smiled gently, saying that he now understood the nature of her relationship with Inori much more clearly. Aaliyah looked up, confused and blushing, wondering what he could have possibly understood from her flustered and incomplete explanation. He told her that Inori was not like her, hinting at a fundamental difference between their natures that she had not yet grasped. He wondered aloud what a person like Inori could possibly be thinking. Traveling with someone as earnest and kind as her, he looked up at the moon, stating that she had not yet understood the true fundamental core of who Inori really is. Aaliyah looked puzzled, repeating his words and wondering what he could possibly mean by the core of Inori's being. The demon lord's gaze became distant, his voice taking on the prophetic tone of someone who has seen the distant future. He delivered a chilling prophecy, telling her that Inori is destined to one day bring about the complete destruction of this world. He continued his ominous prediction, explaining that it is in Inori's very nature to eventually want to oppose everything and everyone. He stated that Inori will eventually reach the final endpoint of his evolution, becoming a complete and singular being of immense power. His blue eyes gleamed with absolute certainty as he told her that this apocalyptic outcome was not a possibility, but a guarantee. Aaliyah was left completely speechless, her mind struggling to process the horrifying destiny that he had just laid out for her master. He explained that while Inori does like her, what he is truly seeing is the powerful person she will become in the future. He believed that Inori had been unconsciously drawn to her for reasons that even Inori himself did not yet fully understand. The demon lord closed his eyes, his voice calm and knowing as he prepared to deliver his final, shocking revelation to her. He explained that Inori was drawn to the hidden potential within her, the potential to one day be the one to kill him. Aaliyah stammered in complete disbelief, questioning the absurd idea that she could ever be the one to kill her own master. She told him she didn't understand. He clarified that it was only one of many possibilities, not a definite, unchangeable fate. However, he insisted that it was true Inori saw that deadly potential in her, even if he didn't consciously realize it. Aaliyah was left speechless, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek as she processed the incredible weight of his words. She considered the idea, thinking she might be able to win if she attacked him during the day, but her loyalty held her back. He smirked, pulling out a cigar, and told her to go ahead and spend some time worrying about all the possibilities. In a surprisingly familiar gesture, Aaliyah leaned forward and lit his cigar, as he remarked that worrying is a privilege of youth. She watched him with a small, knowing smile, the tension between them finally beginning to ease into a comfortable silence. He then asked her a direct question, wondering if she truly believed that she possessed that kind of incredible, hidden potential. Her confidence immediately faltered. She admitted that after witnessing Inori's true power, she couldn't help but feel incredibly weak in comparison. She clenched her fist, questioning if she could ever hope to grow strong enough to surpass her designated role as his servant. The demon lord got her attention with a firm tone, telling the young lady that she needed to listen very carefully. He explained that while it seems like Inori is just getting stronger, she was missing the bigger picture of his development. He suggested that what Inori truly sees in her is a vision of the overwhelmingly powerful master that she herself will one day become. He took a drag from his cigar, dismissing Inori's current power by calling him nothing more than an incomplete and immature brat. Aaliyah listened with rapt attention, captivated by his strange but encouraging words about her own hidden and untapped potential. The demon lord explained that Inori's life had been one of dependence, relying on systems and people that others had created. He continued, saying that even the powerful skills Inori possessed were simply given to him, not earned through his own efforts. He concluded that Inori had produced almost nothing of his own, a deep-seated emptiness that he likely sensed within himself. This, he explained, is why Inori constantly seeks out powerful opponents, to be challenged and to forge an identity of his own. He told her that Inori's true completion as a person could only be found at the end of that long and difficult road. He then turned his wisdom towards her, telling her that the very same principle applied to her own journey of self-discovery. He correctly guessed that she had never worked for money before, acknowledging that she, too, had been through a lot of hardship. Aaliyah's eyes widened with surprise, impressed by his incredible and accurate insight into her sheltered and noble past. She admitted that he was right, and added with some embarrassment that she used to get scolded all the time in her old life. She blurted out in disbelief that he, the great demon king, was also scolded, which he casually confirmed was true. He encouraged her, telling her that she shouldn't feel the need to hold back for an immature brat like Inori. Aaliyah looked forward with a new sense of purpose in her eyes, silently taking his very wise and empowering advice to heart. He told her that if she had something to say to Inori, she should stop hesitating and just say it to his face. He clenched his fist, insisting that her status as a servant had nothing to do with her right to express her own thoughts. He explained that speaking her mind was the very first step she needed to take to expand her own hidden potential. His final piece of advice was simple but profound. She needed to stop being his follower and become his adversary instead. He assured her with a confident smile that Inori would actually be happy about it, because that's just the kind of person he is. Looked to the side, a thoughtful expression on her face as she considered his strange but intriguing advice for her. She voiced one final concern, asking if he would really be okay with her clashing with his ally, Inori. She reminded him that, as far as she knew, the two of them were supposed to be working together on some grand plan. The demon lord's expression suddenly became distant and filled with a deep, ancient sorrow as he remembered his own painful past. A dark memory of his own broken and bloodied body, standing amidst the ruins of his former life, flashed through his mind. He replied with a simple and honest answer, telling her that he really did not mind at all if they fought. He closed his eyes, his voice filled with wisdom, and told her that a boring life is one where everything goes your way. With his counsel finished, he stood up and began to walk away, telling her to give his regards to Inori. Aaliyah watched him leave, a small, confident smile on her face, her spirit renewed with a new and powerful sense of purpose. She thought to herself that the strange old man spoke about Inori like a parent, both praising and criticizing him in equal measure. She looked up at the sky, acknowledging that, while she wasn't ready to be his adversary, she could at least face him directly. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Inori looked out the window, surprised by the perfectly restored landscape that stretched out before him. He remarked with genuine surprise that the old man had actually managed to restore everything, leaving no trace of their massive battle. He sat on his bed, marveling at the Demon King's incredible power, which could even affect the grass and the trees. The handle on the door to his room turned as someone entered, interrupting his thoughts about the old man's ridiculous power level. Aaliyah entered, apologizing for taking so long. Inori, lost in thought, just scoffed and said he didn't mind her absence. With a determined look in her eyes, Aaliyah spoke his name, ready to confront him with her newfound resolve. Inori glanced over at Chris, who was still sitting bound and hypnotized in a chair, a problem he still needed to solve. Aaliyah told him that she had something she wanted to say about what they should do with the captive girl, Chris. He immediately cut her off, his tone dismissive as he told her that he had absolutely no interest in hearing her opinion. Aaliyah's eyes narrowed with determination, realizing that the demon lord's advice to face him directly was absolutely correct. Inori's expression remained cold and distant, his mind already made up about what to do with their captive. Before he could dismiss her again, Aaliyah spoke with a firm voice, informing him that she had a proposal, not a request. The scene shifted to a grand church, where a voice congratulated a group of women on passing their final and most difficult test. Inside the church, several cloaked figures stood at the top of a grand staircase, praising the priestesses for proving their divine power. The priestesses were told that they were chosen by God himself to help with the future development of the great church. One of the priestesses, a beautiful young woman with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, smiled serenely, full of hope. Knight Commander Raven stood at a podium, addressing the young women who had gathered before him with unwavering faith and devotion. His expression was intense as he told them that their bodies no longer belonged to them, a rather ominous start to his speech. He asked if they were prepared to become shields, protecting the innocent people of the world from the threat of monsters. One of the priestesses eagerly declared that she would gladly become a shield as a loyal and devoted servant of God. He then asked if they would devote their lives to the service of the faithful, a solemn and holy vow. Another priestess answered with conviction, proclaiming that she would save everyone she could in the holy name of God. A cruel, satisfied smile spread across Raven's lips as he praised their wonderful and, as it turned out, very naive devotion. Two other corrupt church officials watched from the side, smugly commenting that the priestess's resolve was now beyond any doubt. Another official added that as new comrades in their holy crusade, they would all now strive together for a common goal. The blonde priestess, however, looked to the side with a flicker of suspicion, sensing that something was not quite right here. Raven concluded his grand and inspiring speech by offering the young women his most heartfelt and completely fake blessing. As he finished, two men slid a heavy wooden bar across the grand doors, sealing the room and trapping everyone inside. The loud, sudden sound of the doors being barred startled the priestesses, their expressions turning from devotion to confusion and fear. The blonde priestess looked back at the sealed doors, a sense of dread growing as she wondered what was happening. Suddenly, one of the women cried out in pain as purple energy erupted from her, and she tried to warn Raven. The blonde priestess turned just in time to see the strange and unexpected magical attack begin to unfold before her. In a flash of purple energy, several of the priestesses were thrown into the air, their bodies convulsing from the dark magic. One of the corrupt officials remarked with annoyance that the blonde priestess was a sharp one for noticing the betrayal so quickly. The blonde woman found herself caught in the attack, her body suddenly bound by the strange and malevolent purple magic. She realized it was some form of binding magic, but she had no time to wonder why her allies were attacking her. She quickly reached for a small, ornate dagger, a holy instrument she kept hidden for emergencies just like this one. Channeling her divine power, she summoned her ultimate weapon, the holy hammer Anrita, a massive tool of pure, destructive blue energy. She screamed in defiance, demanding to know what her supposed comrades thought they were doing by attacking her and the others. The corrupt officials cried out in pain and shock as the holy power of her attack washed over their sinful bodies. She slammed her hammer down towards Raven, but he effortlessly blocked the attack with a wall of dark red, unholy energy. She looked on in shock, completely unable to believe that her most powerful holy attack had been nullified so easily. Raven condescendingly told Priestess Fanatique that this betrayal was actually a a truly twisted explanation. His hand was surrounded by crackling red energy, which he then shattered with a casual clench of his powerful fist. He formed a massive, crystalline spear of pure red energy and mockingly told her to accept it with her body. Fanatique cried out Raven's name, her eyes wide with betrayal, unable to believe the man she trusted was trying to kill her. With a swift and brutal motion, he plunged the red dagger deep into her stomach, causing her to cry out in agony. He stood over her, his face a mask of pure evil, and declared that this vile act was done in the church's name. Fanatique coughed up a spray of blood, her body racked with intense pain from Raven's sudden and very brutal attack. She grunted in agony as he twisted the crystalline dagger that was still lodged deep inside her stomach, enjoying her pain. Blood poured from her mouth as the dark and unholy energy from his weapon coursed through her body, overwhelming her. Raven looked down at her with a cold, analytical expression, remarking that her resilience was truly, wonderful to behold. She slumped against a broken pillar, grievously wounded. He praised her for not losing consciousness from his impressive attack. Still clinging to her faith, she asked through a mouthful of blood if this horrible betrayal was also part of the test. She tried to reassure herself that it couldn't be real, but Raven's sinister expression told her that it very much was. Refusing to give up, Fanatique gripped her holy hammer, preparing to fight back against the man who had just betrayed her. Raven just smiled, his eyes glowing with malice as he told her that this was, of course, not a test at all. He unleashed a flurry of dark energy slashes, one of which viciously cut across her face, adding to her many injuries. She gritted her teeth in frustration, cursing herself for letting the monster break through her guard so easily and land a hit. A loud noise from across the room distracted her for a fatal second, drawing her attention away from her main opponent. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw the other corrupt priests assaulting the surviving priestesses with leering, disgusting grins. Fanatique screamed at them to stop, yelling at them not to touch the innocent women they were supposed to be protecting. Raven used her moment of distraction to teach her a cold lesson. Never take your eyes off your enemy in a battle. Glowing red chains shot out from his hand, wrapping around her neck and arms and yanking her forward off her feet. The red crystalline dagger still embedded in her stomach began to glow with a menacing and very painful-looking light. He reminded her that he had taught her this very lesson during their training, then slammed her hard into the floor. She lay defeated on the ground, bound by the glowing red chains, her holy power completely extinguished by his dark magic. Raven stood over her broken form and announced to the other priestesses that this was to be their first official duty. His hands reached down towards the fallen Fanatique, his voice a low growl as he commanded the other women to rejoice. His men grabbed her by the hair, forcing her head back to reveal a sadistic bloody smile, a sign her mind had broken. Blood dripped from her mouth onto the cold stone floor, a grim testament to the torture she had just endured. Her body was now limp and unresponsive, her spirit seemingly extinguished by the overwhelming physical and psychological pain she had suffered. Her eyes were completely vacant, the fierce light that once burned within them now gone, her face shadowed by her blood-soaked hair. The horrifying scene showed her chained to a wall, her clothes torn and her body brutalized, displayed before a demonic symbol. A voice noted that she was finally awake. Fanatique looked up, her eyes wide with renewed horror and dawning comprehension. Raven assured her not to worry, his voice dripping with malice, because her body was still very much awake for what was to come. One of the other priestesses, her spirit now completely broken, was forced upon one of the vile church officials. She collapsed to the floor, used, and then immediately discarded like a broken toy by the disgusting, soulless man. The official waved his hand dismissively, declaring that this one was no longer of any use and ordered her to be taken away. Raven grinned, telling Fanatique he had waited for her to wake up just so he could hear her scream as she was defiled. Her eyes were wide with pure, undiluted rage, her spirit reignited by his evil words as blood dripped from her gritted teeth. Raven gestured to the horrific scene, inviting her to dedicate herself to the church by joining the other suffering women. Fanatique grits her teeth, her voice a low and dangerous growl as she asks him what he thinks he is doing. She screamed his name with all her remaining strength, demanding to know what he was doing to her and the other priestesses. Her voice rang with righteous fury as she declared his actions unforgivable, not just as a knight, but as a human being. She proclaimed that God would never forgive such an atrocity. Raven's face remained a mask of cold, smug indifference to her words. As she spoke, Raven began to put on a white and gold mask, mockingly agreeing that she was exactly right. He continued his sarcastic agreement, stating that this kind of depraved and evil act was, in fact, utterly unforgivable. Fanatique was stunned into silence, completely bewildered by his bizarre actions and his twisted, mocking words that made no sense. He placed the mask fully over his face, completing his transformation into the mysterious and intimidating masked figure. He declared that such an act must not be forgiven, especially if God truly exists, a clear mockery of her deeply held beliefs. Fanatique stared in horror, realizing that her hero, Raven, was also the same masked man, a shocking and devastating revelation. Her faith completely shattered, she asked why he was doing this and why God was not striking him down for his evil. Raven, now fully transformed into the masked man, simply looked down at her, his expression completely hidden behind his mask. His gloved hand, now a symbol of his hidden identity, hung limply at his side as he regarded her broken form. He looked at her tear-streaked face and commented that she seemed to truly believe in God from the bottom of her heart. He turned his head slightly, his masked face giving away none of the emotions or thoughts that were swirling within him. He said that her unwavering and pure faith, even in this moment of absolute despair, was truly something to be envied. The other vile church officials continued their disgusting assault on the priestesses in the background, a scene of pure depravity. The masked man began to tell his own story, revealing that he too was once a devout follower of God, just like her. A flashback showed a younger him as a proud, holy knight, recalling how he fought for the people with few allies. He remembered the harsh days of battle, believing that his devotion was being watched by God, even as he lay wounded. But even in his most pious days, he harbored a secret and unfulfilled longing deep within his heart for something more. Then, one day, he stood before a crowd, his life about to change forever as he was introduced to a new path. The flashback continued, showing a younger Raven's horror as he was first invited to the church's secret and very depraved, quote, banquet. He remembered gripping his sword, filled with a righteous and holy fury, wanting to kill every single corrupt official in the room. But his eyes were wide with the shame of his own failure, as he admitted that he did not go through with it. Instead of acting on his fury, he gave in to his baser desires, his eyes drawn to the chains on the wall. He confessed that he did as he pleased with a virgin who was chained before a demonic sigil, captivated by the sinful act. His hand caressed the woman's body, as his heart sought a carnal reward for all his years of thankless, pious devotion. After he had finished, he looked down at the woman on the floor and realized that he had never felt so fulfilled. In that moment, looking at a broken flower on the floor, he realized something profound about his own true nature. Sweat poured down his face as he remembered the shame and the ecstasy of his very first unforgivable transgression. He screamed to the heavens, realizing that this feeling was so much better than a lifetime of selfless devotion to a silent God. He finally accepted that this filthy act brought him joy, and from that day on he did everything to chase that feeling, Back in the present, Raven cried as he confessed to playing the hero while secretly hunting virgins to satisfy his dark desires. Tears streamed from behind his mask as he lamented being drenched in a lifetime of lies, greed, and unforgivable betrayal. He screamed to the heavens with his hands raised in a twisted prayer, begging for God to finally punish him for his sins. The broken fanatique watched in horror as Raven mockingly dared God to punish him if he was really out there. He continued his blasphemous prayer, shouting that his days of honest goodness and pious devotion were now long gone. He dared God to look at him now stained with filth as one of his priests assaulted another helpless woman on the floor. The scene showed one of the corrupt officials continuing his assault on a priestess, an act of pure evil in a holy place. Raven raised his hands again, asking if the reason he wasn't being punished was because God never existed in the first place. Fanatique looked on, her spirit almost completely extinguished by his blasphemous words, and the horrific scene unfolding before her. But a final spark of defiance remained in her, and through a mouthful of blood she told him that he was wrong. The masked man turned, surprised that she still had the will to speak after everything that had happened to her. She declared with her last ounce of strength that whether he is punished or not is for God alone to decide. Raven, that fucking psychopath, then proposed a vile test to see if God would allow someone so faithful to be defiled. A new cold voice suddenly cut through the air, remarking that Raven's excuse for his actions was truly pathetic and vile. Suddenly, massive, monstrous insectoid legs smashed through the walls of the church, interrupting the horrific and blasphemous ritual. Raven shielded his face from the falling debris, demanding to know what was going on and who had dared to interrupt him. One of the corrupt priests was immediately impaled and ripped apart by the monster, his screams echoing through the suddenly chaotic hall. Teak looked up in shock, wondering if her desperate prayer for intervention had somehow miraculously been answered by a giant bug. A familiar, cold voice spoke, noting that he doubted God cared whether she was filthy or not, as Inori made his grand entrance. Raven looked over his shoulder in shock, recognizing the intruder not as Inori, but by his lowly adventurer alias, Kiri. Inori's dual-colored eyes glowed as he added with cold sarcasm that his previous statement was from God's point of view anyway. Teak, chained and broken, cried out in disbelief, recognizing the very same lazy adventurer she had tried so hard to mentor. Raven confronted the intruder, demanding to know why Lord Kiri had decided to crash his very important and very evil party. He gestured to the giant insectoid monsters that were now carving a bloody path of destruction through all of his men. The corrupt priest screamed in terror as a monster attacked them, wondering why there were suddenly so many monsters inside the church. Inori gave a single chilling command to his newly acquired army of bugs. No one was allowed to leave this room alive. The monsters immediately descended upon the corrupt priests with a brutal and very satisfying display of overwhelming and destructive force. The hall filled with the sounds of slaughter as the priests were torn apart, their screams a symphony of well-deserved karmic justice. A bloody and mangled corpse was left in the monster's wake, a grim testament to the insect's efficiency and brutality. Fanatique screamed in absolute horror, watching the incredibly gruesome and bloody carnage that was now unfolding all around her. Her eyes were wide with terror, her mind completely unable to process the bloody and chaotic scene of slaughter and destruction. Raven turned his full attention to Inori, demanding to know if the monsters were his and accusing him of being a dark magic user. Inori just smirked, cheekily telling Raven that he had simply borrowed them from a woman that Raven knew quite well. Raven's head snapped down as he finally understood, muttering the name of his former pawn and the monsters, true creator, Chris. Fanatic, still gagged, was utterly confused. She recognized the monsters from the stampede, and wondered what Kiri meant by his word. Inori explained to her that these very monsters were personally raised and created by the corrupt church for their own evil schemes. He finished his explanation with a cold glare, stating that he was simply here to return them to their rightful owners. Raven, that complete bastard, finally understood Inori's plan to use the monsters' own hatred against their former masters. He scoffed at the idea, calling Chris a foolish woman for repaying his mercy with this very inconvenient and bloody betrayal. He turned his rage on Inori, summoning his red weapon and calling him a fool for daring to side with the girl. He prepared to strike his opponent down, his massive crystalline weapon crackling with a very impressive amount of dark, destructive energy. Inori remained completely unfazed by the display, sarcastically apologizing for interrupting Raven's very important and very depraved, quote, hobby time. Raven put on a ridiculous, theatrical display of anger, shouting that what truly pained him was having to fight a, quote, friend. Fanatique, believing Kiri was still a weak adventurer, screamed at him to run, telling him he was no match for Raven. Raven prepared to bring his massive weapon down in a devastating overhead strike, aiming to end the fight in a single blow. He swung his blade down, but one of the loyal insectoid monsters sacrificed itself to block the attack and save Inori. Inori smirked, casually complimenting Raven's power and sarcastically acknowledging his well-earned title as the great hero of the city. Raven was completely stunned by his opponent's incredible and almost inhuman reaction speed, a feat he had not been expecting at all. He swung his weapon again in a rage, demanding to know if Inori planned to fight him without even drawing his sword. Fanatique watched the battle unfold, her eyes wide with shock and confusion at the strange and unexpected turn of events. Inori kept his sword sheathed, explaining it was a gift and it would be a shame to use it on a filthy bastard. Raven paused his attack, intrigued by his opponent's incredible arrogance and his refusal to draw his own weapon in this fight. Instead of drawing his sword, Inori caught Raven's massive crystalline weapon with his bare hand, stopping the powerful blow completely. He commented that the weapon was impressive, but it was not quite on the same level as a truly legendary blade. To Raven's utter shock and disbelief, his powerful magical weapon began to crack and splinter under the pressure of Inori's grip. The red crystalline blade shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces, leaving only a small, glowing core behind in Inori's hand. Raven could only stare at the remains of his weapon, muttering the word "incredible" in a state of complete and total shock. He admitted that he had never realized that the lazy adventurer he knew as Lord Kiri was actually this ridiculously strong. Inori glanced over at the broken Fanatique, a strange look in his eyes as he coolly replied, "I'm good at keeping secrets." Fanatique was completely speechless, her mind reeling from the shocking revelation of Kiri's true and frankly quite terrifying level of power. Inori then clarified his position, stating that, just to be clear, he had not come here to save Chris at all. Raven, now very intrigued, asked why he was here. Inori replied that he had another, more important reason for crashing his party. The masked man found this unexpected new development to be a very intriguing and interesting turn of events in their little confrontation. Inori used his dark magic, forming a swirling vortex of pure shadow and mysterious purple energy in the palm of his hand. From the swirling shadow, he pulled out a large and brilliantly glowing green crystal, holding it up for all to see. Raven was completely stunned, immediately recognizing the very important and very sacred object that Inori was now holding in his hand. Inori held the crystal aloft with a triumphant smirk, announcing that this was the real reason he had come here tonight. Raven shouted the name of the priceless artifact, identifying it as the legendary and irreplaceable Holy Light Stone of the main cathedral. He explained that the stone was a sacred and required item that was supposed to be installed in the main cathedral. He demanded to know how Inori could have possibly gotten his hands on such a heavily guarded and important religious artifact. Inori explained that it was actually quite easy, as Raven's little banquet had left the church's security with many convenient holes. Raven dismissed how he stole it, saying that the stone had no real power and was only valuable for its price. He told Inori that he suspected he had not come all this way just to steal the stone for a quick profit. Inori held the glowing stone, explaining that he possessed a special ability that allowed him to see the true value of things. His red eye focused intently on the stone, the brilliant green light of the artifact reflecting in his hypnotic gaze. Raven finally understood Inori's true purpose, explaining that the stone was a conduit through which God could watch humans. He stared at Inori from behind his mask, the incredible weight of this divine revelation hanging heavy in the silent air. He elaborated that while the stone was powerless on its own, it became the eye of God when near someone who was praying. Inori recalled being spied on by a giant divine eye, which led to an assassin being sent to kill him by God. Inori's smirk was cold, as he declared that stealing the Holy Light Stone was his first act of retaliation against the gods. Raven was stunned, asking Inori to clarify if God had really sent someone to assassinate him for some unknown reason. He pieced it together, wondering if God had found Inori among all the people of the world and decided he must die. Inori casually confirmed that this was more or less the gist of the very strange and inconvenient situation he had found himself in. He speculated that maybe he was some kind of heretic, but whatever the reason, God clearly wanted him gone from this world. Raven, the absolute hypocrite, looked at the carnage and agreed that he could see why someone might consider Inori a heretic. Inori corrected him again, suggesting that being a major thorn in his side was probably a much more accurate description of his status. Raven clenched his fist, demanding to know what made Inori so special that God would go to such great lengths to kill him. Inori looked away, admitting that he didn't know the answer, as it all depended on God's own strange point of view. Raven's voice became a low growl, filled with the twisted and all-consuming jealousy that was now boiling over into pure rage. He wondered why God would place more value on ending Inori's life than on punishing a great sinner like himself. As he spoke, one of his insectoid monsters was shown in the background, casually decapitating another one of the corrupt priests. The answer to his question hung in the air, framed by the bloody and brutal aftermath of the monster's latest kill. Inori's voice was filled with contempt as he explained that God simply had no interest in pathetic sinners like him. Still chained to the wall, clicked her tongue in frustration, her mind reeling from this bizarre theological debate. Inori asked Raven if he finally understood his true goal for being here and crashing his very important and evil party. Raven began to laugh, calling it an interesting story that now made him want to test out Inori's wild theory for himself. He summoned his dark power once more, reforming the shattered core of his weapon into a new and even more dangerous form. He declared with manic excitement that if he offered Inori's head as a sacrifice, he too would surely catch God's eye. He acknowledged that Inori had managed to block his previous attacks, but that his luck was about to finally run out. He revealed his trump card, a divine tool that was specifically designed for holy executions, a truly terrifying final weapon. The artifact he summoned transformed, wrapping around Inori's neck like a glowing golden collar, trapping him in place. A massive, golden, angelic statue materialized behind Inori, its stone eyes weeping thick, viscous tears of what appeared to be blood. Inori was bound by glowing red chains, held captive before the weeping statue as Raven prepared the final part of the ritual. Raven raised a golden artifact, declaring that he was now offering Inori's soul as a direct sacrifice to God. He then crushed the golden artifact in his hand, activating the final stage of the deadly and divine execution trap. The golden statue's bladed hands snapped shut around Inori, seemingly crushing him in an instant with overwhelming holy power. Raven and his remaining men looked on, completely certain of their victory and the death of their troublesome and meddling opponent. Fanatique screamed Inori's adventurer name with all her remaining strength, her eyes wide with terror as she watched him die. But instead of normal blood, the statue's eyes began to weep a thick, demonic, and very ominous-looking black blood. The golden statue was still, its clasped hands now streaked with a thick, demonic blood that dripped slowly onto the stone floor. Fanatique let out a choked cry of pure horror, her eyes wide as she tried to comprehend what was happening. She screamed Kiri's name again, her voice filled with anguish and despair, believing he had been killed right before her eyes. Raven, the masked man, coldly told her that her voice could no longer reach the man she was crying for. He turned his back on the statue, bidding a final farewell to the foolish creature he believed he had just successfully executed. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed through the hall as a thin line of purple energy appeared on the statue's golden surface. The crack widened, and the entire golden statue shattered from within, exploding into a shower of rubble and dark, ominous smoke. Raven whirled around, completely and utterly stunned by this impossible and frankly quite terrifying turn of events. A monstrous figure emerged from the dust, his face a mask of glee as he complimented Raven on the very entertaining show. His shadowy hand closed around the glowing red jewel, the core of Raven's divine tool, and began to squeeze it tightly. Inori's face twisted into a terrifying, blood-soaked grin as he told Raven he had a tip for his performance. He crushed the jewel, unleashing a massive explosion of dark energy that slammed directly into Raven with incredible, overwhelming force. The blast sent Raven flying across the room, shattering the wall he hit, and throwing Fanatique back with the powerful shockwave. Inori moved like a phantom, grabbing the stunned Raven by his head and brutally smashing his face into the stone floor. The chains holding Fanatique suddenly shattered, freeing her from her bonds and allowing her to watch the brutal beatdown up close. Inori's monstrous form unleashed another savage attack, his shadowy claws ripping through Raven's body with a sickening tearing sound. The incredible force of the blow audibly broke Raven's bones, a testament to Inori's newfound and truly monstrous level of strength. Inori's power ripped through Raven's torso in a final gruesome display, tearing him apart in a massive spray of blood. Raven lay dying, his mask shattered, and admitted to himself that he had truly underestimated his opponent's incredible strength. Through a crack in his broken mask, he watched as his vision began to grow dim, the light of his life fading. The light of the world faded completely from his eyes, and he could no longer see the world he had tried to conquer. As his life finally came to an end, his entire world was consumed by a quiet and very lonely darkness. He realized that in the end, neither salvation nor judgment would be granted to him. This was his final, empty answer. His consciousness faded away into a black void, dotted with faint and distant specks of a slowly disappearing golden light. A pair of mysterious feet walked through the darkness of his fading consciousness, approaching him with a silent, graceful step. A silhouetted figure with a brilliant golden aura stood before him, a mysterious and angelic presence in his final moments. The figure resolved into the form of a woman, who looked down at his dying body with an unreadable, ethereal expression. Through his dying eyes, he mistook the mysterious, holy figure for Fanati, a final, tragic case of mistaken identity. He thought to himself with a hint of regret that, in the end, he had never been able to defile her. He concluded that she must have truly been protected by God, her purity and faith shielding her from his corrupting influence. She was never corrupted, never broken, and remained a testament to the faith that he himself had long since abandoned. With his last breath, the pathetic fucking loser entrusted his lost faith to her, begging her to seek God in his place. The mysterious woman looked down at him, her expression completely unreadable as she watched the last of his life fade away. She stood over Raven's now dead body, a silent and mysterious victor in a battle that was not her own. Her gloved hand reached down and picked up a single glowing red jewel from the remains of Raven's shattered body. She looked at the blood-stained jewel in her hand, her expression cold and her intentions completely unknown to anyone watching. She brought the mysterious red jewel to her lips, a strange and cryptic gesture that hinted at a much larger, unseen plan. Inori's new, warped voice asked if Raven was dead, his tone casual as he looked down at the corpse of his enemy. He lamented the loss, noting that Raven had been a good drinking partner who happened to share some of his tastes. Zeke, now free from her chains but still in shock, looked at the monstrous being and whispered his adventurer name. Inori stood revealed in his new, terrifying form, asking her with a blood-soaked grin just who she thought he really was.